Based on anyone's knowledge, the result of self-severing of one's own life vein was inevitable death. In this plane of existence, only Yun Qi's rage god powers were able to allow someone who had self-severed the life vein to come back to life. Su Hengshan's aura still remained exceptionally weak, but luckily, it had stabilized. Furthermore, his desire for death had already disappeared. If there were no accidents, his life was no longer in danger. Yun Qi removed his hands from Su Hengshan's body before feeding him 3 of frozen Cloud Asgard's snow-colored pellets. Only after that did he let out a long sigh of relief. However, repairing the life vein was not something that could be done quickly. Even with Yun Qi's power of the Rage God, it still required several months of time. He shifted Su Hengshan into the primordial profound arc, stood up and muttered, "Linger, wait for me." The mythical abode mountain range lay far south. Yun Qi knew the approximate position and distance, however. He did not immediately enter the primordial profound arc to undergo spatial transfer, nor did he head towards the south. Instead, he flew the opposite way, towards the north. Su Heoran, Su Hengyu, and Su Wangji, who had all just escaped from death, rushed towards the north like a bunch of homeless animals after they left the Grandwake clan. As they were escaping, they did not even dare to stop for a short rest, as they were afraid Yun Qi would suddenly change his mind and chase them. He even dared to kill members of 7 Stars' Divine Palace without hesitation. To kill them would be no different from trampling 3 ants to death. Escaping with all their lives, they could not tell how far they had already run. Only when they were completely out of strength did they collapse on the ground and breathe heavily. Their faces were pale white and their souls unsettled. Should be safe already," Grand Elder Su Wangji muttered. When he looked behind them, Grandwake Mountain was already more than 50 kilometers away. "Young master, what should we do now?" Su Hengyu asked while breathing heavily. Huff, huff. Escaping just now, Su Heoran nearly burst his lungs. He lay on the ground, relaxing for a long time before he gritted his teeth and complained half in shock and half begrudgingly while his entire body trembled. "Let's go to 7 Stars' Divine Palace. Yun Qi killed their people. 7 Stars' Divine Palace won't let him off so easily." "Yes, young clan master is right," Su Wangji voiced his agreement. After all, Su Heoran was someone who obtained the agreement of the people from 7 Stars' Divine Palace. Even though things had developed in such a way, they still had to treat Su Heoran as their core. That Yun Qi must have eaten a bear's gall to be so daring and actually kill someone from the 7 Stars' Divine Palace. An existence like 7 Stars' Divine Palace, if they found out, even if Yun Qi could dive underground, his only outcome would be death. Then, very good idea. I pray that you all succeed." A voice with an ice-cold tone of ridicule sounded from above, causing the 3 of them to be extremely shocked. Su Heoran sat onto the ground, his entire body trembled, and he nearly peed his pants in fear. Yun Qi." Yun Qi slowly descended from the sky and stood in front of the 3 of them. They all trembled vigorously. They stared wide-eyed as though they had seen a death god descending. It's them who said it. I didn't say anything. Even if I were 10,000 times braver, I also won't dare to disrespect you." Su Hengyu's teeth chattered as he shook his head repeatedly. "Su Hengyu, you. SSS. Su Heoran's entire face trembled as though the flesh on his face was rotten. He had wanted to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness, but due to the intense shock he was in, he could not utter a single word. "Heh," Yun Qi coldly laughed. "You all don't have to be so afraid. I didn't say I'm going to kill you all. Since I've already let you all leave in front of Clan Master Su, I've no desire to take your lives anymore." Hearing Yun Qi's words, the 3 of them who were frightened to death were all stunned before becoming overjoyed. Su Hengyu could not believe what he had said. Really? Is what you said for real?" "Of course." Yun Qi narrowed his eyes. "Of the 3 of you, one can be considered Clan Master Su's elder. One is an elder brother of the Clan Master Su, with the last being the Clan Master Su's own son. If I were to kill you privately after already promising to follow his wishes, I would not be able to answer to him. You all have to be grateful to Clan Master Su for being able to keep your lives." Su Heoran and the 3 of them finally believed that they were not dreaming. Su Hengyu panikedly replied, Yes, we have done our clan master wrong. In our next life, we'll definitely do everything and anything and show our utmost gratitude until death." Su Hengyu and Su Wangji pulled up Su Heoran, whose strength had left his body, and said fearfully, "Go, let's go." They had just walked a few steps when Yun Qi's eerie voice sounded yet again from behind them. "Hold it." The three of their bodies trembled. They turned around cautiously, and Su Wangji asked in a trembling voice, young hero Yun, what other instructions do you have? Didn't you personally just say that? You would definitely not harm our lives. Of course, I said that I was not going after your lives. Yun Qi's gaze instantly turned ice cold, but I did not say I was going to let you off. Frightening killing intent was emitted from Yun Qi's body, caused the three of them to freeze in their tracks. Su Hengshan, who was already weak to begin with, collapsed yet again, crying with all his might. Let me off. I'm Su Hengshan's son, Linger's blood-related brother. Let me off. I definitely won't go to 7 Stars Divine Palace. I won't tell anyone the fact that you killed people from 7 Stars Divine Palace. I won't say a single word. Let me off, please. I'm willing to do anything. You still have the face to claim your Linger's brother. Su Hengshan's words undoubtedly angered Yun Qi even more. The Grand Wake clan was now finished. Su Hengshan had undergone intense torture for the past few days and only barely escaped death just now. Su Linger's fate was still uncertain too, and the culprit of all of this had been Su Hengshan, who was devoid of any humanity. As Yun Qi stretched out his hand and grabbed, he had already sucked Su Hengshan ferociously in front of him, and a splatter of blood burst out from his abdomen area. Instantly, his profound veins were all severed, and his profound aura that he had been cultivating for several dozens of years quickly dispersed like a balloon that had been burst. In his currently lifetime, he would be a complete and utter cripple from now on. Su Hengshan let out cries of despair as he hugged his abdomen and rolled on the floor in pain. However, how would simply crippling his cultivation be sufficient to calm Yun Qi's rage? Yun Qi stepped forward and stepped onto Su Hengshan's right arm. Crack! With a crunching noise, Su Hengshan's right arm had been stomped and broken into 2 pieces. Blood splurted out of the wounded area like a fountain. Su Hengshan's miserable cries instantly became several times more pathetic. Seeing Su Hengshan's body curl up like a prawn while rolling around in pain, Yun Qi's face did not show any signs of sympathy or empathy. He stretched out his fingers and 2 icicles shot out and mercilessly into Su Hengshan's eyes. Ugha! Both of Su Hengshan's eyeballs had been destroyed, and Su Hengshan, who had been sent into eternal darkness, let out miserable, ghastly cries. Yun Qi gave a cold glance at Su Hengshan's miserable state and muttered like a devil, Su Hengshan, you're not fit to be a human. Even being an incomplete human and an incomplete ghost is too light a punishment for you. Pooh. Yun Qi kicked a rock that was on the ground, and the rock shot like a meteor towards Su Hengshan. It entered from his left face and exited from the right, producing 2 bloody holes on his face while at the same time neatly severed his tongue. Uaghag! Su Hengshan's cries instantly became even more miserable and despairing than the wailing of a ghost. His profound veins completely crippled, his right arm severed, his eyesight lost, his face disfigured, and his tongue also cut off. Willing to sacrifice the lives of his loved ones and his clansmen, willing to send the entire Grand Wake clan to their graves. Su Hengshan, who dreamt of hugging 7 Stars Divine Palace's feet, had now not only become a cripple, he would no longer be able to see or speak, and could no longer hold any dreams about his future. All that was left for him was endless nightmares. The color of the faces of Su Hengyu and Su Wangji, who were behind, were completely drained. When Yun Qi's gaze shifted towards them, they let out similarly miserable cries, half rolling, half crawling, and tried to escape. Yun Qi stretched out his hands slowly towards the direction they escaped in. Pooh! With a soft noise, the profound veins of Su Hengyu and Su Wangji were destroyed simultaneously. They fell to the ground and their entire bodies twitched. They had faces of horror and despair. Yun Qi turned around, unwilling to take another look. He floated into the skies and said extremely coldly, "The 3 of you better pray that Linger is fine. If Linger were to meet with any mishap, I would ensure you all live the remainder of your lives as though you were in hell." The last of Yun Qi's words were uttered with extremely dense malice. It was as though they were the most vicious curses of a devil. Yun Qi swiftly flew towards the south, and after flying for several kilometers, he swiftly called out the primordial profound arc. While thinking about the location of the abode mythical mountain range in his heart, he swiftly proceeded toward the abode mythical mountain region from his memories. Hundreds of kilometers passed by instantly. When Yun Qi left the primordial profound arc, the view before him was not an endless and massive mountain range. The mythical abode mountain range was situated between the borders of the Azure Cloud continents, Supwake Country, and Southern Sky Country. The north was Supwake, while the south was Southern Sky. Although it was not the Azure Cloud continent's largest mountain region, it possessed Azure Cloud Continent's highest peak, standing at the borders of mythical Abode Mountain Range. At once glance, one could see that beneath the surrounding hills, a massive mountain shot straight into the sky, surpassing the cloud layer and dominated the area. However, people from the Azure Cloud Continent knew that although it looked like it was a single mountain from far, it was actually two separate mountains. They lay at the core of the mythical Abode Mountain Range. They were close in proximity and had similar heights. What was the weirdest was the fact that at the opposite ends of the mountains, the slopes were exceptionally steep, and the ends between the mountains were practically like a vertical line upwards, from top to bottom, as though it had been cut. If viewed from the east or west side, it looked as though a mountain had been cut neatly into half by a sword from the heaven, forming two weirdly shaped mountains. The cliff formed by these two weirdly shaped mountains had been named by the people of the Azure Cloud Continent as Cloud's End Cliff. It was the most forbidden location within the Azure Cloud Continent, and the place where Xianxia ended his Azure Cloud Continent life. It was also the place Jasmine forced him to swear to never to approach and explore. Upon coming here, Xianxia did not have time to recall anything. He took out the soul crystal that Su Hengshan had given him. He maximized his speed and shot straight into the mythical Abode Mountain Range like a flash of lightning while screaming in his heart, "Linger, please be safe." The mythical Abode Mountain Range possessed numerous profound beasts and vast resources. Often, there were profound practitioners from the country of Supwake who came here to train or search for treasures. However, immediately after Xianxia entered the region, he realized that the atmosphere was rather odd. It was overly quiet. As Xianxia proceeded swiftly, he also maximized his spiritual sense to detect any possible aura as well as constantly looking at the soul crystal in his hand. This was a soul crystal that belonged to Linger, and if she was near, the crystal would become even brighter. Then Xianxia's spiritual sense suddenly detected a group of profound practitioners. Their auras were in close proximity, and it seemed like they belonged to the same clan. The strongest was only in the Sky Profound realm, with the weakest in the Spirit Profound realm. There were a total of 70 to 80 people. Xianxia did not slow, but instead swiftly approached them before stopping at a mountain path nearby. This mountain path was one of the main paths of mythical Abode Mountain Range. At this time, there was a group of people wearing the same clan's profound robes standing there. Their expressions were nervous and cautious, and they constantly looked around at their surroundings. Judging from the formation they put up, it seemed as though they were sealing the path. The young, profound practitioner dressed in luxurious clothes, who stood at the forefront of all of the other profound practitioners, spoke to the stern-faced, middle-aged man in front of him. "Father, who exactly is that Su Linger? I heard that she is some girl from a sect in the River East region in her teens. So just why is 7 Stars Divine Palace trying to hunt her down?" Xianxia, who was just about to go forward and ask a question, immediately came to a halt. Xianxia observed this middle-aged man's attitude, and the thick and dense, profound energy aura radiating from his body, before concluding that this person should either be the leader of this group of people, or their sect master. He faintly shook his head. "I doesn't know either. It would also be wise if you refrained from inquiring about the affairs of 7 Stars Divine Palace." The young, profound practitioner's neck contracted as he spoke in a low whisper, his voice unconsciously dropping a few octaves. "No matter who she is, since she has been targeted by the people from 7 Stars Divine Palace, then all her fleeing will be in vain." "Ah." The middle-aged man gave a heavy sigh before speaking in an extremely soft voice. 7 Stars Divine Palace will be 7 Stars Divine Palace. Even though only 20 of them have arrived, the various mayors and sect masters would have no choice but to bow their heads and obey if they issue so much as a single order. Right now, all the sects belonging to the northern region of this mountain have been gathered here. So even if that Su Linger had the ability to traverse the heavens, she can forget about escaping us today. Furthermore, she is only a little girl. Xianxia's teeth fiercely ground together. It was just as he had expected. These people belonged to one of the sects in the country of Supwake who had been forced to search for Su Linger by 7 Stars Divine Palace. Xianxia's heart palpitated, and he felt the urge to rush forward and grab that person so that he could perform a profound handle soul search on him. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly snatched up his sound transmission jade, as profound energy ripples rapidly vibrated on its surface. The middle-aged man swiftly read the sound transmission jade, and after that his face had clearly grown relieved. He turned around and spoke to his men. "Everyone, we can relax and stand down now. Let's make preparations to leave." The young profound practitioner promptly asked, "Father, what's the situation? Could it be that this Su Linger person has already been captured by 7 Stars Divine Palace?" Xianxia, "I don't know." The middle-aged man said calmly, "According to the traces she left behind, it has already been confirmed that she fled towards Cloud's End Peak. At first, she could still use the interference that came from the auras of profound beasts and the complicated terrain of this place to hide. But once she climbs up Cloud's End Peak, there will be no way out for her." After 7 Stars Divine Palace confirmed that Su Linger had fled towards Cloud's End Peak a while ago, 12 of their seniors personally started to ascend Cloud's End Peak as well. So we can assume that this matter has already reached its conclusion. The reason for why 7 Stars Divine Palace wants to capture this girl and what they will do after they capture her are things that are impossible for us to know. Let's all prepare to leave. Don't ask too much about anything else. If you don't want to die too young, then the less you know, the better. Bang! An energy explosion that sounded like a clap of sudden thunder rang out as Xianxia exploded into the depths of the mythical abode mountain range like galloping lightning. The hurricane that was stirred up in an instant sent all of the profound practitioners who were preparing to leave flying. They instantly flew into a great panic, their faces filled with shock and fear as they thought they were being assaulted by a powerful, profound beast. Xianxia used all of the profound strength in his body as he circulated extreme mirage lightning to its limit. His speed was so fast that it would leave even a monarch wide-eyed and tongue-tied. No, this would not do. This method is still too slow. Relying on his memories of the mythical abode mountain range, there were still roughly around 200 kilometers between his current location and Cloud's End Peak. Given his current speed, he would close this distance in a very short time, but right now, he could not afford to waste even half a breath. He quickly summoned the primordial profound arc as he was running, and he instantly jumped across the space of 200 kilometers, arriving at the foot of Cloud's End Peak. As he raised his head to look up at it, the gigantic mountain rose into the heavens. It climbed into the clouds, its peak hidden from sight. The moment Xianxia appeared, he did not even bother trying to find any mountain paths. He simply rushed up the side of the mountain, his body surging with incredibly violent, profound energy. "Linger!" Xianxia let out a great shout. "Linger, where are you?" "It's me, Xianxia. Linger, where are you?" His shouts, which were laced with profound energy, shook the surrounding area, startling the countless profound beasts that lived in Cloud's End Peak and causing them to flee in all directions. The body of Cloud's End Cliff was enormous, and even Xianxia's spiritual perception was not able to fully cover it in its entirety. Coupled with the fact that there were many profound beasts that lived in this area whose auras would interfere with his search. This meant that it would be very hard to find Su Linger quickly, even though he had already confirmed that she was on Cloud's End Peak. If those from 7 Stars Divine Palace managed to find Su Linger before him, the result would be unthinkable. As Xianxia's mind whirled, he once again summoned the primordial profound arc after estimating the location of the mountain peak. He forcefully jumped through space again. It would naturally be easier to locate his target from above. After the primordial profound arc jumped through space, Xianxia directly arrived at the summit of Cloud's End Peak. He glanced downwards, and to his shock, he saw a steep cliff that hung across the clouds. Below that steep cliff, a boundless abyss that resembled the great maw of a devil devoured all light, releasing a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. The summit of Cloud's End Peak, Cloud's End Cliff. Even though fate had returned him to the profound sky continent, this location in the Azure Cloud continent, the place which terminated his fate with the Azure Cloud continent, was a location that he would never forget. Just a few months ago, he had promised Jasmine that he would definitely never approach Cloud's End Cliff. But who would have thought that he would come face to face with it again right after he had returned to the Azure Cloud continent? But right now, he was not the least bit melancholic. His eyes directly skipped over Cloud's End Cliff as it quickly surveyed the area below him. After that, he also started to swiftly descend as well. Just as he was about to call out Su Linger again, he suddenly discovered that there were more than 10 human figures gathered near the borders of Cloud's End Cliff. Xianxia's eyes immediately focused and zoomed in on them. 12 people stood in front of Cloud's End Cliff. The auras radiating from their bodies were rather powerful. There were 6 thrones, 5 overlords, and astonishingly 1 monarch. From what Xianxia could determine from his aura, that person was a level 3 monarch. All 12 people were dressed in similar attire. 11 of them were dressed in black, the green-colored 7-star mark embroidered on their breast. However, the old man who was radiating the aura of a monarch was dressed in silver clothes. The same 7-star mark was also embroidered on his breast, however. His mark was not the same dull green color as the others. Instead, it was a rather dazzling bright blue color. Xianxia's heart fiercely seized up. The sect that had guarded that mountain path had mentioned that the people from 7 Stars Divine Palace had personally climbed up the mountain to look for her after they had confirmed that Linger had entered Cloud's End Peak. The party of people that was mentioned also numbered 12 in all. These 12 people were astonishingly the 12 people who belonged to 7 Stars Divine Palace. Not a single person was missing. They had actually already reached the summit. Wait a minute, then what about Linger? He was the one who had been forced into Cloud's End Peak all those years ago, so he clearly knew that only one side of Cloud's End Peak was a mountain. The other side was the dreaded Cloud's End Cliff. The moment someone was forced into Cloud's End Peak, unless he could forcefully break through the forces encircling him and flee, he would definitely be forced down the dead end that lead to Cloud's End Cliff. There would definitely be no mountain waiting on the other side that he could flee down. Furthermore, given Su Linger's profound strength, there was basically no way she could have forced her way through these 12 people. Moreover, since these people had already chased her to this location, why did he still not see Su Linger? Xianxia's heart violently sank. He could not be bothered to care about anything else as he boldly rushed down. At the same time as he was making swift descent, the people from 7 Stars Divine Palace had already discovered his presence. The old man that was leading them shouted in a stern voice, "Who goes there?" Bang! Xianxia landed heavily in front of them, his gaze dark and dreadful. A malevolent aura poured from every pore on his body as he roared in a crazed and enraged voice. "Where is Linger? Where is Su Linger? Where have you hidden Su Linger? Heh, a punk like you actually dares to make rude demands our 7 Stars Divine Palace. Have you grown tired of living?" One of the Divine Palace disciples said with a look of contempt plastered over his face. The old man who stood at their head sharply raised his hand to stop everyone from acting blindly without thinking, because he could clearly sense a dangerous aura radiating from Xianxia's body. He slowly strode forward and said in an indifferent voice, "Who are you? You're looking for Su Linger. Could it be that you are prepared to fight our 7 Stars Divine Palace over this person?" Before his voice had even finished falling, the figure in front of him suddenly blurred. Before he could even react, a peerless and dreadful aura enveloped his entire body. A hand that felt like cold steel firmly wrapped around his throat and carried him off the ground. "You," the old man from the Divine Palace croaked as his eyes bulged outwards. He was in a state of complete shock and terror. He was a dignified elder of 7 Stars Divine Palace, a level 3 monarch who could arrogantly look down on the entire Azure Cloud continent. However, it had only taken an instant for him to be seized by the throat like an infant. His shock and fear had caused him to attempt to struggle against this hold, but to his horror, he found that his profound strength was being suppressed by an enormous power that he was not able to resist. He could barely even move at all, and despite being a Divine Palace elder, he could only allow himself to be limply suspended in the air like some dead dog. "Elder Duoxing!" The remaining Divine Palace disciples were all utterly shocked, but after that, they rushed forward together. "Speak! Where is Su Linger? Speak!" The hand which Xianxia used to grab the Divine Palace elder was shaking, and he lost control of the power he was exerting with his hand, his fingers jabbing deeply into the old man's flesh. Every single word that he roared sounded like a clap of sudden thunder, and the onrushing Divine Palace disciples were blasted aside by this roar as if they had been hit by a heavy mallet. As they flew through the air while they screamed, the 6 thrones felt their internal organs rupture. When they landed on the ground, they vomited a large mouthful of blood, and they were unable to stand up for a long time. The bulging eyes of the Divine Palace elder nearly burst under the extreme terror he was experiencing. The pair of eyes glaring at him were the most dreadful eyes he had ever seen in his entire life. They were so bloodshot that it seemed like they had just been soaked in fresh blood. "Quickly speak, speak! She!" The great terror and icy cold despair that gripped the Divine Palace elder caused him to let out a voice filled with unbearable agony. "She just jumped down Cloud's End Cliff!" Zing. It was as if countless bolts of profound lightning had exploded in Xianxia's brain simultaneously as his blood-stained pupils nearly instantly turned ashen. After he had appeared at the summit, The moment he had seen the people belonging to 7 Stars Divine Palace, but not Su Linger, this dreadful idea had flashed through his head. Ending my own life is far preferable to falling into the hands of wicked men. But this thought was fiercely extinguished by him nearly instantly, because he could not believe nor was he able to accept that anything had happened to Su Linger. So when those ice-cold words had been blurted out by the Divine Palace Elder he was grabbing, Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. No, no, it's not possible. Xianxia's face and lips had lost all color as his entire body swayed. It's not possible. It can't end up like this. It's not possible. Suddenly, both his hands firmly grasped the Divine Palace Elder's neck at the same time as he yelled wildly in a crazed voice. You're lying to me. You're definitely lying to me. Tell me, where is Su Linger? You must have hidden here somewhere. Where is she? Where did you hide my Linger? Uug! The Divine Palace Elder's neck bones snapped and his entire body twitched. A dry and hoarse groan came from his throat as his skin slowly started to turn grayish-white, the same color as a corpse. All of the Divine Palace disciples present knew just how powerful this old man. So once they saw that he was not able to struggle or resist, as Xianxia held him aloft like a little bird in his hands, none of them dared to move forward anymore. One of the Divine Palace disciples said in a trembling voice, See, Senior Elder Duoxing isn't lying to you, Su Linger. She really jumped down that cliff. At number percent, the malevolent aura that radiated from Xianxia's body seemed to come from a blood-drenched, despairing beast, caused all the Divine Palace disciples to shake in their boots. This has nothing to do with us. We didn't want this to happen either. Another Divine Palace disciple said in a flustered tone, We only wanted something that she had in her possession. We had no plans to harm or kill her. But who would have guessed that she would suddenly jump off the cliff the moment she saw us? Right. We didn't even touch her. Before we were even given the opportunity to speak to her, she suddenly jumped down. The Divine Palace disciple who spoke panikedly took out an item. This is the token that dropped from her body when she jumped off the cliff. Senior, please look at it. The wooden token in his hand was dainty and delicate, and an unusual Su word had been engraved on its surface. As his last rays of hope were completely obliterated, Xianxia's vision spun. All of the blood in his body rushed to his head in nearly an instant. After that, Xianxia's body became as sinister as a devil's. He let out a shrill howl that overflowed with grief as he slammed his fist into the head of the old man in his hand. Bang! With an explosive pop, the Divine Palace Elder's entire head was instantly turned into blood and pulp which sprayed into the air. Boom. Xianxia had gone completely insane as he smashed the body that had just lost its head fiercely into the ground, pounding it into parts that could not be described. This bloody and horrifying scene had scared the Divine Palace disciples completely witless. They made weird noises which they themselves had never heard before as they raced down the side of the mountain like mad men. But mere moments after they had fled, they heard a howl that seemed to come from a devil growing closer and closer to them. Bang, bang, bang. Given their speed, how could they possibly escape from the palm of Xianxia's hands? The Xianxia who had nearly lost all coherent thought and rationality hunted them down one by one. He did not use his sword, nor did he use fire. This time, he simply struck them fiercely with his fists. Every time a fist thundered forward, the body of one of the Divine Palace disciples mercilessly exploded into ground meat. Amidst the dreadful sounds of bodies being ruptured, the bodies of the 10 Divine Palace disciples were cruelly smashed into pieces within a few breaths by the berserking Xianxia. Just as his blood-drenched fist was about to explode against the body of the last Divine Palace disciple, he suddenly stopped moving and just stood in place. The Divine Palace disciple who had sunk limply to the ground had long ago been drained of all color. The Divine Palace disciple had originally given up all hope, but when he saw that Xianxia's movements had suddenly stopped, he saw his one chance for survival. His body trembled as he scrambled backwards. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Ah! He gave a miserable shout as his entire body was sucked towards Xianxia. Xianxia's hand grabbed his skull. His left arm flashed with light as his profound handle flew out and instantly buried itself into his soul. The Divine Palace disciple immediately grew dazed as his memories over the past hour swiftly flooded into Xianxia's brain within his memories. Xianxia clearly saw the scene where Su Linger jumped down Cloud's End cliff. Xianxi's face warped as he let out a furious roar, his teeth chattering as he fiercely flung the Divine Palace Disciple in his hand away. Before the Divine Palace Disciple had even hit the ground, he had already been shattered into many pieces. Bright red blood splattered the mountain stones. The 12 members of 7 Stars' Divine Palace had instantly been turned into broken, bloody corpses littering the ground. But it had not done anything to lessen the fury and pain in Xianxi's heart. He closed his eyes and howled wildly like a berserking vicious beast. Bang! He fell to his knees with a heavy thump, his blood-drenched fist fiercely exploding downwards. B-O-O-O-M-M. A huge explosion blanketed most of the mythical Abode Mountain range as countless boulders rained down from the cloud's end peak. Xianxi's arm streamed with blood, but he could no longer feel even the slightest hint of pain. He knelt to the ground, both his hands rigidly clawing the ground. Rough and heavy gasps escaped his throat as his whole body was shaking in an incomparably violent manner. Why had it turned out like this? Xianxi felt as if his soul had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. Losing Linger had always been the greatest point of pain and regret in his life. After he was allowed to be reunited with Linger once more, he had always believed that this was definitely the greatest boon that heaven had ever bestowed upon him. When he found out that he was destined to die, the last and greatest desire of his life was to see Linger once more, even if he could only gaze at her from a distance. He used the primordial profound arc, taking his one and only chance to come to the Azure Cloud continent. After he confirmed that everything that had happened here 6 years ago was not a dream, he was simply ecstatic. However, before he was even able to see Su Linger, he received such tragic news instead. This kind of ending was, in his past life, he had allowed revenge to consume his eyes and soul. Su Linger had given her everything to him, giving him enough tears to last a lifetime, but he had not even made a single promise to her. In this life, when he had met Su Linger again in that dreamscape, he had made all those promises to her, but before he could make those words a reality, those words had caused her to wait vainly for 6 years, before he lost her once more. Just what sin did she commit? The pain of his soul being torn apart caused Xianxi to be unable to feel the existence of his body or his 5 senses. Icy-cold tears dripped down to fall on the ground beside his hands. Why did heaven have to treat her this way? No, it's my fault. It's all my fault, Xianxi said as his entire body trembled. He had gritted his teeth so hard that he had nearly shattered them. Why did I waste so much time to deal with Su Hengshan and those other bastards? If I had come just a bit earlier, things wouldn't have turned out this way, and Linger would have been fine. It's all my fault. Xianxi's pupils went red as he raised his left arm and heavily smashed it against his own chest. His chest sank under the weight of this blow as a long arrow of blood was fiercely expelled from his body. But the pain his body felt was not even 10,000th of the agony his heart was under. Ding, under his blow, a small and delicate precious stone that he had kept inside the clothes around his chest was jolted high into the sky, striking the mountain stone in front of him. It let out a clear and crisp sound as if the stone before it rebounded back towards Xianxi while it quiet shone with a dull purple light. The weak purple light that was flashing in his eyes caused Xianxi to freeze the arm that was just about to smash his chest again. In the next instant, he sprung forward as fast as lightning, picking it up in his hand. The small rhombus-shaped precious stone was releasing a warm purple light. This precious stone was no ordinary profound jade. It was the soul crystal that Su Hengshan had given him. Su Linger's soul crystal? A soul crystal was bonded with its owner's soul. Once the soul of the owner was extinguished, the soul crystal would instantly shatter. In those sects that were slightly bigger, important members of the sect would leave soul crystals within the sect. So if they died while abroad, their sect would be the first to know. But the soul crystal of Su Linger, which he held in his hand, had not shattered, and it still glowed with the light of her soul. Linger was not dead. It was as if a cold spring had rushed into Xianxi's body, causing his chaotic heart to become incomparably cold and sober. He tightly gripped the soul crystal as he hurried over to the side of Cloud's End Cliff. The foggy cliff was so deep that Xianxi could not see the bottom. Cloud's End Cliff was also known to the world as the Death God's Graveyard. Over the entire history of the Azure Cloud continent, countless people had either been thrown off Cloud's End Cliff or had tried to climb down Cloud's End Cliff, but not a single person had ever returned alive. This included the incomparably formidable existences that were akin to gods for most people monarchs. Furthermore, this was not something that was hidden. It was something that was common knowledge in the Azure Cloud continent. The 12 people from Seven Stars' divine palace could lie to him, but those memories were not able to lie to him. Su Linger had indeed jumped down Cloud's End cliff. However, the warm and unbroken soul crystal that lay in his hand would also not lie to him. Xianxia stepped onto the very edge of Cloud's End cliff while he sucked in a deep breath of air, striving his best to calm his wildly beating heart. He could not stop himself from muttering in a flustered voice, "Linger is still alive. Linger isn't dead. Linger isn't dead." He suddenly took the air and hovered right above Cloud's End cliff. After that, he used all of his strength to shout into the boundless abyss below him, "Linger! Linger! This is Xianxia, Linger, where are you, Linger?" His voice was enhanced by profound energy, so it could be heard from as far as 50 kilometers away. But it had been completely swallowed up by the jet-black abyss below him. He did not hear even the tiniest response, even after a long time had passed, and more importantly, he did not hear Su Linger's response. Above him was the boundless blue dome of heaven. Below him was an endless abyss. At this moment, it seemed as if he was standing on the border between heaven and hell, and the only sounds left in this world were the sound of his breathing and the sound of his beating heart. He slowly raised his hand, the soul crystal that was bonded with Su Linger's soul glowing with a warm light. This warm light told him that Su Linger was still alive in this world, waiting to be reunited with him. He steadily stared at the soul crystal, and Su Linger's figure slowly appeared before his eyes. First was the Su Linger from his previous life, the girl who seemed like a melancholic fairy, the girl who had wept countless tears over him. Next was the Su Linger from 6 years ago, the girl who had the smile of an angel, the girl who cried as she told him that he must definitely come back. Xianxia softly gripped the soul crystal in his hand as he stopped shouting. The chaos had suddenly vanished from his eyes, becoming incredibly clear as his body slowly descended. After that, he began to quickly pick up speed as he plunged downwards towards the boundless abyss below him like a falling meteor. "Xianxia, I want you to promise me, when you go to the Azure Cloud continent, regardless of whether that happens sooner or later, you're not allowed to approach Cloud's End cliff ever again. Even if your strength becomes 100 times stronger than it currently is, and you grow strong enough to sweep across the entire continent and easily defeat someone like Xianxia, you must never attempt to investigate the bottom of Cloud's End cliff. I can't tell you what is hiding at the bottom of Cloud's End cliff. Its dreadfulness is far beyond what you can imagine. I understand. I won't ever go near Cloud's End cliff from now on. Even if I do end up at Cloud's End cliff due to special circumstances, I will definitely not attempt to investigate what is hidden at the bottom. This is something that I've promised you, Jasmine, so I definitely won't ever break this promise." The warning that Jasmine had issued to him in the sternest of tones echoed in his ear. The vow that he made in front of Jasmine also clearly rang in his mind as well. "Jasmine, I am sorry. I am going to break the vow I made to you back then. During my life in the Azure Cloud continent, I had thought that the most important thing in my life was vengeance. But the moment that Linger died in my arms, I suddenly felt as if my entire world had become hollow and empty, and that pain and remorse doggedly followed me for the rest of my life. I was tortured by pain and remorse every single moment I was awake. In my dreams, I dreamt countless times that all of it was a lie and that Linger was still by my side. I dreamt that I was willing to set aside everything else for her sake, to give her all of me. Moreover, those dreams and hopes have miraculously become a reality, so how can I lose her again? Linger," Xianxia softly whispered as he descended into the abyss, "even if I am buried forever with you in the death god's graveyard, I will definitely not let go of you again." Xianxia descended without any hesitation or fear. Instead, he grew faster and faster as he tightly grasped Su Linger's soul crystal in his hand. He fervently prayed in his heart for it definitely not to shatter, for it to never ever shatter. In the blank of an eye, he had already descended a full 3,000 meters, and his surroundings had become a sea of pitch-black darkness. He raised his head and discovered that he could no longer see even a hint of light in the space above him. "Linger, where are you? Where exactly are you? I know that you are definitely safe and sound. I am going to find you soon." Darkness instinctively causes fear in human beings, let alone the absolute darkness found in a deep abyss. But the speed of Xianxia's descent did not slow in the slightest. Instead, it was growing even more rapid with every passing moment. The soul crystal in his hand told him that Su Linger was definitely waiting for him in the world beneath the abyss. Previously, his tardiness had resulted in and led to a terrible result where Su Linger had chosen to jump down Cloud's End cliff. So how could he tolerate the slightest bit of hesitation and sluggishness at this moment? Whoosh! The scarlet phoenix flames ignited in Xianxia's hands, illuminating the pitch-black world of the abyss. But under the light that was radiating from the phoenix flames, he still only saw a swathe of darkness, and he saw no end to the abyss that stretched below him. Xianxia simply extinguished the ignited phoenix flames and continued his descent at full speed. In the history of the Azure Cloud continent, the countless profound practitioners who had attempted to descend Cloud's End cliff had done so in an exceedingly slow and cautious manner. Even Jasmine had remained vigilant and careful when she descended the Cloud End's cliff several months ago. So Xianxia was definitely the first person to ever crazily rush down this cliff. That was the most dreadful abyss in the entire Azure Cloud continent, or even the rest of the world. The wind whistled in his ears as the air slowly grew dark and colder. Xianxia's wildly beating heart had not regulated itself from the start to the end. He imagined that the world below the abyss was a vasty body of water, or perhaps it was a pitch-black forest. But just what would allow a person who fell down here to survive while making it hard for them to escape? So, Linger was definitely safe. As long as he fell into the world below him, he would definitely be able to find her. Jasmine had clearly told him that the world beneath Cloud's End cliff was incomparably dreadful, that it possessed a dreadfulness he would not even be to imagine. But right now, he exerted all his effort to cling onto those thoughts, used all his might to continue believing. Amidst the dark and howling wind, he continuously descended several thousand feet. At this time, he had finally begun to sense the weird aura that Jasmine had sensed at that time. This aura was darkness devil energy. Why would there be devil energy here? If it were someone else, they would only treat this as a yin aura that naturally occurred at the bottom of the deep abyss. However, Xianxia had fought Fen Jiuchen and Xuanyuan Wenshen, as well as interacted with an actual devil within the Moon Slaughter Devil Nest before. In one instant, he could tell that this aura was the same type of aura as the devil aura on the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign. However, this devilish aura was exceptionally weak, at least based on Xianxia's senses. If one was not paying attention, there was a possibility that it would not be detected. As Xianxia was feeling extremely anxious, although he wondered for a short moment, he did not take it to heart too much and continued descending at maximum speed. Usually, he was an exceptionally cautious person. When searching an extremely dangerous region, he would definitely take each step with caution. However, today, facing Azure Cloud Continent's most frightening Death God's graveyard, he had instead rushed to his death without a care. The sound of wind became ever more eerie. He had already descended for quite some time. Based on his estimate, he had already fallen for more than 30,000 kilometers, yet there were no signs of it coming to an end. His heart contracted more and more tightly. Su Linger's profound strength was only in the spirit profound realm, so there was no need to talk about flying, as even her ability to float in the air was exceptionally weak. Falling from 3 kilometers would be certain death, let alone 30 kilometers. However, the soul crystal he held in his hand remained whole and warm all the while. Both of Xianxia's hands clenched slightly tighter as he tried to rid his brain of all other useless thoughts. To him right now, just knowing that Su Linger was still alive would be sufficient. No matter what was below, no matter what happened to Su Linger this time, this lifetime, he would definitely not let go again. Not just an unknown, deep and dark abyss. Even if he knew it was hell, he would jump down without any hesitation. When he jumped down Cloud's End cliff for the first time, he had lost his consciousness in the progress while he descended. He did not know where he landed or how long he fell. Only this time did he know how frightening the deep abyss below Cloud's End cliff was. After falling for another several kilometers, he still had not reached the bottom of the abyss. However, Xianxia's body had unknowingly passed through a checkpoint at this time and entered into a different world. Instantly, Xianxia's body felt extremely cold. A strong and extremely dense cold aura started attacking from the surroundings, attacking his entire body and his profound veins. At the same time, he felt a strong attraction force coming from below. It was as though there were countless unseen hands of darkness pulling him violently. He instantly gathered his strength and tried to resist, but the strength of the pulling force was too extreme. His profound strength seemed like a speck of dust in front of this force, and he could not even gather one bit of resistance as he was violently swung downward. Bang! With a painful cry, like a stone that had been thrown with great strength, Xianxia fell headfirst and descended for some thousands of kilometers before eventually smashing heavily into an exceptionally tough object. Pain shot through his entire body, turning it numb as he collapsed down there. After some time, he finally managed to struggle and sit up. Xianxia pressed one hand onto his head while the other hand pressed onto the floor. Finally, he reacted. Below him was hard ground, which meant that this was the bottom of the abyss. The surface that the palm came in contact with was cold yet tough. The feeling it gave him was that this was even tougher than the toughest profound steel that he had ever seen within the profound sky continent. Just as Xianxia wanted to stand up, when his arm tried to support his body, he sat down heavily once again. His mouth opened widely, and he nearly had to use all of his strength before he managed to breathe once. He felt suffocated, as though an extremely heavy steel plate was compressing his chest. His brain felt dizzy, and his mind was so fuzzy that he felt as though his spirit was leaving him. The remaining clear-headedness in his brain told him that this was the devouring power which originated from a dark devil aura, devouring one's life force and soul. When he initially entered the moon's slaughter devil nest, he had already felt this type of feeling. Now his profound strength was far superior to that time, but it was several dozen times more times unbearable. Only several breaths of time, and he felt as though he had lost half his life. Because the dark devilish aura was even more dense than the frightening one at the moon's slaughter devil nest, and it was numerous times stronger. Furthermore, this type of dark devilish aura not only devoured the life force and soul, it also suppressed profound energy. If not for his evil god's profound veins that were not suppressed, he wouldn't have the chance to come up with any resistance at all. Devil energy? Why is there such a frightening devil energy? Xianxia let out a groan, but he nearly could not hear his own voice. He shook his head with strength and struggled to maintain consciousness before he wriggled himself into an upright sitting position. He quickly calmed his mind and used the great way of the Buddha. It started slowly before turning faster and faster. 54 profound entrances and all the pores in his body were opened, and strands of heaven and earth's energy entered his body like a refreshing stream, turning into his strength and life force. Above Xianxia's head, a pale golden mini-pagoda appeared hazily and began to spin slowly. In this world of darkness that was frightening beyond imagination, his life force and soul were being devoured quickly. However, at the same time, the great way of the Buddha was also swiftly replenishing his life force and soul by taking the denser than normal heaven and earth's energy from the extremely dense dark world. Gradually, as the mini golden pagoda spun noiselessly, the devouring and recovery finally reached an unique equilibrium. Just like that time within the moon's slaughter devil nest, except that it took much longer this time. Huff! Xianxia opened his eyes and let out a long breath of stale air. His gaze and consciousness finally returned to normal, but he did not feel one bit of joy within him. Instead, his heart sank even more. Darkness devil aura that was at least 10 times more dense than the moon's slaughter devil nest. This was a world so frightening that no normal person could imagine what it was like. Not just normal people, even those as strong as the little demon empress or Feng Zuer, if they were to fall into this world, they would undoubtedly lose their lives within 15 minutes. He possessed the evil god's profound veins and rage god's strength. The former resisted the suppression of profound strength, while the later maintained his vitality and soul force. That was the only reason why he could stay in this world for so long, and it was only him that could do such a thing in this world. If Su Linger were to fall into this world, even if she did not fall to her death, she would definitely not be able to survive in such a world. Being only in the spirit profound realm would be instant death in such a world. However, why? Xianxia opened his palm. The soul crystal that had been held firmly by him all this while was still shining with a faint purple glow. The soul crystal has not shattered, which meant that its owner was still alive. However, Su Linger had jumped down Cloud's End cliff before him and would have descended into the same world. With her physique and profound strength, there was no chance of her survival. Just what had happened. Could it be that this was not Su Linger's soul crystal? It couldn't. It definitely couldn't. Xianxia shook his head hard to reject the idea this was handed to him personally by Su Hengshan, and he had held it tightly with him for dozens of days when he was in jail. It could not be wrong. It definitely couldn't be. Linger must be safe. It's just that I haven't found her yet. Xianxia stood up. The The golden crow flames on his body burned strongly but barely illuminated a 15 meters radius around Xianxia in the extreme darkness. Beneath his feet, the floor was flat with an occasional bump here and there. The entire area was black and did not contain any other color. Not far away, at the sides, the mountainside along which he descended could be seen. He tilted his head and looked down, recalling the attractive force which he could not resist. His heart tightened and he jumped up with all his strength, flying into the air. He continued flying for several hundred meters, but there was still no change. However, just as he was about 3 kilometers off the ground, the extremely frightening attractive force suddenly gripped him from thin air. Xianxia was prepared and immediately opened the purgatory gate. The surge in profound energy brought his body up with full strength. However, the strength of his full power seemed like a piece of leaf within a huge wave, under the effects of the attractive force, and instantly, simply instantly, he was flung violently down to the ground just like before. Bang! With a loud noise, Xianxia was smashed to the ground and even somersaulted a few times. His entire body nearly fell apart and the flames on his body extinguished. However, the ground remained perfectly fine and there was not one bit of damage on it. HSSS? Xianxia grimaced in pain. As he looked up into the dark sky, his heart heavily sank. Now Xianxia already understood why if someone fell down Cloud's End cliff, there would be no return. It was certain death. This exceptionally frightening darkness devil aura was something that the profound practitioners of this world could not resist. Even if they were so strong that they could resist it temporarily, with such a frightening attractive force, there was essentially no escape. This also meant that anyone who came into contact with the dark world within the deep abyss would instantly be attracted in. There was no chance of any struggle, let alone escaping. This was also why Jasmine warned him to never ever try and explore the world below Cloud's End cliff. Xianxia did not attempt to challenge that frightening attractive force because no matter how hard a leaf struggled, it would never be able to overcome the huge wave. He lifted up his hand and looked sternly at the soul crystal that was shining purple. In such a world, how could Linger possibly be alive? Once she came into contact with this world, in less than a breath of time, she would be completely devoured by the darkness, leaving no trace behind. How could she still be alive? Could it be that Su Hengshan really had mixed up the soul crystals? That's not right. I cannot think this way. How could I possibly think this way? Xianxia shook his head miserably, closed his palm, and held the soul crystal tightly. I need to believe this soul crystal. I need to believe in Linger, and I need to believe in miracles. Linger, whom I have already lost once, could appear yet again in my life. What reason do I have to not believe that she could be safely alive still? With his head filled with thoughts that Su Linger must still be alive, Xianxia stood up once again and ignited his golden crow flames. He took each step slowly, searching in the darkness of this creepy world. Even after walking for some time, the scene that he saw remained the same, eerie, dark, empty, and lonely. This was simply like an empty world of death. Other than darkness and exceptionally strong devil aura, there was nothing else. Linger, Xianxia started to shout loudly, hoping for the appearance of a miracle. His shouts did not transmit too far in the deep darkness. As he carefully went forward hoping to find something, he started to focus his profound energy on shouting. Linger, it's Xianxia, where are you? I know you're here. He proceeded forward step by step and shouted continuously. In the extreme darkness of the world, the light from the flames on his body seemed exceptionally eye-catching. In the darkness, he did not know how far he had walked. He had already shouted more than 1,000 times, but each time, the reply he got was still darkness and silence. Finally, Xianxia stopped. Subconsciously, he already knew that Su Linger could not survive in this world. Within this entire plane, other than him, there was no one nor any living being that could survive in this world. However, he dared not and was unwilling to accept this cruel truth. He struggled internally to believe that this was definitely Su Linger's soul crystal, and struggled to chase after the slim chance of a miracle occurring. He looked up. All he could see was just pure darkness. His heart sank so much that he felt like his chest was exploding. His entire body shuddered as he sucked in a huge breath of air and let out a scream with all his might. The air vibrated and the shout passed through the darkness, traveling a long distance. ROARR! At this time, a long distance away, there was suddenly a dull roar. This roar came from extremely far away, possibly thousands of kilometers away. However, Xianxia's body was stunned. He temporarily lost his hearing. His chest felt as though it had been smashed by a huge hammer. His organs trembled and a mouthful of blood back flowed through his throat. This was. Xianxia retreated several steps before he managed to stabilize himself as his heart was completely shocked. This sound was obviously the cry of a beast. In this place, there were actually living profound beasts. In such a world, there were actually living profound beasts. Simply having living beings surviving here was enough to shock Xianxia, but what shocked him the most was that just the roar of a profound beast from such a distance away was enough to cause him to suffer internal injuries. It was as though a level 8 monarch had struck him on the chest while he was defenseless. What kind of frightening strength and what kind of frightening being was that? HSSS, AOOUU, ROOAR. After that terrifying roar, large numbers of roars resounded from much further away, one after another. In an instant, the previously dead, silent, dark world began to slightly tremble, and even space itself was faintly shaking. Xianxia quickly channeled his profound energy to resist, but his entire body was still numbed by the shock wave from the overbearingly horrifying roar, sending his mind into a daze. There were living creatures in this place, and not only was there more than one, they existed in large numbers. After the heaven-shaking roars, Xianxia began to feel the earth trembling. The dark, ferocious beasts far away were evidently quickly approaching, and their speed was incomparably fast. Though Xianxia really wished to personally witness just what kind of monster could actually survive in this dark world. The strength of a monster that could injure him with just the shockwave from its faraway roar was basically not something that he could retaliate against. No. It had already completely surpassed his range of knowledge and imagination by countless times. It was possible that it might not be that much weaker than Jasmine herself. With a monster like that, if he entered its attack range, he basically would not have any possibility of surviving with his strength. In the face of such a monster, he might not even be able to struggle for a mere instant. Xianxia hurriedly calmed his energy and blood. Not hesitating any further, he fled in the opposite direction at his fastest speed. The extreme mirage lightning Xianxia executed with all his might could be said to be speed at the extreme limits of this plane. However, the beast roars behind him were clearly getting closer, and their immensely loud footsteps, that were capable of moving mountains, were becoming even more startling to the ears as well. The monster behind him not only possessed power, its speed was something he had never seen before either. Just what in the world is that thing? What is going on with the world in this deep abyss? Why does such a place exist in the Azure Cloud continent? Xianxia's inner heart was filled with the same doubts as Jasmine had back then. Presently, he was beginning to understand why Jasmine had warned him with an especially stern tone to never investigate the world beneath Cloud's End cliff. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of the footsteps of the monster behind him drew closer, and finally, every step it took was as if it was stepping on his heart itself, greatly messing up the rhythm of his heartbeat, making his entire body feel incomparably uncomfortable. It was extremely rare for foreign bodies to enter the world within this deep abyss, and since Xianxia was found to be a completely foreign entity, naturally, he would attract the dark, ferocious beasts here and be wildly chased by them. The pressure coming from behind continued to grow, and accompanying it was an unprecedented sense of danger. Though Xianxia had been resisting it with all his might, streaks of blood still began to trickle down from the corner of his lips. Xianxia glanced behind him. What entered his eyes was still plain darkness, and not even the monster's huge silhouette could be seen. Xianxia forcefully wiped the corner of his lips. His complexion gradually darkened. This can't do. If this keeps up, it will be certain death. Just what should I do? Turning back was just seeking death. He would be immediately caught by moving forward, and going up was even more impossible. It seemed like he had to first leave this place immediately. No matter how, it was impossible for Linger to be in this place. Xianxia did not hesitate any further. He immediately summoned the primordial profound arc and directly jumped a vertical distance of 45 kilometers. Although he was unable to resist against the strange, attractive force of this dark world, he could still directly escape by jumping through space with the primordial profound arc. Going up a height of 45 kilometers was the distance he estimated that could allow him to return to the edge of Cloud's End cliff. The primordial profound arc appeared and then disappeared amidst the ripples in space. However, the layers of spatial ripples were a little frail, and they disappeared immediately after. The primordial profound arc's jump was complete. Xianxia left the primordial profound arc and arrived at the outside world. Then, he instantly blanked. The place he was in was still the incomparably dark world, and his surroundings were filled with an extremely dense amount of dark devil energy. Beneath his feet, it was still that incomprehensibly firm dark ground. "What's going on?" Xianxia repeatedly confirmed his surroundings. The haze in his heart instantly grew several times heavier. The approaching terrifying roars had disappeared, and his surroundings were dead silent. This proved that he had indeed left the place he was previously at, as he was completely unable to hear the roars of those dark monsters. At the very least, he had traveled several hundred or even several thousand kilometers. However, he had clearly steered the primordial profound arc to jump upwards, and it was not even a distance of 60 kilometers. However, his vertical position evidently had not undergone any change. Xianxia heavily frowned. Not giving up, he once again summoned the primordial profound arc. This time, however, the jump coordinates he directed was a vertical jump of exactly 60 kilometers. The primordial profound arc appeared and disappeared, completing its second spatial jump. Leaving the primordial profound arc, Xianxia's feet directly stepped onto the cold, hard ground, and the terrifying dark devil energy, like the breath of a fiend, blew straight towards his face. The two consecutive vertical spatial jumps both ended in failure. Furthermore, there was not a single change in his vertical position during these two times, though an uncertain degree of offset had appeared in his horizontal coordinates. Xianxia's mood quickly sank. He suddenly recalled Jasmine had once described to him the spatial laws. The spaces in different worlds and different planes were different, and like other elements, they were ranked from high to low. The realm of the spatial laws in the profound sky continent was very low, enabling one to tear through it and undergo spatial jumps rather easily. However, in a world which possessed a high realm of spatial laws, tearing space and undergoing spatial jumps were much more difficult. Jasmine had also once mentioned that the realm of power of the primordial profound arc itself was extremely high. However, with only the Jade of the Nine Suns as its sole energy source, it was basically impossible to unleash its full strength. It could make whimsical jumps in a world like the profound sky continent, but within a high-level space, the trajectory of the jump could be really easily twisted, which might even make short-distance jumps impossible. These two completely failed spatial jumps had undoubtedly proven to Xianxia that the spatial laws of this dark world were far from being comparable to the world outside. Very evidently, the jump trajectory of the primordial profound arc was being severely twisted in this world. However, if he was unable to rely on the primordial profound arc to leave this place, then, would that not mean that he had no choice but to be trapped here for all eternity? Xianxia's expression changed. He opened his hand, and on his palm was still that complete soul crystal emitting a warm purple glow. "No, I must find a way to leave this place. I have not got to see Linger, and I have yet to pull Xunyuan Wenshan down to purgatory along with me. I can die, but I can't die for naught. Though I can no longer leave by going up, there might be other exits somewhere." Xianxia knew in his heart that this possibility was basically close to non-existent. However, since he was still alive, there was no reason for him not to search and try. Presently, he was completely unaware of where he was in this dark world, and he was unable to discern the direction he was facing either. He could only randomly choose a direction and walk forward with heavy steps. Though this place was covered in absolute darkness, with Xianxia's eyesight that transcended the realm of humans, he could still caught a few blurry silhouettes in the darkness after gradually adapting to it. After walking for a good while, he ignited the golden crow flames, brightening up the surrounding space. Whoosh! Not too long after the golden crow flames started burning, a heavy breathing sound suddenly came from behind Xianxia, and after this breathing sound was a sudden explosive roar. Aow! This roar was different from the ferocious beast that was chasing after him earlier, however. It was similarly terrifying beyond compare. Xianxia's body trembled immensely. His vision instantly darkened, and he was so close to spitting out a mouthful of blood. The previously silent and dark world was suddenly enveloped by an evil air that could shroud the heavens, and the roaring, dark, ferocious beast stood up from its silence. Amidst the loud, resounding roar that could shake the sky and earth, it pounced towards Xianxia's location. Xianxia did not even think, as he fiercely raised his energy and fled forward with his fastest speed. Aow! Ow! With a devil godlike imposing aura and an extremely terrifying roar, the ferocious beast behind him seemed to have gone completely enraged, as if it wanted to annihilate Xianxia at all costs. Xianxia gnashed his teeth as he constantly looked back. Every time he looked back, he could sense that it had gotten closer to him by a certain extent. Though its speed was inferior compared to the one that had chased him previously, it was still at a level where he could not escape from it with his speed alone. Could it be that all the monsters here do not have the least bit of reason and only know how to desperately kill all outsiders? Wait a minute. Could it be the flames? To be capable of living in this dark world, the monsters within it must possess a similar attribute. Jasmine had long mentioned before that bodies which carried darkness profound energy would averse to or even hate flames. They would even be suppressed by fire profound energy to a certain degree, especially the flames of the vermilion bird, followed by the phoenix flames, and then the golden crow flames. The purer the dark profound energy, the more it was so. The dark monster behind him was suddenly alerted right after he ignited the golden crow flames as well. Realizing this point, Xianxia hurriedly extinguished the golden crow flames from his entire body, allowing the surrounding world to once again return to complete darkness. Ow! However, the roars behind him persisted, and there was not the slightest bit of slowing down or hesitation in its pursuit. The extremely terrifying sense of danger continued to approach from behind. HSS, is it already too late? Xianxia gritted his teeth in the dark. It seemed like he had to once again rely on the primordial profound arc to forcefully flee. Though the primordial profound arc was unable to bring him out of this world, at the same time the two former attempts failed, he was still brought to different places, especially the first time, where he successfully escaped from the dark monster's pursuit. Xianxia's speed slowed down slightly, and he turned his body around in the air. The flames that he had extinguished earlier once again burned. However, they were no longer the golden crow flames, but the phoenix flames. Since a dark monster like you hates and fears flames, then before escaping this place, let me give you a big present. The profound energy in Xianxia's entire body poured out, and the flaming light from his body exploded forth. A gigantic phoenix flaming lotus speedily bloomed, growing several hundred meters wide in the blink of an eye. Then, it was pushed towards his back with all his might. The gigantic flaming lotus flew out amidst a sonorous phoenix cry, and when it landed on the ground, a stream of crimson flaming light blazed through the darkness, charging straight up into the skies and reaching several hundred meters in height. It released what might be the most intense heat and light in the history of this dark world. Initially, Xianxia smashed out this flaming lotus with the pure intention of disgusting the dark monster that was relentlessly pursuing him. However, he was unaware that this action of his had ruthlessly stabbed the hornet's nest of this dark world. Ow! Scree, the previously considerably silent dark world, was suddenly blasted with countless thunderous beast roars. Some came from afar, some came from up close, and these roars evidently carried incomparably intense ferocity and anger. Boom! The earth and space wildly trembled. Those were the sounds of countless dark ferocious beasts sprinting at the same time. In the sky far away, extremely shrilling space-daring sounds could also be heard. Evidently, a large number of flying ferocious beasts were approaching with peerless speed. One dark monster was already incomparably terrifying, let alone a herd of this size. Their overlapping roars constantly shook Xianxia's body, and there were several times where he had almost collapsed. Never did he expect that a causal release of his flames had actually brought about such a terrifying situation. He no longer dared to stay any further, as he charged forward with all his might. At the same time, he quickly summoned the primordial profound arc and set his coordinates, which was still a vertical jump of 60 kilometers. Where it was going to bring him was not important, as long as it could allow him to escape from the noses of these dark monsters. The primordial profound arc appeared, and under Xianxia's will, its spatial jumping ability activated. Layers of ripples swayed in the surrounding space. However, these ripples were incomparably frail, several times weaker than the previous two times. They could not even be compared to the water ripples caused by a gentle breeze. Following after, these ripples immediately appeared, while the primordial profound arc stayed at its original position, not having moved in the slightest. Xianxia was shocked in his heart. Though there were situations in the past where he was unable to jump out of independent small worlds, there had never been a case where he could not even undergo a jump within the same world. Could it be that the spatial laws in this place were far stronger than his previous location, preventing the primordial profound arc from even undergoing a spatial jump? Not giving up, Xianxia consecutively tried several times, but the results were all the same. The primordial profound arc would only bring about frail spatial ripples and would not move in the slightest. At number $%, the roars behind him grew even closer, and the numbers were increasing as well. Xianxia's hair stood on end. He put away the primordial profound arc and once again raised his speed to the absolute limits, charging towards the darkness in front of him. Under this immense crisis, his will surpassed his concentration, and he ended up not noticing something that was obviously strange. A large number of dark, ferocious beasts were startled into moving by his flames, but the auras and roars of these ferocious beasts were all coming from the world behind him. In the direction he was fleeing to, it had been completely silent from beginning to end, as though no dark, ferocious beasts existed there. Not even a single one. Xianxia did not know the direction in which he was traveling, nor did he know what was ahead of him. The only thing he could do was fly forward with all of his strength. Death would bear down on him the moment he stopped. The oppressive might that was bearing down on him from behind was growing more and more dreadful, the sound of pursuit growing ever so closer. However, it was at this time that a penetrating cry pierced the air above him. That shrill cry directly covered the darkness monster that had started pursuing him first. A dangerous aura that was even closer and more terrifying than the previous one spread out from above, and it swiftly drew near to him using a dreadfully peerless speed. What was that? What a terrifying speed! Xianxia was greatly shocked and alarmed because the darkness monster, which was rushing in from above, was at least 2 to 3 times faster than the previous monster. If Jasmine was here, she would instantly be able to tell that this was clearly the primordial devil beast known as the Bane Glass Bird. When she had come here previously, she had also been attacked by a Bane Glass Bird. This kind of speed was undoubtedly a terrifying nightmare to Xianxia. With the Bane Glass Bird's dreadful speed, the considerable distance between the two of them had swiftly dwindled in a short period of just over 10 breaths. SCRE! The shrill cry behind him abruptly turned incredibly sharp, the sound causing Xianxia's entire body to fiercely shiver. Because judging from that sense, the darkness monster that was pursuing him from above was astonishingly only a few kilometers away from him. Furthermore, when this bird cry sounded, the dangerous aura behind him instantly turned into an aura of death which sent chills running through Xianxia's entire body. The Bane Glass Bird, who had already come within 7 kilometers of Xianxia, gathered its wings before it violently flung them out wide. In a split second, a howling darkness gale was formed, and it hurtled forward with an earth-shaking screech. Wherever this storm of darkness hit, it instantly warped the dark space, which even the primordial profound arc could not jump through, into twisting vortexes. The instant the storm of darkness arrived, Xianxia felt as if he had been thrown into an abyss of death. He was acutely aware that if he came into contact with this storm of darkness, even if it merely brushed him, he would instantly be wrung into dark powder. Xianxia's gaze grew dark and heavy as he desperately raised his speed to its very limit. Even though his speed was already peerlessly quick and fierce, the storm of death that bore on from behind grew ever closer. This would not do. If he maintained his current speed, he would definitely die. SSSSSS? Xianxia fiercely gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing with a tyrannical light. After that, he let out a low roar as he forcefully opened the rumbling heaven gate. Bang! A profound energy storm violently exploded outwards from Xianxia's body. His profound energy immediately turned scarlet red. As his profound strength explosively increased by several times, his speed also abruptly increased as he frantically tore through the darkness at a frantic rate. BHOOM, the storm of death smashed against the ground behind Xianxia, reducing the dark ground which was countless times stronger than profound steel into countless motes of dust. The intervening space immediately became riddled with holes. After that peerlessly dreadful destructive power erupted, the remaining power spread out in waves that buffeted the surrounding space that was tens of kilometers wide, before Xianxia, who had forcefully opened the rumbling heaven gate to escape certain death, even had time to catch his breath. The extremely dangerous aura hurtled in from behind once again. His pupils contracted, and he did not have enough time to even turn around, but he nearly instinctively activated the evil god barrier. Bang! Xianxia's back was buffeted by a backlash wave that had been emitted by the storm of death. It was merely a backlash wave that had yet to dissipate, and its strength could only be described as weak compared to the center of that storm. But for Xianxia, this weak backlash wave was still akin to an incredibly dreadful disaster. With an explosive ring, his evil god barrier instantly collapsed and fractured, and his entire body shot out at a speed that was even faster than his fastest speed. He flew for an entire 35 kilometers before fiercely smashing against the ground. Cough, 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 cough. Xianxia planted his palms on the ground as he gingerly lifted himself off the ground before coughing out more than 10 mouthfuls of bright red blood. After he had perfectly obtained Feng Zhuo's Phoenix Vital Yin, his strength had risen explosively, and he had reached the pinnacle of strength in this world. Besides Xianxia Wenshan, the little demon empress, and Feng Zhuo, there was no one else who could rival him. But within this dreadful dark abyss, he was like a young and tender child who had mistakenly crawled into a demon's den. He was so weak that even a touch could consign him to death. It was just a backlash wave that had been dispersed from far away, but it practically took away half his life. And this was when he had even activated the evil god barrier. Right now, Xianxia did not have time to even consider what kind of crazy place this was. He stood up and staggered forward. Forcefully opening up rumbling, Heaven had already done an enormous amount of damage to his body, and before he even had time to catch his breath, he had sustained such a dreadful amount of damage yet again. But he had to stand up, because the moment he stopped, he would die. Cough, cough, cough. Xianxia pressed a hand against his chest, and the fierce pain that he felt from his internal organs told him that most of his vital organs had ruptured. It felt exceptionally difficult to even walk, and if there was light in this place, one would be able to see a long trail of blood dripped along the ground that he had traversed. I still cannot die yet. His steps were heavy, and his wounds were so serious that he was unable to take to the air. Even his consciousness was starting to grow blurry. After he had taken more than 10 steps, he finally sensed that something was amiss, and he slowly turned around. Those terrifying bestial roars and earth-shaking footsteps that had rung out behind him had completely disappeared. The dangerous aura that had engulfed him had also completely dissipated. What was going on? Has my consciousness become muddled to such a great extent? However, all of this was not Xianxia's misperception. Tens of kilometers away, those profound beasts that had been chasing after Xianxia had completely stopped their pursuit. Even the sounds of their howls and roars had completely died down, and they did not dare to advance even a step further. It was as if the region in front of them was a forbidden ground that they absolutely could not enter. Xianxia did not know what had happened behind him. He trudged forward in the darkness, and he did not even know how long he had been walking for. At the moment when he was just about to collapse, he suddenly fell against a hard and solid wall. After he had run around in this unknown and vast world for such a long period of time, he had finally touched something other than the ground. Xianxia, who had finally found something to support him, leaned against the wall for a while as he gasped for breath. Now that he had arrived at this point, he was able to confirm one thing. His feeling that those profound beasts had abruptly stopped their pursuit was not due to his senses growing blurry. Before he could even consider the reason for this, he had to regulate his energy and blood first. So he sat down and started to treat his injuries. At this time, he suddenly saw a gleam of purple light out of the corner of his eye. Xianxia's heart was shaken, and he swiftly turned his head around as he focused his vision on that spot. He had not been mistaken. There was indeed a gleam of purple-colored light coming from a spot that was somewhere in front of him. This gleam of light was extremely faint and weak, but in this world that only contained endless darkness, the existence of this light was undoubtedly extremely unusual. Light, Xianxia subconsciously muttered to himself. Xianxia gave up on healing himself. He leaned against the wall and dragged his heavily wounded body towards the purple light, his leaden feet dragging against the ground. He was not being motivated by his curiosity. He was moving to the light because this gleam of light in this incomparably dreadful world of darkness was undoubtedly a dazzling ray of hope. As he moved forward, the purple light grew increasingly closer and increasingly brighter in his vision. Gradually, Xianxia could sense a strangely familiar feeling from this purple light. This purple light, I have definitely seen it somewhere before. What could it be? Xianxia gasped roughly as he strove to pick up speed. After he had walked a very far distance and seemed to be very near to that purple light, he abruptly reached a bend in the wall that he had been using to support himself. After he turned the corner, he stood in a complete daze for a while. What appeared in front of his eyes was a world that was filled by a bewitching purple light. There were countless stalks of fantastical flowers swaying amidst this purple light. Scores of bewitching flowers bloomed proudly upon deep purple stalks. Every single petal of these flowers seemed to be like gleaming purple jade. They released a bright purple light and a faint and indistinct dull purple fog that seemed to come from the depths of the netherworld floated around them. The purple light that filled this space had all come from these bewitching purple flowers. Within this incomparably dreadful world of darkness, Xianxia's flames could only illuminate an area that was not even 10 feet wide. But these bewitching flowers could clearly illuminate a very large area, and the light that was being radiated was incredibly clear. It seemed to be near at hand, and it was not dimmed by the darkness at all. Xianxia dumbly stood in place, and it seemed as if his entire body had been petrified. These bewitching purple flowers were clearly netherworld Yudambara flowers. Before this, he and Jasmine had spent an entire 7 years just to find the traces of the netherworld Yudambara flower in the moon's slaughter devil nest. Jasmine had also said that it was likely that the flower they had found in the moon's slaughter devil nest was the only one that could be found on this plane. However, right now, tens of thousands of netherworld Yudambara flowers swayed before him in full bloom, forming a gigantic sea of netherworld Yudambara flowers. It was as if he had been thrust from a dark world of death into a purple-colored netherworld dimension. However, the netherworld Yudambara flower was not only incomparably bewitching. Its most unique trait, which was also its most dreadful trait, was its ability to steal one's soul. Even though Xianxia was still rather far away from this sea of flowers, he was heavily injured and was being bathed by the purple light that radiated from tens of thousands of netherworld Yudambara flowers. So in a short amount of time, the vision of those eyes which stared at the sea of netherworld Yudambara flowers grew increasingly blurry as his pupils swiftly expanded without him noticing. Xianxia rapidly tried to raise his guard, but it was already too late. He wanted to retreat, but he could barely even feel the existence of his body, and his vision and consciousness very swiftly grew blurry. When he had gone to the moon's slaughter devil nest, Xianxia had personally experienced the dreadfulness of the netherworld Yudambara flower, and he was even more acutely aware that the dreadful result of having one's soul stolen was no different from death. He fiercely bit down on the tip of his tongue as he regained some clarity of mind, but his body, which had slipped out of his control, swiftly sank to the ground. This could not happen. He definitely could not faint here. Xianxia fiercely gritted his teeth, but his wounds were too severe, and his complexion was exceptionally pale. At this moment, he suddenly saw a silver-colored figure slowly drift out of the sea of purple flowers through his blurry eyes. Xianxia's body had completely collapsed to the ground. He desperately tried to widen his eyes and look towards that silver-colored figure. It seemed to be the figure of a human, and it was very tiny and delicate. It was just as small as Hunger. The silver that gleamed in his eyes came from the light that gleamed on her long hair, and her body was covered by a layer of lustrous white light. She slowly floated over, her feet not touching the ground, but her silver-colored hair was long enough to reach the ground. His consciousness grew more and more blurry, and his blurred vision could no longer clearly distinguish outlines or colors. Xianxia's eyes closed many times, but he forcefully opened them each and every time. And every time he regained his vision, he discovered that the figure that floated over from the sea of flowers had grown closer by several degrees. After he barely managed to open his eyes for the last time, he saw an unfathomably beautiful pair of eyes that was right in front of him. A pair of eyes that seemed to glitter with all the colors of the rainbow. "Who are you?" Xianxia let out an extremely weak and faint voice as his vision turned white before everything turned black and his consciousness completely faded away. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Xianxia gradually regained his consciousness. His surroundings were a completely white world where he could not see anything nor feel his own presence. Where is this place? Am I still alive, big brother Xianxia? Within the pale white world, the soft calls of a girl could be heard. This voice caused Xianxia's consciousness to throb intensely as he let out a panicky shout. "Linger! Linger, is that you? Where are you?" He searched diligently, looking all around, and yet he could not find Linger's figure at all. There was only her dreamlike voice that rung quietly beside his ear. "Big brother Xianxia, all these years I kept waiting for you. Even though they said that you wouldn't return, I believed that big brother Xianxia wouldn't lie to me. I'm already 16. But where are you, big brother Xianxia? Why didn't I manage to wait for you? Will I really never get to see big brother Yun again?" Her soft muttering was still filled with deep longing and sadness. "Linger, I'm already here. I'm sure you're safe and sound and must still be waiting for me. Where are you? Quick, tell me where you are." Qi shouted with all his might as he desperately searched for Su Linger's figure in the completely white world. Finally, in front of him, a moon-white silhouette of a fairy gradually appeared. Looking at that figure in front of him, Qi muttered in shock, "Qing, Yue?" Xia Qingyu, who appeared before him, was still beautiful and flawless. However, her temperament was far too different from the Xia Qingyu in his heart. She was his legitimate wedded wife, but now when she appeared before him, he felt ashamed as though he was admiring a fairy that was on the moon. "Qi," Xia Qingyu muttered softly, "I found what I've always desired, but why is everything different from what I imagined? What I've always pursued and wished for have all deviated from my prediction. Instead, I was trapped in a cage that seemed to be beautiful. Qi, was I wrong? What should I do?" Xia Qingyu continued muttering words that Qi could not understand, and her silhouette became more and more hazy. Just as Qi subconsciously stretched out his hand and tried to touch it, he suddenly saw that at the end of the pale white world, the shadow of someone else wearing a fluttering snow robe appeared. Little fairy," Qi muttered with a trembling voice. "Qi," Chu Yuechen's back was facing him, and her ice-cold voice was warm and gentle. "Our daughter is already 6. She's like you and like me, cuter than any single star in the vast night sky. However, she has never been able to see her father." Bang, the pale white world suddenly collapsed and disappeared. "Little fairy," Qi cried hurriedly as he sat up furiously. It was a dream. He had experienced a weird dream like this before. That time, it was due to the netherworld Yudambara flower's soul search. "Wait, I'm currently at..." The pain that spread throughout his body caused him to regain his consciousness swiftly. Qi opened his eyes swiftly. Before him was the same world as the one before his lost consciousness. The dark world was filled with a demonic purplish glow. He immediately realized the origin of the purple glow and swiftly lowered his head yet again. "Previously, an incomplete netherworld Yudambara flower almost took my life. But why is it that even though there were millions of flowers here, even though I am severely injured, I could still regain consciousness? Furthermore, the injuries had actually recovered by more than half with my body's natural healing rate. Could I have been unconscious for several days already?" Although Qi did not look at the netherworld Yudambara flowers with his eyes, his entire body was still being basked in the purple light. What Qi did not understand was that the feeling of soul search was exceptionally weak. "What's wrong?" Qi tried lifting up his head, looking in the direction of the sea of netherworld Yudambara flowers, and his expression instantly became stunned. The massive sea of flowers filled his eyes, and he could not see the end of it. However, at this time, all the petals of the purple devilish flowers were closed, and it turned into its budding state. Although the purple light was still bright, the power of the soul search had been weakened by several dozen times. At the same time, what was different from the other netherworld Yudambara flower that Qi saw that time was that in such a massive sea of netherworld Yudambara flowers, there was not a hint of the ghostly crying noise. They swayed silently within the purple light as though they were afraid of disturbing something present. "What's wrong? How long have I been unconscious? Why did I manage to wake up? Why are there such weird changes to the netherworld Yudambara flowers? SSSSS, that figure." Qi suddenly remembered that before he lost consciousness, he vaguely saw that figure walking out from the sea of netherworld Yudambara flowers. Qi finally detected something at this time and turned around swiftly. His gaze suddenly met with a pair of eyes that were emitting an enchanting glow. Qi was stunned. On his right, barely 2 steps away, there was a petite little girl silently floating there. Her galactic bright silver hair clung to her delicate body and hung all the way down. A long section of it dragged on the ice-cold floor. The hair in front of her forehead danced even though there was no wind, complementing her white jade-like tender looks. Her body was covered with a white glow, and beneath the glow, it seemed as though she was not wearing any garments. Her delicate white legs, however, were not covered by the white glow and were completely exposed. Her tender feet that resembled ice lotuses hung in the air, and each snow-white toe of hers glistened, as though she were carved from jade. Other than her long silver hair, her entire person seemed like a jade doll, flawlessly carved from white jade. But the strangest thing was her eyes. Those were a pair of enchanting eyes that Qi had never seen before. The top half of her right eye was pale yellow in color, while the bottom half gradually turned a faint green. As for her left eye, the top half was a pale blue color, while the bottom half gradually became deep purple. A pair of eyes, giving off the glows of 4 different colors. the colorful glow that he had managed to capture before his sleep had not been an illusion. Xianxia had seen numerous abnormally colored eyes before when he was practicing medicine with his master in the Azure Cloud continent. In medical terms, abnormal colored eyes were being labeled iris heterochromia. However, he had never seen or heard of someone who actually possessed 4 different eye colors. Xianxia looked at the young girl in shock while the girl looked back at him quietly. Her entire person was quiet. She made no sound and had no expression. There wasn't even any aura coming off from her. If Xianxia closed his eyes now, he would not be able to detect her presence at all. Beneath the deep abyss in the world of darkness, the sea of netherworld Udambara flowers, 4 colored eyes. This girl who was in front of Xianxia right now was giving off a deep, deep feeling of mystery and illusory, no magical color. "You are?" Xianxia finally used an exceptionally gentle tone and asked, but just as he opened his mouth, his voice was suddenly stuck and he became stunned once again. After that, he could not control himself and uttered, "Hunger." Mysterious young girl. Xianxia realized in surprise that other than the color of her hair and eyes, the face, facial features, and even the figure of the mysterious girl before him were exactly the same as Hunger. "It's only a coincidence," Xianxia immediately said to himself. After all, similar appearances were a common thing, though she was overbearingly similar to Hunger. Furthermore, their demeanors were completely different. Hunger was full of expression and loved to cry, laugh, and make noise. There was nearly never a time when she was silent. Even in her sleep, she would say all sorts of weird things. However, the girl in front of him was too silent, and it seemed as though she did not possess any emotions. Although the girl gave off intense feelings of mystery and magic, at least Xianxia could not detect any sense of danger from her. Who are you?" Xianxia looked at her and quietly asked. "Was it you that saved me?" The young girl's lips separated slightly before gently closing yet again. Then they separated and closed yet again. She seemed as though she was trying to say something but could not make any noise. "You can't speak?" Xianxia asked probingly. The girl looked quietly at him and lightly nodded her head. "Then you understand what I'm saying?" Xianxia asked again. The girl nodded once again. The 4-colored glow in her eyes was firmly fixed on Xianxia's face. One of Xianxia's more exceptional abilities was that he could decipher a person's intention from the look in their eyes. However, within the girl's colorful gaze, there were many things, but Xianxia could not understand any of them. Xianxia stood up from the ground. The girl could understand what he was saying, but could not speak. This meant that he would not be able to ask her where this place was and who she was. But at least she had no ill intentions towards him and did not seem to reject him. To Xianxia, this was already an exceptionally bright light in a world of darkness. That he could wake up in front of the massive sea of netherworld Udambara flowers, this mysterious girl must be the only reason. Surviving in this dark and deep abyss, this girl who was floating among the sea of netherworld Udambara flowers, just what kind of an existence was she? Was she a person, or, looking at the sea of netherworld Udambara flowers in the distance, he suddenly had a weird thought in his heart and directly blurted, "Those purple flowers, was it you that closed them?" The girl nodded slightly. Her gaze still remained fixed on him and had not left him from the start. Xianxia was stunned, and after some hesitation, he asked rather boldly, "Since you can control those purple flowers, then, could you give one of them to me? I really need it. Just one is fine. Can you?" He did not forget that currently, whatever was supporting Jasmine's soul was only residual netherworld powers, and it could last for at most 20 to 30 years. If she wanted her soul and body to fuse perfectly, she needed a complete netherworld Udambara flower. The young girl completely understood his words. She turned her body and stretched out her small hands, gently pointing towards the sea of netherworld Udambara flowers. Instantly, in the front of the sea of flowers, a completely closed netherworld Udambara flower blossomed beautifully, giving off even more dreamlike purple glow. And immediately, all the petals along with the flower completely broke off from its stem. Then, while being engulfed by an eerie light, they flew towards the young girl. Xianxia looked at this sight with a dumbfounded expression. Even though the complete netherworld Udambara flower was just a small distance away, it was being engulfed within a mysterious and eerie light, and its soul-searching powers could not be felt at all. The girl held up the flower that seemed huge to her and brought it in front of Xianxia. The 4 colors of her eyes remained beautiful and flawless. The shock and throbbing in Xianxia's heart was so strong that it could not increase any further. He carefully stretched out his hand and said with gratitude, "Thank you. Not only have you saved me, you have given me such a precious present." With both hands, he received the complete netherworld Yudambara flower, and while receiving it, he touched the young girl's hands, but he did not feel any warmth nor was there any feeling of contact. His eyes subconsciously shifted downward, and he clearly saw his finger passing through her small hand. "This is your soul body?" Xianxia asked in shock. The young girl looked at him silently, and after some time, she finally nodded lightly. Xianxia was shocked yet again. The young girl in front of him was actually the same as Jasmine, who had just lost her body. It was just her soul body. What made him even more shocked was that Jasmine has once told him before, the devouring powers of high levels of darkness energy was exceptionally frightening to the soul body, and it was nearly irrecoverable. Even someone as strong as Jasmine did not dare to appear within the moon slaughter devil nest with her soul body. However, this girl who was similarly in her soul body was existing in this dark world, where the dark devilish aura was many times stronger than within the moon slaughter devil nest. And from what it felt like, it seemed as though she had already been here for an exceptionally long time. Xianxia opened his mouth, but for a long moment, he didn't know what to say. The mysterious feeling she gave off was much stronger than when he met Jasmine in the past, as well as when he encountered a genuine primordial devil within Moon Slaughter Devil Nest. The four-colored glow coming from the girl's eyes was mysterious yet quiet as she continued to look at Xianxia. There wasn't a glint of curiosity, and no matter how hard Xianxia tried, he could not decipher what hid behind that glow. "Have you been here for a long time?" Xianxia asked. Just like before, the girl just nodded slightly. As for how long was, perhaps even the girl herself did not know. "Then Xianxia hesitated for quite a while before finally asking the question he cared about the most. "Do you know how to leave this place?" The girl's lips parted a tiny bit, but she didn't nod or shake her head. In the end, the shine in her eyes changed slightly. She did not shake her head. Could it be that she knew? However, the girl didn't know how to speak. Therefore, even if she did know, she had no way to tell him. This girl was simply too mysterious. Although Xianxia really wanted to know who she was and why she was there was no doubt that the most important thing to him was leaving this place. Xianxia quietly took out the soul crystal. Although he did not know how long he had been unconscious, the soul crystal was still intact, and its glow hadn't diminished at all. He firmly believed that it wasn't possible for Su Linger to be here. However, he was also more willing to believe that the soul crystal definitely belonged to Su Linger. This crystal had been given to Xianxia by Su Hengshan, who was already determined to die, which meant that he had entrusted Su Linger's life and future to him. How could he possibly be wrong? Intense pain constantly spread through every part of his body. Xianxia was eventually able to bear it after standing for some time. He put away the netherworld Yudambara flower that the girl gave to him and softly said, "Before anything else, I need a while to treat my wounds. I'll talk to you afterwards, okay?" The girl did not react and instead continued to silently watch him. Her silence was like that of being under a starry night sky. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and swiftly calmed himself as he concentrated on recuperating. In the past, whenever he treated his injuries, he would devote 30% of his senses to in case danger were afoot no matter how safe the location was. Here, however, he concentrated entirely on healing and left no defenses. Although this girl was so mysterious that she could have been a dream, Xianxia was absolutely certain of one thing, that she wouldn't harm him. On the contrary, she gave him a mysterious sense of security. She had helped him gather the netherworld Yudambara flower, and she was definitely the reason why the dark beasts didn't dare to enter this area. Xianxia stabilized his aura, his profound energy and the rage god's strength channeled together. After his breathing became consistent and light, his entire body quickly entered a state of trance. His profound energy and the rage god's strength operated even faster, quickly healing the injuries on his body. The girl didn't disturb him, and from start to finish, she just stayed there levitating like a carved silver doll. Her eyes didn't leave him either, and her gaze gradually became calm. She looked at the small golden pagoda above his head and the color that started returning to his pale face. A long time passed in silence, and the girl's stance and gaze did not shift in the slightest. Eventually, once Xianxia's internal injuries had recovered more than halfway, his profound aura began to radiate from him even more. It gradually grew into a strong, quickly spinning profound aura spiral that surrounded Xianxia's entire body. The second that this profound aura spiral that was used to treat external injuries appeared around Xianxia's body, the colorful glow in the girl's eyes began trembled, and continued to do so for quite a while. It was as though she had seen something of utmost importance. It was a field of purple silence. The flow of time almost couldn't be felt. After what seemed like forever, the aura on Xianxia's body started to relax. His internal injuries had already completely healed, and his external injuries were mostly recovered as well. Given a few more days, they would be entirely healed. Xianxia exhaled softly, opened his eyes, and immediately he saw the petite figure of the girl beside him. He smiled at her and moved to stand up, but suddenly felt that his heart was beating furiously. Xianxia was stunned, and the expression on his face changed completely. This was, could it be, an eerie bone-piercing feeling spread from the depths of Xianxia's profound veins. Immense pain flooded his body like a plague. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and his body, which he'd just treated, fell to the ground yet again, his palm pressed tightly against his chest. A weak black aura gradually appeared from where Xianxia's palm was pressing against his chest and started getting thicker. Soon enough, Xianxia's body and face were shrouded by an increasingly dense black aura. Xianxia's entire body spasmed and his face twisted with pain. His entire body broke out in a cold sweat. The Devil Origin Orb. Why was this happening? Why so soon? The Devil Origin Orb had just been sealed by the Golden Crow Divine Spirit. Even though it would undoubtedly relapse eventually, it should have remained sealed for another month or two. Why was it happening now? In the midst of his pain, Xianxia's pupils grew significantly larger, in sudden realization. Could this deep dark abyss be the reason why his Devil Origin Orb was relapsing prematurely? This was a world that was filled with dark devil energy. Furthermore, that energy was frighteningly dense. It was highly likely that staying in such an environment had spurred the recovery and growth of the Devil Origin Orb. Ugh, ah, Xianxia cried out in pain. Not only had the Devil Origin Orb unexpectedly broken from its seal, it was relapsing with a strength that was far greater than last time. In a few breaths of time, the darkness profound aura that came from the Devil Origin Orb had easily broken his profound energy defenses apart. It surged through his entire body, attacking every part of it as though he had been sent to hell. Xianxia almost didn't have time to struggle, and his entire body was immersed in the deep darkness abyss. His profound aura was quickly and completely dispersed under the influence of the dark devilish aura. He could not even stand up, let alone muster up any defense. Looks like, I really won't make it this time. Xianxia had a grim expression on his face. His vision slowly grew blurry due to the increasingly dense dark aura. He gave up his struggle, lacking the consciousness to do so. He quickly lost his grip on his senses, and the only thing he had that he could focus on was to try and forcefully stay conscious. I originally thought that I'd prepared how I was going to die. I didn't expect that I would die in a place like this. I didn't even have time to say goodbye to father, mother, Zuer, and the rest. I didn't get the chance to see Linger again. I feel so unsatisfied, but it's not that bad. I can finally see little Fairy sooner. The relapse of the Devil Origin Orb was so sudden and far more intense than before. No one could help him this time. Even if the Golden Crow Divine Spirit were present, she still wouldn't be able to help him reseal it. The black aura that shrouded Xianxia became thicker and thicker, swiftly devouring Xianxia's body as well as his life force. Xianxia gave up on struggling and just stared blankly at whatever he could still see. He could barely see the girl in front of him approaching, lifting up her small hands and quietly manipulating a small orb of black light. That orb of light was so pitch black that it defied common sense. It looked as if it were the black hole that legends told of, the one that appeared at the center of the universe. Xianxia's vision and consciousness had already become hazy, but that shine of that orb of black light seemed to be exceptionally clear in the core of his soul. Looking at this orb of black light, Xianxia's body, which was already immersed in darkness, started to ferociously throb all of a sudden. This throbbing came from the depths of his profound veins, and his profound veins, which were originally enveloped in the dark aura, started to flash with a scarlet, blue, and purple profound glow. It seemed to gradually oppose the darkness and become stronger and stronger. This feeling, could it be? The girl's figure eventually stooped down to Xianxia, and she shifted the orb of black light in her hand so that it was next to his mouth. Her small hands then flipped upside down, and under the influence of a gentle force, the orb flew into his mouth and ended up inside of his body. Boom! The exceptionally dense dark aura that surrounded and permeated Xianxia's body suddenly surged. All of the darkness profound aura resembled a fierce beast that had just been rudely awakened, and was now angrily screaming as it circulated through his body. Boom! A noise that seemed as though it had come from the depths of hell rang out, and the black aura on Xianxia's body exploded, completely dispersing. Only a flawless black light remained. This black light attached itself to the surface of Xianxia's body, and even his eyes shone with it. All the pain in Xianxia's body disappeared, and he swiftly regained consciousness. In the depths of his profound veins, the devil origin orb that was embedded there was still releasing a strong black light and an aura of darkness. It had initially been like a frightening foreign object to Xianxia, the source of his terrifying doom. Now, however, not only did Xianxia clearly feel its presence, it no longer felt foreign to him at all. He could even clearly sense that it was just another part of his body, closely interconnected to it, his profound veins and his soul. It had become peculiarly gentle, and he could control freely. It was just like how he could control his own limbs. Even the darkness aura that had previously almost destroyed him was completely fused with his profound aura and circulated as he wanted. This is what happened. Just what in the world happened? The enormous changes that occurred in his body had been completed in just a few breaths of time. It happened so fast that Xianxia had been unable to react or even think about it. However, the bizarre changes did not stop there. They had only just begun. Boom, boom, boom. The black light that had entered Xianxia's profound veins all started to shatter, and the darkness had, beyond all comprehension, fractured into countless slivers of darkness. When each one came into contact with his profound veins, they immediately fused with it like mercury touching the ground. Not one bit had been lost. It was as though they were one entity to begin with. At the same time, after every sliver of darkness fused with Xianxia's profound veins, massive tidal waves of energy surged within those very profound veins. This energy was foreign, yet unbelievably strong. Xianxia opened his eyes, but his expression was one of complete astonishment. He had clearly felt the orb of black light fuse with his profound veins, and was definitely experiencing his own profound strength increase at an alarming rate. 7th level of the Tyrant Profound Realm, 8th level of the Tyrant Profound Realm, 9th level of the Tyrant Profound Realm, 10th level of the Tyrant Profound Realm. Bang! Following the strange noise that resounded within Xianxia's soul, the bottleneck that numerous overlords spent their entire lives trying to break through was shattered in one push. The profound aura within Xianxia's body subsided, and his profound veins became silent. A dense, profound aura began to calmly circulate within them as though they were layers of nebula. On this plane of existence, this was the strongest of profound auras. The first level of the Sovereign Profound Realm, the orb of black light that came from the girl, finally finished fusing with Xianxia's profound veins. All the weird changes stopped, and Xianxia's entire body became calm. He inspected his own profound veins. The profound veins that had originally been scarlet, blue, and purple now had an additional region within them that was black. The black region was at the center of the profound veins and nearly took up half of the space within them. In the space around the black region, the three colors of scarlet, blue, and purple coexisted, as though they were stars surrounded the moon that was the black region. At the core of the black region was the devil origin orb that had become unusually tranquil. Xianxia didn't know when he stood up, but his entire person was in a state of shock. He was unable to focus for quite some time. With her colorful eyes, the girl silently watched him. Ever since he had appeared, her gaze had not left him. It was not the gaze of a person that seemed to be observing a stranger. It was a gaze that seemed as though the girl was looking at someone that meant the entire world to her. Xianxia dazedly raised his arm and silently observed that layer of pure black light. His will shifted slightly, and in an instant, all of the black light that was flowing over his body disappeared without a trace. He concentrated his will slightly, and a tiny, profound energy vortex started to quietly circulate in the palm of his hand. With a twitch of his lips, Xianxia's will changed yet again. Instantly, the colorless, profound energy vortex turned into a pitch-black vortex of energy which violently rotated on his palm. Darkness, profound energy, which also meant that it was devil energy. This was the dark devil energy that both Fen Juchen and Xuanyuan Wenchen possessed. As the darkness profound energy revolved, Xianxia immediately felt an irascible violence swell up in his heart and soul. Even though it was not intense, and it should not be hard for him to control it, it left a clear and indelible mark on his emotional state. Jasmine had said before that darkness profound energy was a form of negative profound energy. It would agitate its users' negative emotions and state of mind, and it could even warp one's personality. Moreover, all of these side effects had been clearly seen from Fen Juchen and Xianxia Wenshan. However, right now, this kind of power had actually appeared within his body. The icy cold, sinister feeling that had emanated from his surroundings had disappeared completely as well. This originally incomparably dreadful dark abyss now gave him an incredibly cozy feeling. It was as if his entire body was happily relaxing in a hot spring. He raised his head, and his vision directly pierced through the layers of darkness. Right now his vision could perceive the tiniest grain of sand with perfect clarity. The darkness not only did not seal away his vision, it had actually become another kind of light for him. Yunqi, he had originally stepped into an abyss of death, but in the blink of an eye, he had not only escaped this death, but his profound strength had also grown explosively, and even the devil origin orb had become a source of power for him. His profound veins and body had also undergone enormous bizarre changes. All of these changes stemmed from the young girl feeding that black-colored ball of light to him. The moment the orb of black light had entered his body, it had caused his profound veins to throb. This, coupled with the huge change to his profound veins, clearly told him that this orb of black light was clearly one of the evil god's seeds, an evil god's seed of the darkness element. But when Jasmine had previously told him about the evil god's seeds, she had told him that there existed a total of 5 evil god's seeds in the universe, and their powers were divided into fire, water, lightning, wind, and earth respectively. She had never once mentioned a darkness element evil god's seed before. Furthermore, during the primordial era, darkness profound energy was a power that belonged to the devil gods, and it directly went against the divine power that the gods used. It had been a negative profound energy that had opposed the gods. As a primordial true god situated in the highest tiers of power among the gods during the primordial era, why did the evil god possess darkness profound energy? What was even more bizarre was the fact that the power contained within this evil god's darkness seed far surpassed the power that had been contained within the evil god's fire, water, and lightning seeds. When Yunqi had obtained those 3 evil god seeds, the change in his profound veins had only been accompanied by a small rise in profound strength. However, when this darkness seed had fused with his profound veins, it caused his profound strength to rise explosively. Coupled with the power that had come from the devil origin orb, it directly caused him to break through the limits of the tyrant profound realm and allowed him to step into the sovereign profound realm in a miraculous fashion. The amount of energy space it had occupied in the evil god's profound veins was far greater than what the other 3 kinds of power had occupied. It felt as if it was darkness profound energy that was the evil god's primary power. When this thought flashed across Yunqi's mind, it frightened him greatly. He hurriedly denied this possibility. It definitely was not possible. The evil god was a god, and he was divine being that resided in the highest echelons of power during the primordial era. A divine being who was respected and admired by all the gods. So how could darkness profound energy be his primary power? Would that not make him a devil god instead? But now that he had suddenly attained the ability to control darkness profound energy, wasn't the current him just like Fen Juchen and Xianxia Wenshan? Hadn't he fallen to the way of the devils? He had been reborn after escaping calamity, and his power had exploded as well. So this was undoubtedly a fantastically joyous surprise. At the same time, the darkness energy that was now produced by his profound veins caused him to be dazed and at a loss for a long period of time. However, this state did not continue forever. Yunqi dispelled the black-colored profound energy in his hand as his eyes started to focus. Clearly, it was this power that had saved my life and helped me to escape the nightmarish grasp of the devil origin orb. So what do I have to worry about? Not only do I not need to die, but my current strength. Yunqi raised his head to look towards the sky. If I can get out of this place, it should be completely sufficient to take down Xianxia Wenshan. Yunqi had recovered from his stupor, and he looked at the girl with rainbow eyes who had been constantly by his side. She had actually had the darkness element evil god's seed in her possession, and the existence of the evil god's darkness seed was something that even Jasmine had not been aware of. Moreover, she was also the one who had proactively merged the darkness seed into his body. When he had been approaching death after the devil origin orb, inside his body had flared up. She knew that the evil god's darkness seed could save his life. Or could it be that she was aware of the existence of the evil god's profound veins within his body? This bizarre girl whom he had a chance encounter within this dark abyss. Just who was she? Thank you for saving me. There were countless questions he wanted to ask in his head, but now that he faced the girl who had saved him 2 times consecutively after they had just met, he could not bring himself to pursue those questions in an overly hasty and unseemly manner. The girl remained as she had been in every previous instance as she continued to silently stare at him. Did you perhaps recognize the power inside of my body? Xianxia asked, using the warmest tone and words possible. The young girl did not respond. She suddenly floated forward and arrived in front of Xianxia, extending a hand that glowed with the white luster of a diamond as she slowly approached Xianxia's left hand. He did not feel the sensation of being touched as the girl's fingers directly passed through his palm. Just as Xianxia was about to ask, he suddenly discovered the back of his hand was glowing with a vermilion light, the mark of the heaven-smiting devil slayer sword. He had not summoned it, but it actually started to flicker all by itself. Following that, a red light flashed as Hunger appeared in front of him. Xianxia, moi. Hunger let out a long yawn before asking in an extremely lovable voice, Master, why'd you suddenly disturb my sleep again? Are we gonna fight again? Oh, ah. Hunger discovered the existence of the girl with rainbow eyes, and she started to size her up with a look of curiosity on her face. At the same time, Xianxia had been stunned silly. He was very sure that he had definitely not been the one to summon Hunger. The sudden flickering of the heaven-smiting sword's mark and the sudden appearance of Hunger. All of this had happened because the girl had touched his left hand. This sort of thing had never happened before. Even when it was Jasmine, who had not only shared a body and lifeline with him, but was also millions of times more powerful than him, even she could not go against his will and forcefully summon out Hunger. Ah, the girl with rainbow eyes looked at Hunger while Hunger also looked at her. Hunger's mouth was half open and her ruby eyes were stunned. It was as if she had suddenly frozen in place. One girl had long and gorgeous vermilion hair. The other had long hair that sparkled with the light of stars. One pair of eyes were vermilion red. The other pair of eyes were a fantastical 4 colors. The 2 girls stared intently at one another, not moving an inch. It was as if the other person's eyes had suddenly stolen away their souls. Xianxia stared at the both of them in amazement. The strange atmosphere that had abruptly formed between the 2 of them rendered him utterly silent for the moment. The girl with rainbow eyes had always been as mysterious as the starry sky and as quiet as a dark night. But he understood Hunger better than anybody else. As long as you summoned her, there would definitely not even be a moment of peace. It was even less plausible that she would quietly stare at someone for such a long period of time. As the 2 girls looked at each other in dazed silence, they extended their hands at nearly exactly the same time and touched each other. The girl's hand lightly caressed Hunger's face, while Hunger's hand touched the girl's face at the same time. At this time, Xianxia's eyeballs nearly jumped out of their sockets, because he had clearly seen the part where each girl had touched the other's delicate face being pushed in slightly. Hunger could touch her, but she was clearly a soul body. He could previously only treat her as an illusionary existence, but Hunger could actually touch her. Xianxia immediately thought of Jasmine. Only he could touch Jasmine's soul body, but that was because Jasmine and him had shared a body, and a life in order to prevent Jasmine's soul body from dissipating. Then Hunger and this girl, besides the color of their hair and their eyes, they looked exactly the same. Could it be? No, it could not be such a coincidence. They did really share some mysterious connection. NGH, sniff, sniff. Hunger's lips suddenly started to pout, and her shoulders started to heave as she let out a sob. Xianxia stared at her dazedly, but he discovered that Hunger's vermilion eyes were shining with tears. After that, those tears started to drip down with pattering sound. Xianxia, ooh, ooh, u-u-w-a, ch-ch-ch. Hunger suddenly rushed into Xianxia's body as she hugged him and bawled her eyes out. Her tears flowed out like a burst dam as they quickly soaked his outer shirt. Xianxia was greatly shocked as he panikedly asked, Hunger, what happened to you? I don't know, Hunger shouted as she bawled her eyes out. I suddenly became really sad and I suddenly felt like crying, ooh. Ooh, I'm so sad. My entire body feels so sad. Have I become broken? Ooh, you are. Hunger was weeping up a storm. Xianxia raised his head to look at the girl with colorful eyes, only to discover that the 2 long trails of tears slowly flowing down her face were the color of white jade. The girl stretched out her hand towards Xianxia's left hand once again. The moment she came into contact with his hand, the vermilion-colored sword mark appeared yet again, and the weeping hunger transformed into a beam of red light before returning to the sky-poisoned pearl. She had not only bypassed his will to summon out hunger, she could actually send her back as well. She did not want to see hunger cry. "You recognize her? You've seen hunger before?" Xianxia was unable to stop himself from hurriedly asking that question. Hunger's bizarre behavior, the two of them sharing the same appearance, and the two of them weeping tears at the same time. All of these undoubtedly proved that there was definitely some sort of relationship between her and hunger, and it definitely was no ordinary relationship at that. Hunger had come from the primordial era. So this girl who clearly recognized hunger, could it be that she had existed from the primordial era until today? But Xianxia did not expect this girl to actually slowly shake her head. "Xianxia." She shook her head. "Then do you know who she is?" Xianxia asked again. The girl continued to shake her head mutely. "Xianxia, she has never seen hunger before. And she also does not know who hunger is." Then why did she? After recalling hunger's reaction, it was clear that she had never seen this girl before either. Then the entire sequence of events where the girl summoned hunger, which led to hunger bawling her eyes out after she saw her, and the two of them shedding tears when they looked at each other. Could it have been an instinctual reaction that came from their bodies or souls? And if they did not have an extremely special connection, why did such an instinctual reaction occur? Xianxia, who was currently filled with extreme suspicion, caused his consciousness to sink into the sky-poisoned pearl. He saw hunger sitting down with her legs curled up to her body, her tiny hand vigorously rubbing away the tears in her eyes. Even though she was no longer sobbing, she had wept until her eyes and her nose had turned red. "Hunger?" Xianxia asked as he moved forward. "What exactly happened just now? The girl that you just saw, have you seen her before?" "Of course I haven't." Hunger stuck out her tiny reddened nose. "I already said that I can't remember anything from my past, so how could it be possible that I've seen her before? Master is really stupid." "Then why did you suddenly start crying buckets?" "I already said that I don't know, all right." Hunger pouted as she shook her head. "I just suddenly felt really sad and felt like crying." However, Hunger's lips suddenly curved into a bow as a sweet and happy smile appeared on her face. "After I finished crying, I feel really good. It's true. Master, why don't you cry once for me to see?" Xianxia retreated in defeat. Countless enigmas nagged at Xianxia's mind. The darkness seed that had fused with his profound veins had proven that the ancient evil god did not only have perfect control over the 5 elemental profound energies of water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth. He also clearly possessed darkness profound energy. As a god belonging to the god race, he would definitely not have allowed the other gods to know that he possessed the darkness element when he was still alive in the primordial era. Because the gods did not tolerate any negative profound energy, and none of the legends that he had heard from Jasmine regarding the evil god had mentioned him possessing darkness profound energy. Even the ancient memories of the evil god that Jasmine had obtained from the evil god's blood had only told her that there were 5 seeds of power that comprised of the 5 elements. Clearly, the evil god had probably never exposed his darkness profound energy during the primordial era. Furthermore, he had buried this information exceptionally well. At the same time, one could clearly tell from the legacy and memories that he had left behind that the evil god did not want the future generations to know of his secret. Then how did this darkness seed end up in that girl's possession? And this mysterious, terrifying, and extremely bizarre world of darkness, could it also be something that the evil god left behind? Why did he want to leave behind such a world of darkness? Why was this girl in a place like this? What connection did she have with the primordial evil god? And what kind of connection did she have with hunger? And that hunger, who exactly was she? Number percent, Xianxia's brain was a complete mess right now. He had been plunged into this thick and tangled web of mysteries at the same time he had obtained this enormous power. Before this, every time he had obtained an evil god seed, besides feeling joy, he would also feel as if he was fulfilling some sort of destiny. But after he had obtained this darkness seed, he had been left at a complete loss. Furthermore, he had this indistinct feeling that he had come into contact with a secret that even the ancient divine beings were not aware of, however. He had merely faintly touched the surface of this mystery. The whole truth behind all of this, including the girl with rainbow eyes and hunger's true identity, should probably have become an eternal mystery following the end of the era of gods and devils. At the present moment, The most important thing to him was how to leave this place. Xianxia raised his head to look above him. If he flew straight up, he should be able to fly out of this abyss, but that peerlessly dreadful suction power was able to securely seal away everything that dwelled within this dark abyss. Even though Xianxia's profound strength had grown immensely after he had obtained the darkness seed, he was very sure that the terrifying suction force above him was something that he could not resist. All of the darkness monsters in this place were unfathomably strong, and any one of them could instantly destroy the Xianxia who had obtained the darkness seed. It would not be possible for this bottomless abyss to imprison these kind of existences, but not a single one of them had ever appeared in the outside world. The reason for this was because even these darkness monsters could not resist that suction force, so they were forcefully sealed away in this world of darkness. So how exactly could he leave this place? Xianxia looked at the space above him as he lapsed into deep thought. After a long period of time, he gritted his teeth and suddenly launched himself into the air as he flew upwards with all his might. Even though he did not know whether he could struggle free, he wanted to experience just how strong that suction force was once more. Would it end up in complete despair, or would he be able to see a ray of hope? Xianxia's flying speed was extremely fast. At the same time, all of the profound strength in his body swelled up as he swiftly reached the height of 3,000 meters. The surrounding darkness energy started to boil as it swept towards Xianxia. Xianxia, who had made sufficient preparation for this, let out a low yell as his entire body released an incomparably dense jet-black profound light. Boom, the profound light that shone on Xianxia's body exploded outwards with an incredibly loud ring. But the moment the surrounding rampaging darkness energy came into contact with his body, it suddenly recoiled at lightning speed. Regardless of whether it was Xianxia's body or the profound energy that had erupted out of his body, neither of them had been obstructed at all. RIP. At the checkpoint between both worlds, Xianxia's body immediately rang with the incomparably sharp sound of space tearing apart. Before he had even realized it, he had already escaped the world of darkness below him. Xianxia slowly came to a stop as he was dazed for a brief period of time. I came out? I actually managed to come out. That dreadful suction force that had previously appeared and was impossible for him to resist had not appeared this time. No, it had appeared, but it instantly disappeared after that. Xianxia suspiciously looked at the black light surrounding his body. He was stumped for a good long while before he muttered to himself, "Could it be because of the evil god's darkness seed? Could it be that the evil god's darkness profound energy was the power that was sealing away this world of darkness, so it would not obstruct him because he had obtained the evil god's darkness profound power? Could it be this reason?" After he stood there indefinitely in a bewildered state, Xianxia's brows finally twitched before suddenly sinking again. After that, he began to descend once more. With a soft ring, Xianxia traveled through the boundary between the two worlds yet again. This time, he did not circulate any profound energy. Instead, he focused on observing the changes that occurred around him. As soon as he entered the world of darkness, the surrounding dark energy instantly changed and gathered around him. The moment the gathered darkness touched his body, it recoiled, not tearing at Xianxia at all. So that was indeed the case. He forcefully descended into this dark abyss for the sake of Su Linger, and when the devil origin orb had flared up inside his body, he had thought that certain death awaited him. But he never imagined that in the blink of an eye, not only did his strength explosively increase, he had even completely escaped the nightmarish grasp of the devil origin orb, and right now, he once again discovered that he could freely leave and enter this world of darkness. This complete reversal of fortune had been entirely due to the evil god's darkness seed. It was all because of the chance encounter he had with that strange girl in the abyss. Xianxia descended at an extremely quick speed. He followed that hellish purple light and soon landed at that girl's side. He did not know who she was and why she was here. It was even possible that he would never ever know the answers to those questions, but she was his savior, and she had done far more than simply saving him. But right now, it was time for them to bid each other farewell. "It's about time for me to go. I still have many things I need to do on the outside, so I need to leave this place," Xianxia said in a soft voice. "However, I will forever remember you. After all, the life I have right now is something that you've given me." The girl's lips opened as she looked at him with a steady gaze. It was as if she wanted to say something. "You are all alone in this place, so you must definitely feel very lonely," Xianxia said with a faint smile. "After I have finished what I need to do, I will come and visit you often." The luster in the girl's eyes seemed to faintly billow. "Then I'm off." He stretched out a hand to lightly caress that girl's ethereal hair as he gave her one last long look. Whoever saw those four-colored eyes would never be able to forget them for the rest of their lives. After that, he stopped hesitating as he took to the air and rushed toward the borders of this dark world. The girl's eyes silently chased after his figure until he had completely vanished from her vision. Gradually, the light in her eyes slowly grew dull, and she turned around and flew back into the midst of the netherworld Yudambara flowers. In an instant, all of the netherworld Yudambara flowers bloomed at the same time, forming a sea of purple flowers that was more wondrous and fantastical than any dream. The girl hugged herself and curled up like a helpless little kitten amidst the sea of flowers. In this eternally lonely world of darkness, these living netherworld Yudambara flowers were her only companions. Xianxia left the confines of the world of darkness and shot straight up. Even though his heart was filled with urgency, his speed was not fast, and it even grew slower and slower. On that day, he had clearly seen the scene of Su Hengshan jumping down the cloud's end cliff in the memory of the remaining 7 stars' divine palace disciple. Furthermore, Su Hengshan's soul crystal was still intact as well. But in his panic, he did not even give this much thought as he lost all composure and directly jumped off cloud's end cliff. However, during the time he had spent immersed in that world of darkness, he had regained his calm, and he realized that he had left out one possibility, and it was a very big possibility at that. That was the possibility that Su Hengshan did indeed jump off cloud's end cliff, but she did not drop into the dark abyss below. Instead, she had been caught by something as she was falling. If that purple-colored soul crystal truly belonged to Su Hengshan, then this could be said to be the likeliest reason. Given how terrifying the world of darkness was, if Su Hengshan had fallen into it, she would definitely have died in an instant. With this thought in mind, Xianxia chose to ascend at a slow speed while releasing his spiritual perception to its maximum range, as he searched for any possible auras that he could detect. He believed that the intact soul crystal definitely belonged to Su Hengshan. Fate had been cruel to Su Hengshan once, so for what reason would it be cruel to her again? As he strictly restrained his speed, Xianxia had only risen by around 15 kilometers after a full 15 minutes had passed. But his heart had also begun to sink over this period of time. Even though the world of darkness below him was an independent existence, there was still some darkness energy that had been dispelled from it. The faint aura of darkness devil energy that Xianxia had sensed while he descended into that world of darkness was the best proof of this. It was also because of the existence of this darkness devil energy that a tall cliff like Cloud's End Cliff was completely devoid of life. Not even a single blade of grass grew there, much less any tall and thick trees, so there would not be anything that could stop someone who fell in this place. Furthermore, even if those trees truly existed, and even if it was a thick tree which stretched out very far, if someone fell down 10,000 meters, the accompanying force would be sufficient to instantly snap that tree apart. Expecting it to catch a person was something that was basically impossible. Even though his heart was growing heavier and heavier, Xianxia refused to give up any hope. He slowed his ascent even further as his spiritual perception desperately swept across every spot that it could touch. But he did not find anything other than the silent and dead stone. He could not even sense the life force of even a single reptile. Xianxia kept his composure as he continued to advance. When he was still about 15 kilometers from the top of the cliff, a strange aura suddenly pricked Xianxia's spiritual perception. Furthermore, this was clearly a familiar aura that was not too far away. Xianxia's eyes instantly zoomed in on the source of that aura. His vision pierced through the darkness, and his whole body unconsciously burned with phoenix flames. This place was not the dark abyss that lay below him, so the scarlet-red phoenix flames instantly illuminated the entire space around him. Astonishingly, a gloomy green glow flashed in the direction that this strange aura was coming from. Xianxia's heart fiercely jumped as that familiarity instantly multiplied countless times over. He quickly rushed over. The dark gray mountain wall had been deeply pierced by a long and thin sword. Even though it had been there for an indeterminate amount of time, there was not a single speck of rust on its body, and the entire sword glowed with a gloomy green light. As well as an extremely discomforting aura, Xianxia stretched out his hand and lightly touched that gloomy green sword, his fingers faintly trembling. "Sky poison sword," he softly whispered as his vision swayed. Initially, it was just a normal sword. It was the one and only sword which his master gave him when he was accompanying his master and practicing his medicinal arts in the Azure Cloud continent. He had always used it for self-defense and had only used it to kill profound beasts. Never had he used it to kill people. Later on, his master was forced to death, and under his hatred, he crazily unleashed the venomous poison of the Sky Poison Pearl, killing countless people. While the sword, because it was infected by the Sky Poison Pearl's venomous poison, turned into a poisonous sword. Its name was thus changed by Xianxia to Sky Poison Sword. When he leapt off Cloud's End cliff back then, he had done it together with this Sky Poison Sword. He still vaguely remembered that when he leapt off, the final thing he did before his consciousness completely disappeared was to fling out this Sky Poison Sword with all the remaining strength left in his entire body. This Sky Poison Sword was the one and only in this world, and it was definitely impossible for a second one to exist. Xianxia gently pinched onto the blade, and with a slight use of force, he had already completely pulled it out from the mountain wall with a light clanging sound. Its blade, tip, hilt, color, and aura were completely the same as the Sky Poison Sword, which he was familiar with as if it was part of his body and had accompanied him for a few dozen years. However, hadn't the cause and effect of this world been altered by the mirror of samsara at the same time he reincarnated? He no longer existed in this world, and the Sky Poison Pearl no longer existed in this world either. So why did the Sky Poison Sword, which had come into existence because of him here? Furthermore, the most exaggerated consequence brought about by the mirror of samsara reincarnating him was the shift in time axis of Azure Cloud continent. Everything had returned back to a few dozen years ago, and according to the present time in the Azure Cloud continent, even if this world still had another him, everything would have gone abiding to all the events that happened back then. During this time, he basically had yet to jump off Cloud's End cliff. Furthermore, the Sky Poison Sword would not have even been born yet, and it would have only been his first encounter with Su Linger. Could it be that the shift in time axis brought about by the mirror of samsara's reincarnation was not just purely a reversal of time, but had to a certain degree or due to some unique circumstances maintained the things that existed and the incidents that happened in the future? Xianxia carefully raised the Sky Poison Sword as he felt surging waves in his heart. The reason why it existed was hard to explain, but it was not that important. To Xianxia, being able to wield it once more was a pleasant surprise bestowed by the heavens. Though its might was far from being able to compare to the heaven-smiting Devil Slayer sword materialized by hunger, nor was it a weapon suitable for use. It was something given to him by his master. By regaining possession of this Sky Poison Sword, he finally had a keepsake left behind by his master. His fingers lightly slid through the blade and then to the hilt. Just as he was preparing to keep it at the ends of the hilt, his fingers suddenly touched a few strands of something that were firm yet a little soft at the same time. Xianxia put some force behind his fingers before he was able to pluck them out from the sword. At first glance, the things on his hand were a few strands of torn metal flakes which had considerably shining metallic surfaces. However, looking at the degree of their distortion and adhesion, these properties were clearly not something regular metals would have. The aura they were emitting was completely different from metals as well. Xianxia looked at them with focused eyes for a short while and suddenly recognized them. These are dragon scales. Why were torn dragon scales hanging on the hilt of the Sky Poison Sword? Just as this question flashed past Xianxia's mind, his body suddenly shook as though he was struck by lightning. These dragon scales? Wait a minute, could it be? Xianxia's memories hazily returned to the ranking tournament hosted by Heavenly Sword Villa, returned to what felt like a dreamscape, where he once again encountered Su Linger, these dragon scales, dragon scale armor. The first prize of Blue Wind ranking tournament, that dragon scale armor. The dragon scale armor which he gave to Su Linger back then. These torn dragon scales were clearly the same dragon scales from the dragon scale armor. The same color and the same aura. Could it be? There seemed to be something rumbling within Xianxia's chest, exploding out. He tightly held onto the torn dragon scales in his hands. His heart throbbed intensely and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Linger, it's definitely Linger. He hurriedly turned around, panting roughly. Within this abyss of death, he let out an agitated, loud roar. Linger, where are you, Linger? His voice heavily echoed within the abyss, shaking the tumbling sand and stones. Xianxia shouted loudly. As he was too excited, only after shouting out a few dozen times, it felt as though he had emptied all of his strength, as he was no longer able to shout again. "Big brother Xianxia, is that you?" A dreamy, clear voice, like the breeze in an empty valley, lightly reverberated next to Xianxia. Xianxia's body suddenly stiffened straight, as he stood completely rooted to the ground, as though he had suddenly fallen into a dream, unable to believe the world he was currently being exposed to. He raised his head. His action was so stiff and slow, it felt as though he was a wooden doll being raised up by a string. On the mountain wall high above, a dark round rock protruding outwards. At the side of the round rock was a jade-green beautiful figure. She had an impressively elegant appearance and eyes that could cause the stars to lose their color. Droplets of water silently fell off her two beautiful eyes, drawing long, glittering traces of water in the sky, falling all the way down to the unreturnable abyssal depths. Under the radiance of the phoenix flames, their two pairs of eyes made contact while separated by a long, empty space. The scene froze for a long while, and even the entire world had sunken into silence, until everything was broken by Xianxia's breathing. Xianxia forcefully stretched out his hand. Everything before his eyes was much more perfect than a dream, and he dared not to even approach and make contact for a moment, afraid that everything was merely just a dreamscape that would shatter with the slightest touch. The Linger in his line of sight was much slenderer than 6 years ago and was more youthful and tender than his past life. However, that was his Linger. He definitely would not mistake her, as it was impossible for him to do so. "Big brother Xianxia," Su Linger called out, feeling as if she was talking in her dream. Her two hands and body were as though they were being pushed by an invisible force, unconsciously approaching Xianxia. Then she felt a sense of weightlessness beneath her feet as she slipped off the round rock, falling towards Xianxia. However, she did not scream because of this sudden accident, nor was she even the slightest bit afraid. Present within her eyes was just an extremely beautiful calm. "Linger," Xianxia quickly called out, finally awakening from the haziness. He rose into the air and tightly caught Su Linger, who was descending towards him. When he was truly holding onto her soft and tender body, the endless warmth and sense of satisfaction spread through Xianxia's body. Because at this moment, he was finally completely certain that all this was not an illusory dreamscape. He hugged Su Linger tightly, and from the bottom of the cliff, charged towards the skies. Su Linger quietly leaned into his chest. A light smile surfaced on her lips and tears welled in her beautiful eyes. In her heart, she no longer carried the slightest fear or anxiety, but merely endless bliss, sense of security and satisfaction. Su Linger was alive, safe and sound. After that loss back then, the dreamscape 6 years ago, and once again another loss, he was finally able to embrace her tightly. Everything was like a dream. At this moment, he already knew that after Su Linger had jumped off Cloud's End Cliff, the Sky Poison Sword and Dragon Scale armor had saved her life. In the process of falling, the Dragon Scale armor on her body coincidentally hung onto the hilt of the Sky Poison Sword. If it was anything else, like a branch or even a protruding rock, it could not have possibly stopped Su Linger. However, the Sky Poison Sword was swung towards the cliff with all of Xianxia's strength while he was carrying the heart of certain death, deeply stabbing into it. Due to the poison power that originated from the Sky Poison Pearl, it was incomparably sturdy, and even the force of a fall that accumulated for several kilometers would not possibly break it. And if it was regular clothing which ended up stopped by the Sky Poison Sword, under the intense force generated by the fall, the only result was the clothing being torn. It would have been impossible for it to hang onto the sword. However, the dragon scale armor Xianxia gave Su Linger was a sky profound armor, constructed by actual dragon scales. Just by being worn, it could even block the power of even a sky profound realm profound practitioner by an extremely large degree. The force generated by a fall of several kilometers was basically insufficient in completely tearing the dragon scale armor apart. Just like that, the Sky Poison Sword he unintentionally flung out in his past life, which should not still exist in the first place. The dragon scale armor which he gave her in what he thought was a dreamscape that did not exist in this life, had actually miraculously saved Su Linger's life together. As though their two hearts were in consonance, neither of them spoke. Clearly, their inner hearts were like surging ocean waves, but when they were embracing each other tightly, their hearts had turned especially silent. Even the initially shrilling howls of the wind felt incomparably gentle. Unknowingly, bright rays of light began to shine down on them from above, and the air no longer felt oppressive. Yun Qi's arms slightly tightened as he circled in the air, escaping from the world of the abyssal depths. Hugging Su Linger, he gently landed on the side of Cloud's End Cliff. The mountain breeze was cooling, and it did not carry the light scent of blood which Yun Qi expected. Even the bloody scars that filled the ground earlier had disappeared without a trace as well. Probably they were cleared away by the sects and clans of the country of Supwake, due to fear, or they might have been cleaned by the disciples of Seven Stars' divine palace later on. However, at the very least, they were presently the only two people on Cloud's End Cliff, and it turned into a world that solely belonged to the two of them. Gently holding onto Su Linger's cheek, Yun Qi silently focused his eyes and gently said, "Linger, you have grown up. These few years?" Yun Qi's voice choked, as he did not know what explanation he should give that had to make her bitterly wait for 6 years. In the end, he said with a pale look, "It's my fault. I made you wait for such a long time." Su Linger gently shook her head, tears welled in her beautiful eyes. She gave a slight smile before hugging him once more, quietly leaning onto his chest as she let out a dreamlike voice. "Big brother Yun Qi, I'm definitely not dreaming, right? This really might be a dream, but it is a dream that we will never ever wake up from." Yun Qi lightly smiled as well. The Linger of 6 years ago was like a lively and innocent little fairy. She would giggle out loud and wail out loud. But in a considerably short 6 years, she had turned especially quiet like a drifting orchid. Rather, she was more like the Su Linger whom he had painfully lost back then. And back then, other than being quiet like a drifting orchid, it felt as if that Su Linger was filled with sadness and pain that could never disappear. The two people immersed themselves in the mountain breeze for a very, very long time, and from beginning till end. They were tightly embracing each other, as though they wanted to knead their own bodies into the others. Only when the mountain breeze had quietly changed in direction did the two figures finally gently separate. "Linger, are you not going to ask me why I did not return to look for you this entire time in these few years?" Yun Qi said guiltily. However, Su Linger lightly shook her head as she looked at him with misty eyes. "Because I know that big brother Yun Qi definitely had no other choice, and it isn't because you don't want Linger and have forgotten Linger." Yun Qi's eyes swelled as he was moved beyond words. In his past life, she had given him endless accommodation, endless affection, and endless sacrifices. In this life, she was still the same as well. This was his Linger. "When I leapt off Cloud's End Cliff, I had thought that I would no longer be able to see you again in this lifetime." Su Linger stretched out her hand and gently caressed Yun Qi's cheek. Her eyes were covered in foggy mist. "I never thought that Big Brother Yun Qi's sky poison sword and the dragon scale armor Big Brother Yun Qi gave me would save me. I believe that it's definitely because Big Brother Yun Qi had always been thinking and worrying about me. That brought about such a miracle, allowing me to once again see Big Brother Yun Qi." Yun Qi lightly shook his head. His heart still carried the deep fear from earlier. "Linger, you're so silly. Why did you have to jump? When I found out that you—" Yun Qi's voice suddenly stopped halfway through as he looked blankly at Su Linger. His voice turned especially stiff. "Linger, how did you know about the sky poison sword?" Facing Yun Qi's surprise, Su Linger placed her own small hand on Yun Qi's palm and her forehead gently leaned on his chest. "I fainted right after being stopped by the sky poison sword. When I woke up, I was still hanging on the sky poison sword. I recovered a bit of strength soon after, and with the support of the rock at the side, I crawled up to a place that was considerably less dangerous." How do you know about the sky poison sword?" Yun Qi was still in a daze. The sky poison sword was something from his past life, so why was Linger able to shout out its name? The name of the sword was definitely not engraved on the sky poison sword's blade. Su Linger continued to speak gently. "That place was very dark and very cold. I was really afraid to the point where I had several times wanted to leap directly down. After that, I unconsciously fell asleep and even dreamed. It was a very long, long dream." Su Linger raised her face and looked at him with her beautiful, affectionate eyes. Yun Qi's heart intensely skipped a beat from her eyes, because this was the expression Su Linger from his past life used to look at him with: melancholic, spoiled, affectionate. "Linger, you. In the dream, there was a clear, small river, an emerald green bamboo forest, a small self-built cottage, and Big Brother Yun Qi." It was as though Su Linger's voice was coming from a dream. In the dream, Big Brother Yun Qi was always bearing so many injuries and was always flowing with so much blood. Every wound and every trickle of blood would always make my heart ache, to point where it was hard to breathe. He was so gentle in the beginning, but he became really terrifying. as though he had gone crazy. But I still loved him and was infatuated with him. Every day, I would be staying in the small bamboo cottage, desperately praying for him to return alive. Yet every day, I would be awoken by these nightmares, unable to stop the tears in my eyes. Xianxia's mind was ringing out loud. Linger, how did you? At the end of the dream, I died in his embrace. He was desperately crying out loud while hugging onto me, crying in such a disheartening manner. After crying out all his tears, in the end, all that flowed down from his eyes was blood at the center of the bamboo forest. He dug a place for me to lay and rest with his bare hands, to the point where his own hands were dyed completely in blood with his blood-filled hands. He engraved on the tombstone, written on the tombstone, was, "My beloved wife Su Linger." Su Linger's voice, trembling in the beginning, choked at the end. Each of her final words was accompanied by a single tear. At first, I thought that to him, vengeance meant everything in his life, while I was just someone he didn't need to have. However, that dream had let me know that, in the heart of the Xianxia I loved, my existence had always been there. I gave him all the tears of my lifetime, and what I received in return was all the tears of his lifetime. It seems I had always been blissful. I had always had in my hands the thing that I wished for the most. Boom. Xianxia's mind once again rang out. His eyes and even his entire body were beginning to tremble. "Big brother Xianxia." Su Linger's pair of slender arms circled around Xianxia's neck, and she said in an indulgent manner, "We won't ever separate again, right? Linger." His two calls carried feelings that transcended time and space. He hugged Su Linger tightly in return, and with a trembling voice he said stutteringly, "Yes, we will never separate again, never again." That was not a dream. That was the memories of her past life. No, it was her past lifetime. The Su Linger in his embrace was both Su Linger of this lifetime and also Su Linger of his past lifetime. She was Su Linger in her entirety. He did not know why it would turn out like this. Probably, this was the heavens' way of making up for the fate of his and Su Linger's past life. However, no matter the reason, it was no longer that important. Not only had he once again held onto Su Linger, it was even Su Linger in her entirety. This was already a result that was far more than perfect. And actually, what brought about this entire chain of events was a miraculous accident. Back then, when Xianxia leapt off Cloud's End cliff, in the very last moments of his life, probably because he subconsciously did not wish for the sky poison sword to be buried in the abyss of Cloud's End, Cliff alongside him, and used up all his strength to fling it away, seemingly at the same time. The mirror of samsara, which had been worn in front of his chest all this while, activated the reincarnation ability after foreseeing Xianxia's certain death. The reincarnation ability that was a violation of the heavenly way was used on Xianxia and the sky poison pearl, and there was a small amount of energy which seeped into the sky poison sword as well. This prevented the sky poison sword from disappearing due to the shift in time axis and amendment of the karmic effect in the Azure Cloud continent, and it also allowed Su Linger, who made contact with the sky poison sword, to awaken the memories of her past life. This was an extremely profound coincidence, and maybe it was really an arrangement made by destiny. The two people stayed on Cloud's End cliff for a very, very long time. After submerging themselves in their overly beautiful world of two for a long time, they began to face the reality that had already happened. Though Su Linger did not question him, Xianxia knew that she definitely wanted to know just what had happened to her and what happened to the Azure Cloud continent. Regarding all of this, he would honestly tell her everything, and he was even eager to tell her everything. Because after Jasmine had left, Linger, who similarly carried memories of 2 lifetimes, was the only person left he could talk to about them. She was also the only person who truly knew of his past. However, right now, what Su Linger was most concerned with would definitely be the matters regarding the Grandwake clan. He told Su Linger in detail the things that happened after he returned to the Grandwake clan, while Su Linger quietly leaned on him. Her reactions were calm, and her heart was similarly beating calmly as well. After awakening to the memories of her past life, like Xianxia, she had become someone who possessed 2 lifetimes. She had already become very indifferent to the fate of the Grandwake clan and the consequences Su Hengshan would face, because she had already obtained everything she wanted, obtained the entrustment of her devotion and soul of 2 lifetimes. As long as she was with him, everything else was no longer important. Finally, when Xianxia spoke of Su Hengshan suddenly severing his own life vein after passing him the soul crystal, Su Linger was instantly startled up, and her 2 hands tightly grabbed onto Xianxia's arms as she said in a panic, "Father, father, he..." Xianxia hurriedly said. Linger, don't worry, your father is fine. Although he severed his own life vein, he was immediately saved by me. Right now, he's already completely fine, and he won't ever do the same silly thing again. From the intense panic shown on Su Linger's expression, Xianxia felt incomparably fortunate that he chose to save Su Hengshan's life with all his strength at that time. Otherwise, if Su Hengshan had really lost his life then, he was unable to imagine just how depressed Linger, whom he had managed to regain, would have been. Father, is he really all right? Su Linger initially flustered eyes, once again soothed up. Of course, have you forgotten? Back then, Master has often criticized me, but in front of you, he had many times secretly praised my medicinal arts, and he had even said that once I'm over 100 years old, my medicinal arts might even surpass his. These were all things that Linger secretly told me. If I can't even save Linger's father, how can I possibly live up to my master's kindness? Amen. Su Linger lightly smiled. The anxiety on her face vanished like smoke in the air. I can bring you over to look at Uncle Su right now. Xianxia stood up. Now. I will bring you to a place. Xianxia summoned the primordial profound arc with a mysterious look, and then carrying Su Linger along, they entered the inner world of the primordial profound arc. The sudden switch in space left Su Linger's lips open for a long while. This is the world of the primordial profound arc, Xianxia said with a smile. It can directly cross through large distances in space and instantly move to places I want to go. The reason why I was able to return to the Azure Cloud continent this time was because of it. Regarding the matters of the primordial profound arc, I will tell you about them in the future. Amen, Su Linger gently nodded. Following after, the light in her eyes stirred, and she hurriedly rushed towards the person who was lying on the stone slabs in front of them. Father! Su Hengshan was quietly lying there and was still in a state of deep unconsciousness. However, his complexion was already quite ruddy, and his breathing was calm and stable. Only his aura still remained a little frail. Xianxia arrived next to Su Hengshan and reached out his hand to check the health condition of his life vein. Following after, the light in his eyes fiercely stirred. The extent of recovery of Su Hengshan's life vein had actually reached nearly 30%. Reaching such an extent should have required at least 10 days. In other words, after his soul was being stolen by the netherworld Udambara flower in the dark abyss. He did not wake up very quickly, but had stayed unconscious for nearly 10 days. Then Su Linger had similarly stayed in the darkness for 10 days, or maybe, in these 10 days, she had been experiencing that long dream. Sensing Su Hengshan's frail, yet especially stable presence of life, Su Linger's final worry had completely dispersed as well. With sparkling eyes, she said, Big brother Xianxia, thank you. Xianxia immediately shook his head. Compared to the sacrifices you made for me and the debts I owe you, something like this can't even be considered a piece of hair off of the bodies of 100 cows. Furthermore, he is my father-in-law. Protecting my own father-in-law is a natural thing to do. Heh! Su Linger cheerfully laughed and said a little playfully, Big brother Xianxia, you have become even better at making girls happy, hee. Xianxia's eyes floated away. Then he hurriedly changed the subject and said decisively, Linger, don't worry. I won't let the danger and wrongs you endured go for naught. I will also definitely make 7 Stars Divine Palace pay for all their debts towards Uncle Su and the Grandwake clan. Su Linger lightly moaned. Her initially playful eyes were instantly dyed with panic. Don't. I managed to find Big brother Xianxia and father will immediately get better as well, so I did not suffer from any wrongs. The me now feels even more blissful than ever before. I don't hate anyone, nor do I resent anyone. I don't want you to take revenge, I really don't. Seeing the worry and even fear pouring out of Su Linger's eyes, Xianxia instantly wished he could ruthlessly slap himself in the face. In his past life, it was exactly because he was fixated on vengeance which made her life bitter and had burdened her for her entire life. Back then, she wondered how many times she had pleaded in tears for him to stop seeking revenge, yet he had never listened to her. Every day, like a crazed dog which had lost its heart, he headed out to bite the people he hated. He reincarnated and had endured countless hardships to finally reunite with Linger. So how could he once again step onto the mistaken path he once took and make her sad and afraid again? He grabbed onto Su Linger's hands, looked straight in her eyes and said with incomparably seriousness and calm, All right, I will listen to Linger's words. Who cares if they are the Divine Palace or Ghost Palace, even there's 10,000 of them added up together, they will never be as important as a single strand of Linger's hair. Right now, I can't even wait to hug my Linger. Why would I have the spare time to care about them? Su Linger laughed. She leaned onto Yun Qi's chest and lightly drew circles on his chest with her finger as she sweetly said, "Big brother Yun Qi, you sure have a slippery tongue now. In these few years I wasn't next to you, could you have already tricked many girls into your arms behind my back?" Upon leaving the primordial profound arc, Yun Qi and Su Linger sat against each other for an entire night at the side of Cloud End's cliff. They talked about what happened all these years, or perhaps more accurately, what happened in this lifetime. In regards to the pitch-black abyss below them, they were not the least bit anxious at all. Both of them had jumped down Cloud's End cliff before, and their fates had completely changed because of it. It was obviously the Death God's graveyard that everyone in the Azure Cloud continent talked about, and yet it did not devour their lives. Instead, it had completely mended their severed fates. After that, Su Linger fell asleep smoothly in Yun Qi's grasp, and when she woke up, it was already noon the next day. "Big brother Yun Qi, after we go to the place called Illusory Demon Realm, are we really unable to return anymore?" Su Linger asked as she watched Yun Qi with a tender expression, but her voice did not show much unwillingness. "At least in the short term, we would probably not be able to return. The amount of energy within the primordial profound arc was only sufficient to travel to and from the illusory demon realm to the Azure Cloud continent once. But if Linger wants to come back, I can think of something," Yun Qi said seriously. However, Su Linger smiled lightly and shook her head. "With you and father here, anywhere is fine." As she spoke, she took out a profound crystal that was intertwined with a yellow glow from her shirt. Judging by its aura, the profound crystal seemed to hiding some sort of unique profound formation. Immediately, Yun Qi deduced that it had to be the precious treasure key Su Hengshan gave her. It was because this precious treasure key attracted many eyes of avarice that there was an internal conflict within the Grandwake clan. In the end, it even attracted the attention of Seven Stars' divine palace, resulting in the disbandment of the Grandwake clan. Gripping the profound crystal in her hand, Su Linger forcibly threw it towards the Cloud's End abyss. They watched the orange-yellow arc into the endless world of the abyss alone and eternally be buried within. The so-called supreme treasure of the sect would now no longer attract greed and disaster ever again. Su Linger's face did not show any heartache or unwillingness, but only a short moment of anxiety and sadness, before revealing a relaxed smile. "Big brother Yun Qi, I want to return to the Grandwake clan first. There are still some things from my mother there that I cannot bear to part with." "Okay." Yun Qi naturally expressed his complete consent. "Let's return to the primordial profound. If I use the primordial profound arc, it would only take an instant to return from here to the Grandwake clan." However, Su Linger shook her head and smiled cheekily. "I refuse. I want Big Brother Yun to carry me and fly there. Last time it was always me that carried you. Now I want you to repay everything back." "All right." Yun Qi's emotions were riled and his eyes were slightly warm. That's right, in the past, she had always carried him when he was covered in blood. However, he had not even hugged her warmly more than a few times. Other than enjoying her tireless care and her tears filled with concern, he was the one who roughly released his beastly desires onto her. Putting away the primordial profound arc, Yun Qi wrapped his arms around Su Linger's waist and leapt into the air. Accompanied by her dreamlike laughter, Yun Qi moved by stepping on the air. Yun Qi moved at slow speeds, and it took nearly 2 hours before they flew out of the mythical abode mountain range's borders and returned to the borders of the country of Supwake. In the process of flying out of the mythical abode mountain range, he detected numerous energy waves. He counted that there were a total of 37 different auras of Seven Stars' divine palace disciples. Obviously, they were trying to find who was it that killed their people. After all, an elder of Seven Stars' divine palace being brutally murdered was an earth-shattering event within the entire Azure Cloud continent. If it were before, when his remaining hatred had not been quelled, he would make all the divine palace disciples that had come to mythical abode mountain range die there, and cause Seven Stars' divine palace to be even more enraged. Now, however, he couldn't be bothered to even give them another glance. Looking at the country of Supwake's territory from afar, Yun Qi's gaze gradually became dreamy. "Big brother Yun Qi, is something on your mind?" Su Linger, who had been listening to the sounds of the wind and the heartbeat sounds of Yun Qi, asked in concern. "I'm thinking, where would Master be right now? Should I go and find him?" Yun Qi heaved a faint sigh. "In the Azure Cloud continent now, Master must still be safe. However, what's different is that he does not have me by his side and has never possessed the sky poison pearl before. It's just that. Xianxia laughed self-mockingly. He brought me up, imparted me medicinal skills, and taught me how to be kind and benevolent. However, after his passing, the amount of people I killed were several million times more than the amount of people I saved. Do I even have the face to see him? No, Su Linger softly consoled. Master was such an amazing person. How would he not be able to differentiate whether Big Brother Xianxia was a good or bad person? He loved you so much back then. If he were to see you again, even if he did not recognize you, he would surely like you like before. Because my big brother Xianxia possessed such charm. Ha ha ha! Su Linger's words that were filled with infatuation made Xianxia laugh. However, in his heart, he was still hesitating about whether or not he should go and search for his master. He desired to see him again, but was also afraid of meeting him. He was even more afraid that his appearance might disturb his peaceful life. The current Azure Cloud continent did not have the existence of the Sky Poison Pearl, which meant that his master would no longer meet with a disaster due to the possession of a treasure. Instead, he would be widely respected. As for him, no matter where he went so far, bloodshed would follow. He was afraid that his appearance might destroy his master's peaceful life. After leaving the mythical abode mountain range, the two of them continued flying north, in the direction of the country of Supwake. After traveling another 50 kilometers, Xianxia's eyebrows suddenly twitched because an exceptionally strong, profound aura came not far ahead of him. The aura of more than 40 people who were in the sovereign profound realm. Among them, the strongest 3 were already in the 9th level of the sovereign profound realm. Other than the sovereign profound aura, there were more than 200 tyrant profound auras present as well. Among the 3 continents on Blue Pole Star, the combined profound cultivation of the profound sky continent was the strongest, and the illusory demon realm was weaker than the profound sky continent. As for Xianxia's understanding of the Azure Cloud continent, the combined profound cultivation on the Azure Cloud continent was to some degree weaker than the illusory demon realm. The 3 strongest sects within the Azure Cloud continent were the Heaven-Thwarting sect, 7 Stars Divine Palace, and Soaring Celestial Sword sect. Each one of them possessed strength that was similar to a middle-class guardian family within the illusory demon realm. 9th level of the Sovereign Profound Realm was essentially the pinnacle of strength within the Azure Cloud continent. As for the 10th level of the Sovereign Profound Realm, they currently existed within the Profound Sky continent and the illusory demon realm. But for the Azure Cloud continent, it seemed as though there were only records of their appearances before. Therefore, the appearance of 40-odd Sovereign Profound Realm auras was an extremely exaggerated figure in the Azure Cloud continent. Then, the 3 who were in the 9th level of the Sovereign Profound Realm were essentially the same as the gathering of the 4 sacred masters in the Profound Sky continent. Furthermore, all the profound auras will obviously split into 3 sections, and each of their combined strengths was largely similar. To be able to pull off something like that, there was no other possibility in the Azure Cloud continent. Heaven-Thwarting sect, 7 Stars Divine Palace, Soaring Celestial Sword sect. The 3 most pinnacle sects of Azure Cloud continent were actually gathered in the country of Supwake, and they had brought such an outrageous lineup. It was highly likely that even their 3 sect masters were present. Just what was going on? What was so worth it within the tiny country of Supwake that the 3 supreme sects would take such huge actions? Big brother Xianxia, what's wrong? Is something happening in front? Seeing Xianxia's eyebrows slightly knitted together, Su Linger asked curiously. Xianxia's eyes turned back and he laughed. There seems to be a bunch of people causing trouble in front. I guess we had better move away from them, or should we just fly past above their heads? Su Linger laughed at his strange question. If it had been Xianxia alone, he would have definitely gone forward to investigate. However, he had Su Linger in his grasp now, so she was obviously the one that mattered the most. He did not hesitate much as he greatly changed directions and lowered his high speed. As he approached this exaggerated aura closer and closer, Xianxia used hidden flowing lightning to hide the aura of both him and Su Linger. He had not wished to frighten Su Linger again because of some outsiders. However, when he passed by, he was still driven by curiosity and released his spiritual sense to listen to the commotion nearby. Sect Master Zhuo, you have indeed still come. The voice came from a middle-aged man, and each word he uttered was filled with exceptionally dense, profound energy. He was one of the 3 level 9 monarchs present. Ho ho ho! the one who was called Sect Master Zuo, let out a long laugh and said with some contempt, "That's natural. I heard that this object that would harm the world has appeared, and it is a duty of our clan to exterminate it. As for Sect Master Mu, have you specifically come to exterminate it as well?" "That's natural, however, it seems that I am very uncoincidentally handling the same matter as Sect Master Zuo. In order to get rid of that trouble, Sect Master Zuo has personally come, even sacrificing by prematurely coming out of seclusion, wasting a heaven-sent chance to break through for nothing. This is really the ultimate self-sacrifice." Sect Master Mu's words sounded like compliments, but as long as one was not an idiot, one could hear the mocking behind each and every word. "Hey, same here. Speaking of which," Sect Master Zuo attempted to shift the conversation onto the other person. "Palace Chief Duan, I heard that an elder and several dozen disciples of your palace were murdered some time back. For Palace Chief Duan to appear in this tiny country of Supwake so suddenly, could you be personally handling the investigations?" "Ho ho," the one who had been called Palace Chief Duan laughed. "My palace's elder was killed outside. Such a matter has not happened for more than 1,000 years. This was not just simply the lives of one elder and several dozen disciples. It's also a big shame that my divine palace has suffered for the first time in 1,000 years. Of course, this palace chief has to personally handle this. Instead, coincidentally meeting Sect Master Mu and Sect Master Zuo, who also personally appeared, now that is such a strange coincidence." "Who says it isn't, ha 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 ha?" The three of them began laughing, and within each of their laughters, obvious coldness could be felt. Their auras, language, and greetings for one another immediately allowed Xianxia to confirm their identities. Heaven-Thwarting Sect Master Su Hengshan, 7 Stars Divine Palace's Palace Chief Duan Haisha, Soaring Celestial Sword Sect Master Mu Yingchen. The three of them had actually came in person. Furthermore, they obviously had the same motive. For this same motive, they had all not descended and collided strongly against one another. Just that it was uncertain why they took such strong measures. Xianxia brought Su Linger and quickly passed the region of the 3 great sects. The further Xianxia went, the words and voices that he could hear gradually became weaker. Just as Xianxia was prepared to retract his spiritual sense, he heard one of them say, "Very good. Since we have the same goal, should we force the trouble out before deciding who should handle it?" "Sect Master Mu is right." Duan Haisha happily agreed before his voice suddenly turned cold and he let out a deep pressurizing howl. "Yungu, since you already know who we are, don't choose the hard way out. Immediately hand us the sky poison pearl." Xianxia, who had already flown a long distance away, seemed to have been struck by lightning as he came to an abrupt halt. "Ah," Su Linger, who was bathing in the wind, exclaimed out when Xianxia suddenly stopped, and she hurriedly asked, "Big brother Xianxia, what's wrong?" "Master," Xianxia muttered out absent-mindedly. Then he forcefully turned his body. He was about to wildly charge over regardless of the costs. However, the moment he gathered his profound energy, his reason took over and suppressed the impulse. The Yun Gu, which Duan Haisha shouted out earlier, was his master's name, the name of the medical saint, whom everyone in the Azure Cloud continent knew and respected. He never expected that just as he was thinking about his master, hesitating over whether he should look for him, look at him from afar, or even head over and have a simple conversation with him, he would be caught by surprise and suddenly hear the name of his master. Nor would he ever expect that Heaven-Thwarting Sect, 7 Stars Divine Palace, and Soaring Celestial Sword Sect would move together. The 3 great hegemons personally coming to this scene could be said to be an enormous parade in the Azure Cloud continent that one might not be possible to witness even in 100 years. And it was actually for his master and the Sky Poison Pearl. "Master, are you talking about Master?" Su Linger was also tightly grabbing onto Xianxia's arms in excitement. "Is it true? Where is he? Where is Master?" Xianxia carried incomparable respect towards Yungu, and though he had always addressed him as Master, during that lifetime when he was in the Azure Cloud continent, that person was his only father. And why wouldn't Su Linger carry deep respect and feelings towards Yungu as well? Xianxia's eyes flickered. He did not immediately reply, as a doubt floated in his heart. What was going on with the Sky Poison Pearl Duan Haisha spoke of? These words of his clearly expressed that the 3 great sects were here in order to snatch the Sky Poison Pearl off the hands of his master, Yungu. However, the Sky Poison Pearl was clearly in his possession, and it had even merged with his body, accompanying him back to the profound Sky Continent. So how could another one possibly appear? Furthermore, Jasmine once mentioned that the reincarnation brought about by the mirror of samsara was accompanied by the amendment to karmic effect, but it was definitely impossible to bend the laws of causality. Though time had shifted in the azure cloud continent, another hymn would no longer appear, and another sky poison pearl would not appear either. Not to mention, the sky poison pearl was not just an ordinary object, but a heavenly profound treasure similar to the mirror of samsara. How could something like this possibly be duplicated? There was another thing he couldn't figure out. Though his master was forced to death because of the sky poison pearl, the sects and clans that forced him to death were just a few first-rate sects and clans of the Azure Cloud continent. At the very most, they had only ruled over certain countries or certain territories in the Azure Cloud continent. None of them was a sect at the sacred ground level like Heaven-Thwarting sect. Later on, with intent for vengeance, he madly released the poison power of the sky poison pearl, allowing the common people to witness the terror of the sky poison pearl. This thus attracted the greed of sects like Heaven-Thwarting sect and the pursuit of the entire continent. Xianxia had thought that because he did not possess the sky poison pearl in this lifetime, with his kindness and medicinal techniques, his master Yungu would definitely be able to live his life peacefully amidst the respect garnered by the people. He never expected that his master Yungu would still end up suffering such a plight, however. Based on the present time, it had been brought forward compared to his past lifetime, and it was even more terrifying than his past lifetime. Coercion by 3 sects at the sacred ground level. Just what in the world was going on? However, no matter what and no matter who it was, how could he possibly allow his master to suffer the same disastrous fate again? Linger, the person those people were surrounding earlier, was master. Xianxia had already calmed down, and he said with a low voice, "Back then, I did not have the abilities to save master. This time, even if it's the Heavenly King himself, he shouldn't even think about touching a strand of master's hair again." Ah, Su Linger's eyes turned towards the back, and her expression instantly tensed up. She was anxious about Yungu, but she was even more anxious about Xianxia. "Linger, let's head over quietly, don't worry, we won't be discovered by them." Xianxia tightly hugged Su Linger again, and with hidden flowing lightning activated, he perfectly concealed both their auras before quietly approaching them. He wanted to figure out what exactly was going on. He wanted to know if the sky poison pearl he heard earlier could actually be the sky poison pearl. After approaching within a distance of 3 kilometers, with his gaze passing through layers of trees and the human crowd, Xianxia saw the old man who was being surrounded by the 3 great sects with a single glance. Xianxi's heart fiercely trembled, and his eyes, which had several times lost control after reuniting with Su Linger, once again swelled up. He had a long white beard, long white brows, and long white hair, yet his face was not the least bit covered with wrinkles, and his eyes were as clear as water. His entire figure looked as if he was a celestial walking out from the clouds, as his body exuded an extraordinary and dustless brilliance. Even though the 3 great hegemon sects were surrounding him, even though he was directly facing the might of the 3 great sect masters who had reached the apex, he still carried a calm look. Only his eyes carried a deep tiredness, as though he was sighing at human greed and its filth. "Master," Xianxia agitatedly muttered, and it seemed as if his profound energy was about to leak out due to his loss of control. I finally get to see you again. Yungu, you're not trying to say that the sky poison pearl isn't in your hands, right?" Heaven-Thwarting Sect Master Su Hengshan took several steps forward with leisurely eyes, giving a faint smile. 7 months ago, the #1 sect of Southern Sky Country, Fleeting Villa, suffered the disaster brought upon by the sky poison pearl as they tried to hide the sky poison pearl for themselves. A total of 270,000 people in the villa melted into venomous liquid, and the entire villa turned into a ruin of death. It was unspeakably miserable, and even the people that entered the villa after that all lost their lives. After the poison scattered, there were actually no traces of the sky poison pearl in Fleeting Villa, and there has been no news of the sky poison pearl since that day. However, just recently, we confirmed a single matter. Before the poison in Fleeting Villa scattered, there was a single person who came out alive after walking in, and that person was you, Yungu. Are you going to deny this matter? Ha! Yungu let out a long sigh. Sect Master, why the need to waste time speaking with this old man? Let's just take him down. An elder of Heaven-Thwarting sect was about to step forward. Ah, don't be impolite. Su Hengshan, however, lightly raised his hand. Yungu is the medical saint of this world. Having saved countless lives and being revered by the people of the world, How could he possibly be an idiot who does not know where he stands and does not care about the peace and stability of the entire continent? Naturally, these words were not out of respect towards Yungu. If there was only a single sect present here, they would have long made use of all possible methods to take it away. However, with the three great sects gathered together, though they looked harmonious on the surface, whoever was to make the first move would definitely suffer from a combined assault. Sky Poison Pearl is indeed in the hands of this old one, Yungu slowly said. His voice was rich without the slightest sense of having aged. Yungu actually directly admitted to it. Ha 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 ha. 7 Stars Divine Palace Chief Duan Haisha laughed out loud. As expected of the medical saint, you're truly a smart individual who knows your place. In that case, are you going to obediently hand it over, or do you want us to personally take it away from you? Why do you people wish to obtain the Sky Poison Pearl? Yungu raised his head to look at the sky and asked a question that he already knew the answer to. HMPH, is there even a need to ask? Mu Yingchen, the sect master of Soaring Celestial Sword Sect, slowly stepped forward and righteously said, Ever since the Sky Poison Pearl appeared in this world 4 years ago, countless people of our Azure Cloud continent have died under its intense poison. In the beginning, its poison merely killed several dozen people. However, with every subsequent appearance, it would bring upon an even more terrifying poisonous disaster. From a few dozen people, to killing several hundred people at a time, and then to 1,000 people, several thousand, several tens of thousands. And the last time it appeared, it had poisoned and killed a total of 270,000 people in Fleeting Villa. All of their corpses no longer exist, and the entire villa has turned into a wasteland. Furthermore, the intense poison had only scattered after an entire month. An item of such disastrous level will definitely bring a gargantuan crisis to the Azure Cloud continent if given even more time. The reason our Soaring Celestial Sword Sect had bitterly searched for the Sky Poison Pearl the entire time was in order to seal it forever and to prevent it from harming the world ever again. And looking at the Azure Cloud continent, the only ones with the abilities capable of sealing the Sky Poison Pearl are our Soaring Celestial Sword Sect. Yungu. Ho 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 ho, Sect Master Mu, are you not afraid that your tongue will get bitten by the large winds? Duan Haisha said in a ridiculing tone. If it's the way of the sword, our 7 Stars Divine Palace is indeed unable to compare. But when it comes to the ways of medicine and poison, I'm afraid your esteemed sect is not even at the level of our toes. If the Sky Poison Pearl is truly handed to your esteemed sect, Sect Master Mu, are you not afraid that your Soaring Celestial Sword Sect would step on the trail of Fleeting Villa due to its lack of abilities? Mu Yingchen was not angry either, as he said smilingly, Now this isn't something Palace Chief Duan has to worry about. If our Soaring Celestial Sword Sect is really unable to contain the Sky Poison Pearl, the 10,000 years we have stood on the Azure Cloud continent for would have been for nothing. Though when it comes to Palace Chief Duan, an elder and a bunch of disciples from your esteemed palace seem to have just been killed by someone. Yet even now, you still do not have any leads. With a foreign danger not yet dispelled, you still forcefully ran over here to intervene in the matters of the Sky Poison Pearl. This sect master was merely worried that your esteemed palace would be overwhelmed and accidentally step onto the trail of Fleeting Villa. Now that would really be ugly to see. Duan Haisha coldly laughed. Compared to the peace and stability of the Azure Cloud continent, what's there to care about a mere foreign danger? Their words fell into Yun Qi's ears without a single word missing, causing him to feel even more surprised. The Sky Poison Pearl they spoke of appeared 4 years ago, and it was able to release an incomparably terrifying poison. The Sky Poison Pearl that merged with him possessed complete purifying and refining powers. However, even after so many years had passed, the poison powers that it once had were never restored. Not even the least bit of it was restored. Back then, his master Yungu was forced to death. The reason why they wanted to snatch away the Sky Poison Pearl was all for the purifying and refining powers displayed by the Sky Poison Pearl when Yungu was giving treatment to people. Yungu used the Sky Poison Pearl to save people, yet the ones who were saved exposed the powers of the Sky Poison Pearl. Through the Azure Cloud continent, they spread the fact that the Sky Poison Pearl could understand the countless poisons under the heavens, and that it could refine countless objects under the heavens. With the Sky Poison Pearl, they no longer needed to be afraid of any form of poison, and there would no longer be medicine that they could not refine. In the end, under the greed of countless sects and clans, Yungu killed himself. The reason he killed himself was in order to protect Xianxia. However, Xianxia had instead. As for the poison powers of the Sky Poison Pearl, the people of the world only found out about the most terrifying part of the Sky Poison Pearl, its annihilative poison powers, only after the vengeful Xianxia had released them to kill those who had forced Yungu to die without regard for any consequences. And now, the reason why these three hegemons wanted to snatch away the Sky Poison Pearl was clearly because of its poison powers. In their words, they had never brought up that it carried purifying and refining powers. The Sky Poison Pearl they were trying to snatch right now, just what in the world was it? Yungu swept his eyes at his surroundings and lightly sighed. If you people are truly here to seal the powers of the Sky Poison Pearl and prevent it from bringing a crisis of poison to the Azure Cloud continent, then all of you can leave now. What do you mean by that? Heaven-thwarting sect master Su Hengshan leisurely asked. The poison of the Sky Poison Pearl is not your regular poison. Presently, its poison powers have only just awakened by a small amount, yet it is already displaying such a level of terror. Controlling and sealing its poison powers is definitely not as easy as using a profound energy formation. This old one has dwelled deep into the ways of the medicine and poison for so many years, and furthermore, when it comes to the way of poison, I have a slightly unique disposition for it, which allowed me to barely control the Sky Poison Pearl. If it is handed to you people, the moment its poison powers lose control and go berserk, yet another calamitous crisis that can never be restored will happen once again. Heh heh heh, ha 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 ha. Heaven-thwarting sect master Su Hengshan laughed out arrogantly, and Su Hengshan and Mu Yingchen were similarly laughing out loud. With a ridiculing tone, Su Hengshan said, "And here I was wondering just what kind of individual this medical saint is. I had thought he was a saint who truly cared about the safety of countless lives, but in the end, he's nothing more than a vulgarian who covets the Sky Poison Pearl." Such laughable words. You're the only one capable of controlling the Sky Poison Pearl, and we can't. In other words, our three sects, which have prospered for 10,000 years in the Azure Cloud continent, cannot hold a candle to an old man who practices medicine. Ha 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 ha, this is simply the most idiotic joke this palace chief has heard in his entire life. Su Hengshan laughed arrogantly. Old fogey Yun. Mu Yingchen dropped his pretense. His address towards Yungu had already turned incomparably belittling as he reached his hand out towards Yungu. Hand over the Sky Poison Pearl obediently. This is all for the countless lives under the heavens. What you people want is but the poison powers of the Sky Poison Pearl. Grief was clearly carried within Yungu's eyes, and his voice was still as light as the wind. The real disaster and mistake will be handing it over to you all. Hef! Mu Yingchen's eyes darkened as an ice-cold and pale hand stretched out, grabbing onto Yungu's left shoulder. You sure are unexpectedly stubborn. In order to monopolize the Sky Poison Pearl, you would even throw away your life. I really wonder if you were to lose an arm, would your answers remain the same? The moment Mu Yingchen's voice fell, an ice-cold, bone-piercing voice rang behind him. Take your dirty hand off him. It was as if someone had suddenly poured a bucket of cold water over Mu Yingchen's head as his entire body went completely rigid. This sound seemed to come from the empty space that had abruptly ruptured as it echoed in his ears. As the sect master of Soaring Celestial Sword Sect, one of the three most powerful people in the Azure Cloud continent, he actually had not detected the aura of the owner of that voice before it had appeared. What was even more terrifying was the fact that even though that voice was very soft, it contained a coldness and killing intent that seeped into his very soul, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He had never ever experienced this sensation before in his long life. Who is it? Mu Yingchen yelled out in a low voice as he turned around as swift as lightning. After that, he unwittingly looked above him as everyone's shocked gazes simultaneously focused on the space above Mu Yingchen's head. They saw a young man dressed in white hovering in the air with a green-clad girl who did not look a day over 16 in his arms. The girl was beautiful enough to cause the fall of cities and countries, and she clung tightly to the man by her side. There was some fear reflected in her eyes, but it was overshadowed by a sense of security and safety. The place they were in was only 30 meters above them, but not a single person who was present knew when exactly they had appeared in that place. Those were two overly youthful and completely unknown faces. The girl's profound energy aura was only at the third level of the spirit profound realm, but the young man's aura was at the initial stages of the sovereign profound realm. The three great sect masters all felt profound shock in their hearts. There were already very few monarchs in the Azure Cloud continent, and the three of them were extremely familiar with all of them. Moreover, only a peerless genius could have reached the sovereign profound realm at such a young age, but the three of them had never seen this young man before. "Who are you?" Mu Yingchen said as his eyes narrowed into slits. "Were you the one who spoke to this sect master just now?" "Sect master? It's merely some reckless young punk who doesn't value his own life. Do we chase him away, or—" A person standing behind Su Hengshan said in a voice that was filled with disdain. "Young punk," Su Hengshan said with a low chuckle. From the aura given off by his life force, he should not be more than 30 years old. Yet his profound strength has already reached the initial stages of the sovereign profound realm. This young fellow surely must have an incredible background. "Oh!" Su Hengshan's words caused everyone besides the three great sect masters to gasp in shock. But their shock was merely at the level of surprise. So that person immediately replied, "No wonder he dares to display such an arrogant attitude. He indeed has the goods to back it up. However, it is truly a pity that he has chosen the wrong people to target today." "Young man, you called this sect master's hand dirty. That is truly a strange thing to say," Mu Yingchen said in an amused manner as he shook his own hand. "This sect master has lived for 1700 years, but it is the first time I've heard anyone use the word dirty to describe this sect master. Do you want to try and say it again?" Yun Qi did not say anything, and his expression did not change either. Both him and Su Linger were still looking intently at Yun Gu, and it was as if neither of them had even heard what Mu Yingchen had just said. Yun Qi's figure blurred, and in an instant, he had already flashed by Mu Yingchen with Su Linger in tow, both of them arriving at Yun Gu's side. Mu Yingchen did not stretch a hand out to stop them. Instead, he turned around in a calm and composed manner. From his behavior, it was clear that he was extremely interested in Yun Qi's identity. He was also naturally mistaken about why Yun Qi had rushed to Yun Gu's side. He gave a cold smile as he said, "Ah, you are also here for the Sky Poison Pearl after all." "Master," as he looked at Yun Gu, who was right in front of him, Yun Qi cried out loudly in his heart. His mood, the complete change in his nature and temperament, and the greatest frenzy he had ever fallen into in both of his lives had both been because of this old man in front of him. The debt Yun Qi owed this man for raising him and nurturing his talent was higher than the heavens and deeper than the ocean. He had originally thought that he would forever be separated from him. He also never expected to actually be able to meet him once more. His appearance had not changed in the slightest, and his aura was still as warm as a gentle breeze. The clear and fresh smell of medicine wafted from his body, and his eyes looked deep enough to hold the entire world in them. In this world, there were many people who were called magnanimous men or saints, but in Yun Qi's eyes, if there could only be one true saint in this entire world, then it would definitely be Yun Gu, who had been both a father and a teacher to him. Yun Gu was also gazing at Yun Qi. Yun Qi's eyes alternated between clear and cloudy, and it was as if his emotions had been so stirred up that he could barely control himself. However, Yun Gu could not see the slightest trace of greed in Yun Qi's eyes, so, at the very least, Yun Gu could tell that he was definitely not here for the Sky Poison Pearl. He was sure that he had never seen this person before, but he hazily felt a strange and old sense of familiarity with him. "Little brother, even though I do not know why you rushed towards this old one, but you are definitely not after the Sky Poison Pearl in this old one's possession. Or perhaps, you've mistaken me for someone else. This place is far more dangerous than you can imagine. I would advise that you leave as quickly as possible," Yun Gu advised. Yun Qi calmed the emotions that threatened to overwhelm him. He squeezed Su Linger's small hand and said in a low voice, "Linger, return to the profound arc with Master first. I will forcibly send Master there." Su Linger's hands tensed as she gazed at Yun Qi for a good long while before she finally gave a light nod of her head. "Big brother Yun, you must be careful." A spatial ripple surged from around Yun Qi, and before any of the people present had a chance to react, Su Linger and Yun Gu had both vanished from that place. Mu Yingchen, Duan Haisha and Su Hengshan were briefly stunned, but after that, their expressions changed as all three of them rushed towards where Yun Gu had been standing at practically the same time. But whether it was his figure or his aura, Yun Gu had completely vanished and he had not left even a single trace behind. It was a dimensional escape," Su Hengshan said with a low yell as he swiveled towards Yun Qi. He stared at Yun Qi furiously, his aura firmly locking onto him as well. "There is some kind of spatial profound artifact hidden on his person. To think we fell for this young punk's trick," Mu Yingchen said as his expression turned completely dark. The three great sect masters and the entirety of their three supreme sects had been gathered in this place, and no one in the Azure Cloud continent could disobey or resist such a force. The power gathered here could rule over all of existence, but all of them could only watch as their prey disappeared right before their eyes. Ho ho ho. It seems like Sect Master Zuo and Sect Master Mu truly have not made much progress these last few years. It is merely a small accident, yet it so easily caused the two of you to lose your composure. On the other hand, Du Hengshan was completely calm and composed. He stared at Xianxia, his amused smile deep and long. Even if that Yungu flees, where else can he flee to? Moreover, don't the both of you think that another big present has delivered itself to our doorstep? Oh, what does Palace Chief Duan mean? Mu Yingchen and Su Hengshan's gazes grew more intense as they reacted to those words. Heh! Du Hengshan slowly walked towards Xianxia. Kid, this palace chief really has to commend your guts. Of course, the reason you have such courage is because you still do not know who we are. Before this palace chief personally reveals this to you, you still have one last chance, right now. This palace chief is extremely interested in the spatial profound artifact that you just used. If you are willing to obediently hand over, perhaps this palace chief will disregard your previous behavior. Otherwise what? Xianxia said as the corners of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Du Hengshan, I heard that 7 Stars Divine Palace dispatched an elder and a group of disciples to shamelessly harm an innocent sect in the country of Supwake, all for the sake of a stalk of coiling dragon feelers. But in the end, they received their just desserts, and all of them died a miserable death. I don't know who it was who sent them all to hell, but I wonder if your 7 Stars Divine Palace has found that person already. Du Hengshan's face gradually grew rigid, but a Divine Palace elder who stood behind him already started to roar in fury. So the one who killed the 19th elder and his party was you? Preposterous. Du Hengshan smiled despite his rage. He had originally believed that the reason Xianxia had dared to act so boldly and presumptuously in front of them was because he did not know who they were. If not, he would have been scared shitless a long time ago. But right now, Xianxia had addressed him by his name and had accurately identified the 7 Stars Divine Palace behind him. He actually even took the initiative to tell them in a tone filled with contempt that he was the person who had cruelly killed all of those people from 7 Stars Divine Palace 10 days ago. If they had originally believed that the reason for his lack of fear was sheer ignorance, then right now, the other party not only knew who they were, he had also clearly and arrogantly treated his 7 Stars Divine Palace with contempt while boldly taunting them. Sect Master Zuo, Sect Master Mu, will there be any objections if my 7 Stars Divine Palace takes down this kid? Du Hengshan's face had turned a faint green, and it was clear that he was truly enraged. You can subdue him, but you need to guarantee his survival, Su Hengshan said, the schadenfreude evident in his voice. Whether it is the sky poison pearl or the spatial profound artifact, once we reach an agreement on these two things, you can deal with him in whatever manner you please. Forget it, I'll leave this matter to Palace Chief Duan. This sect master will just treat the matter where this kid just called this sect master's hands dirty as forgotten. Mu Yingchen said indifferently as his lips curled up, but his hot and venomous gaze was still locked onto Xianxia's body. After seeing that the other 2 sect masters consented to his proposal, an elder that was standing behind Du Hengshan strode forward and spoke aggressively. Palace Chief, let me teach this arrogant and ignorant punk a lesson. He has merely reached the first level of the sovereign profound realm, but he behaves as if he is unrivaled under heaven and actually dares to kill members of our 7 Stars Divine Palace. Let him keep his life but break his arms and his legs first, Du Hengshan said in a dark voice. As the 7 Stars Palace Chief, it was only natural that he would not stoop to dealing with this matter personally. The Divine Palace Elder took a step forward before fiercely rushing towards Xianxia. The boundless and majestic energy field of a monarch instantly expanded outwards, causing squalls to spring up in the surrounding area which was tens of kilometers wide. Kid, give your granddaddy a good kneel first? As he shouted those furious words, his extended palm was no more than 3 feet away from Xianxia's head. Xianxia did not move an inch. His eyes were tranquil and his expression was cold and indifferent, not wavering in the slightest. He only blandly murmured in his heart, the old debts of the previous years and the new debts of the present. I'll settle them all today. RIIIP. The Divine Palace Elder's palm grabbed Xianxia's head, but in the instant that his profound energy expanded outwards, He suddenly discovered that his palm was grabbing empty air, and the profound energy that he released had only torn a long black gash in the air. Wah, what? Where was he? Where was he? The Divine Palace Elder felt an unexpected shock bloom in his heart. He could barely believe his own eyes, but before he could recover from his shocked daze, an extremely dull and heavy sound suddenly rang out behind him. Chinese letter ZZNG, this sound was not particularly resonant. It also could not be described as intense, but it was so dull and heavy that it caused extreme discomfort to everyone's eardrums and body. It was as if something had suddenly exploded against their heart. The Yun Qi who had disappeared had materialized in front of Seven Stars Palace Chief Duan Haisha like a ghost. His right elbow struck Duan Haisha's chest. At that moment, Duan Haisha's expression was still dark and heavy, and he did not even have time to be startled before this happened. That dull and heavy noise was the sound of Yun Qi's elbow striking Duan Haisha's chest. After everyone had shifted their incredulous gazes to Yun Qi's new position, he was in the midst of moving his elbow away from Duan Haisha's chest in a simple and unexaggerated manner. Duan Haisha's body did not move an inch, and even the place that was struck did not sink in or bend. In fact, there was not even the slightest change in Duan Haisha's expression. Yun Qi's speed was so fast that it was as if they had seen a ghost. However, after they saw that his sneak attack had clearly not hurt Duan Haisha and they had recovered from their shock, the surrounding Divine Palace elders and disciples were about to open their mouths to laugh out loudly to mock Yun Qi's overconfidence. But before their laughter could make it out of their throats, they suddenly saw Duan Haisha's face turn ghastly pale at an astonishing speed, and then his face then started to turn into a purplish-black color. After that, his entire body fell backwards like a block of wood that had been blown on by a light wind. Bang! Duan Haisha's body smashed against the ground, his eyes set in a wide and unblinking stare. A large amount of red-stained foam leaked out of his mouth as blood wildly gushed from his nose. Palace Chief! The scene shocked all the gathered Divine Palace disciples. In fact, it shocked everyone present, and the shock was so great that it seemed to cause everyone's souls to leave their bodies. The Divine Palace elders scrambled forward, but before they could even draw near to him, Duan Haisha's body abruptly trembled. Woo-wash. Duan Haisha's profound veins and dantian resembled a punctured balloon. The profound energy that he had cultivated for his entire life was turning into countless streams of agitated energy as they flowed out from every part of his body until it ran dry. After all of his profound energy had leaked out of his body, Duan Haisha's entire body became soaked in cold sweat, and he resembled a drowning dog that had just been fished out of the water. His constantly twitching limbs and face showed that he was still alive. After receiving just a single blow from Yun Qi, Seven Stars Divine Palace's Palace Chief Duan Haisha's profound veins had become completely crippled, and all of his profound energy had been reduced to nothing. Palace Chief! Those elders who were rushing over to Duan Haisha's side all dumbly stood in place. Their eyeballs shook in their sockets as their legs went limp. There were even some who sank to their knees and did not come back to their senses for a long while. Besides the members of Seven Stars Divine Palace, the gathered members of Heaven-Thwarting Sect and Soaring Celestial Sword Sect had all been so shocked that their faces had turned white as a sheet, while the pupils of their eyes completely dilated. Even Heaven-Thwarting Sect Master Su Hengshan and the Soaring Celestial Sword Sect Master Mu Yingchen had gone pale with shock. When Duan Haisha's profound energy started wildly leaking into the air, Mu Yingchen was so shocked that he had actually taken a step back. They had just witnessed with their own two eyes the crippling of Duan Haisha, a level 9 monarch, Palace Chief of 7 Stars Divine Palace, one of the 3 strongest people in the Azure Cloud continent. Furthermore, this had been done a single blow. He was crippled in just a single blow. Palace Chief! The great Divine Palace elders who were the nearest to Duan Haisha had all scrambled to his side. They stretched out trembling hands to probe Duan Haisha's aura, but they discovered that Duan Haisha's body had become extremely soft. There was not even the slightest trace of profound energy remaining, and even his profound veins had been reduced to paste. He had not merely been crippled. He had been so thoroughly and completely crippled that he would not be able to restart his cultivation from the elementary profound realm even if he wanted to. Duan Haisha was not dead, and he even still possessed some awareness, but his eyes were gray and dark, empty holes that were no different from that of a dead man's. All of the skin and muscles on his body could visibly be seen withering up too. He had fallen from the pinnacle of the known world to a complete cripple in a matter of seconds. For a peerless, profound practitioner, this was a fate that was millions of times crueler than dying in battle. Furthermore, this cruel series of events happened all too quickly and suddenly, and perhaps Su Hengshan himself thought that he was currently in the middle of a nightmare. Su Hengshan, you must thank my master, Xianxia coldly said as he turned his back to Su Hengshan. If not for the presence of my master, I would not even leave an intact corpse behind, much less that useless life of yours. Gu was a medical practitioner, and he was a medical practitioner that was far too pure at that. That was also the reason he was able to become the medical saint, who possessed medical skills which could snatch fate away from the heavens. Xianxia's medical skills originated from Gu, and whether it was the profound sky continent or the illusory demon realm, they were unparalleled. Even if that was the case, Xianxia was aware that his medical skills were roughly only 50 to 60% of Gu's medical skills. If one were to say that Xianxia's medical skills could save lives, then Gu's medical skills could be said to truly be able to snatch fate away from the heavens. Furthermore, it was also because of his pureness of intent towards saving lives that he had never killed and he had never been able to accept killing. Even the death of someone wicked would elicit a sigh of lament from him. You, the divine palace elder that knelt by Su Hengshan's side jerked his head upwards. Baleful energy swelled up in his body as he spoke, but it faded away as swiftly as it had risen. After that, he spoke in a voice that clearly contained deep shock and fear. You, who exactly are you? Xianxia did not reply, his icy gaze piercing Su Hengshan and Su Hengshan. Both of them had completely different expressions on their faces at this moment. Xianxia said, now on to the both of you. Will the both of you do the deed yourselves, or do I have to personally take action? Under Xianxia's gaze, both Su Hengshan and Su Hengshan instantly felt an icy coldness surge through every fiber of their beings. The feat of completely crippling Su Hengshan in one strike. This was a power that they could barely believe and they could not fathom. They had striven to rationalize this event using the explanation that Su Hengshan was caught unprepared. But if you gave this sort of explanation to an idiot, even that idiot would not believe you. As the current hegemons of the Azure Cloud continent, they were even more clear on the fact that completely crippling a level 9 monarch was 10 times harder than actually killing him, much less crippling him in a single strike. You, who exactly are you? One could clearly hear the trembling in Su Hengshan's voice as he said these words. We have no grievances or resentments between us. Why are subjecting us to such a harsh judgment? Su Hengshan asked hurriedly. His words and the tone of his voice had clearly become much softer due to fear. No grievances or resentments against each other. This time, all of you people gathered together in the country of Supwake so that you could steal something from my master. If I had not arrived, given my master's nature, he would have definitely have been forced to his death by you lot. But right now, you're trying to tell me that there are no grievances or resentments between us. Xianxia lightly ground his teeth together as the boundless hatred and enmity from all those years ago was faintly aroused once again. You are a disciple of the medical sainter Gu? Su Hengshan said as he shook his head. That's not possible. None of us has ever heard of Gu accepting any disciples. You are clearly thinking of obtaining the sky poison pearl for yourself. Xianxia's eyes faintly narrowed as he muttered words that only he could hear. The debt that you owe my master, the debt that you owe Linger, and the debt that you owe me. Master does not approve of killing, and Linger's is soft-hearted and compassionate, so I'll simply get some interest back from them. He extended 3 fingers towards Su Hengshan and Su Hengshan as he spoke in an incredibly apathetic and unsympathetic tone. I will give the 2 of you 3 breaths. Don't worry, I don't want your lives either. So in the span of these 3 breaths, you will either cripple your own profound strength or I will personally cripple your entire bodies. Su Hengshan and Su Hengshan's pupils contracted at the same time. 1. Xianxia folded the first finger. 2. Xianxia folded the second finger, and his aura, which was originally as tranquil as still water, started to fiercely rise. Before the events of this day, if anyone had said that there was a time where both Su Hengshan and Su Hengshan were scared witless, there would be no one in the continent that would believe them, and the person who said such things would become a huge joke himself. But right now, Su Hengshan, the only other person who could be grouped together with them a mere 100 breaths ago, was now a cripple who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. So when they faced Xianxia's outstretched fingers, they were seized by a profound and heart-wrenching sense of terror. 3. Su Hengshan and Mu Yingchen took to the skies at the same time as they soared backwards and roared loudly in unison. Kill him! Everyone advance! Kill him now!" The gathered elders and disciples of the three great sects could hear the palpable fear in Su Hengshan's and Mu Yingchen's voices. But they were also seized by the same terror. A person that was able to instantly cripple a character like Du Haisha, they could well imagine how terrifying a character they were facing right now. But the orders of the sect masters could not be defied. So the moment the two sect masters fled in panic, they had no choice but to summon up their courage and charge forward to attack Xianxia. However, nearly half of them, especially the disciples who belonged to 7 Stars Divine Palace, also turned around and fled like the two sect masters. Xianxia eyed the direction where Su Hengshan and Mu Yingchen were fleeing in, but he did not give chase immediately. Instead, his body flashed as he instantly shifted to a spot that was more than 300 meters above his previous location. After that, a blue light descended from above. Crack, 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 the blue light spread amidst the sounds of ice congealing as it instantly sealed away tens of kilometers of space in ice. When the sound of ice congealing had stopped, the entire world seemed to have gone quiet in an instant, as all of the sounds of people shouting had completely disappeared. Besides the fleeing Su Hengshan and Mu Yingchen, 40 monarchs and hundreds of disciples had all been solidly frozen inside thick layers of ice. The surpassingly strange noise caused Su Hengshan and Mu Yingchen, both of whom had been fleeing with all their might, to subconsciously turn their heads back. After seeing the scene that had unfolded in front of them, both of them were so shocked that their souls had practically flown out of their bodies. But as their eyes swept the surrounding area, they did not catch a single trace of Xianxia's figure. Su Hengshan's heart became even more uneasy. He fiercely gritted his teeth as he raised his speed to the point where he nearly broke through his own limits. But the instant he turned around, he suddenly saw Xianxia standing in front of him in complete silence. This startled Su Hengshan so badly that his soul really threatened to leave his body and fly to heaven. Right now, he was rushing forward at full speed, so he did not even have the time to come to a halt, much less reverse directions and flee backwards. The terrified and shocked Su Hengshan, who had been left with no path of escape, could only let out a wild roar as both of his arms thrust outwards, and he desperately summoned forth all of the profound energy in his body. A bluish-purple profound formation swiftly formed in the space between his two hands as his palms exploded towards Xianxia's chest. Even though the profound formation that formed between Su Hengshan's hands was small, it was the top profound formation that anyone in the Azure Cloud continent was aware of, the Heaven-Thwarting Formation. It had enough might to sunder the heavens and the earth, yet Xianxia did not even pay any attention to it. He had an expressionless face as he simply sent a fist flying against the wind, smashing it towards Su Hengshan's chest. Bang! The resulting explosion sent vibrations through the air as Xianxia's fist smashed through the Heaven-Thwarting Formation that Su Hengshan had formed with all his power. The huge force of the backlash neatly snapped the bones in Su Hengshan's arms, but Xianxia's fist still contained all of its original force as it exploded against Su Hengshan's chest. Amidst an explosive wail, a beam of fire violently burst out from Su Hengshan's back. Woo! Su Hengshan's eyes bulged outwards. He had never ever dreamed that his power, a power that had not been rivaled during his lifetime, was actually so insignificant and inadequate in front of this person. In that instant, he could no longer feel the existence of his own profound veins any longer. Just who exactly are you? Su Hengshan gasped out those words with much difficulty. His entire body had become just like Du Haisha's. It resembled a balloon that had been pierced by 1,000,000 needles, as the foundation of all of his profound strength leaked out into the air. Similarly, Xianxia had spared his life, even though death would have been considered a blessed release for a continental hegemon such as Su Hengshan. Xianxia flicked his arm, throwing Su Hengshan tens of kilometers away. He just so happened to land at Du Haisha's side. After that, the fire light on Xianxia's body flashed as he took off in hot pursuit of Mu Yingchen, who had fled in the other direction. As Mu Yingchen was wildly fleeing, he sensed that Su Hengshan had released the aura of the Heaven-Thwarting Formation behind him. He breathed a small sigh of relief in his shocked and terrified heart at the same time, because he and Su Hengshan had fled in opposite directions, so if he pursued Su Hengshan, he would not have the chance to chase after him. But after a brief moment, he suddenly sensed that the aura of the Heaven-Thwarting Formation had disappeared completely, and following that, Even Su Hengshan's aura began to rapidly weaken. Mu Yingchen unwittingly turned his head back, and to his utter shock, he saw that Yun Qi's figure was not even 5 kilometers away. What? Mu Yingchen's body sank as his shocked face was instantly drained of all blood. He frantically raised his energy as he desperately surged forward. When he turned his head back once more, he discovered that Yun Qi was actually less than 1.5 kilometers behind him. This time, Mu Yingchen was so shocked that his gall bladder nearly ruptured. He was moving at the full speed that a proper level 9 monarch could muster, but in front of Yun Qi, he was practically sitting still. As he realized that continuing to flee would be absolutely meaningless, Mu Yingchen fiercely gritted his teeth before he abruptly wheeled about. A 7.5-foot-long lustrous white longsword grasped in his hand. In an instant, a violently surging sword energy caused the surrounding space to fiercely tighten. If Xianxia Cultivation could be said to be the #1 swordsman in the entire profound sky continent, then Mu Yingchen was the emperor of the way of the sword in the Azure Cloud continent. The white jade imperial dragon sword in his hand was the sword that reigned supreme over all the other swords in the Azure Cloud continent. When profound energy was poured into it, a gentle sweep of its blade would produce dragon roars which would shake the heavens. HAAH, soaring celestial sword formation? The white jade imperial dragon sword danced prettily in the air as a giant circle-shaped sword formation swiftly formed in the air. It was just as Mu Yingchen had performed 360 consecutive sword strokes and was only left with 6 strokes to complete the soaring celestial sword formation that Yun Qi, who was rushing right at him, suddenly disappeared. The sword in Mu Yingchen's hand also disappeared at the same time. Mu Yingchen's entire body froze in place as his mind went completely blank. It was still reasonable that he could not sense how Yun Qi had suddenly disappeared. But he had no idea how the sword that was practically one with his body had suddenly disappeared from his hand as well. It was as if it had been swallowed up by the empty air. This is truly a waste of time. A detached and apathetic voice coldly rang out from behind him. At the same time that voice fell, an enormous power that was too great to describe smashed into his back. Puu! Blood streamed from Mu Yingchen's 7 orifices as his profound veins and consciousness collapsed at the same time, and he was sent tumbling downwards. Author's note: Su Hengshan plus Duan Haisha plus Mu Yingchen. The names Huenji Wuyu, Xianxia Cultivation, Fengyi Yi Meixi of profound sky continent are sound tyrannical, possess great disposition, and are not easily forgotten. Why do our names sound as if they were given on the spot, even though we're similarly overlords of a continent? Mars, because they're overlords of the main storyline and have lived for several hundred chapters, while you 3 are but mere regular mobs found in dungeons that will only live for no more than 3 chapters. I spent an entire day and night to think of those 4 names, while I settled your 3 names in just 10 seconds. What wishful thinking you guys have. I don't even know what's the meaning of the word Ying, Chinese letter. How is it supposed to be read? It's so troublesome to type it every single time. Hunger has something delicious to eat again. This sword, even I feel like eating it when I see it. When he stroked the white jade imperial dragon sword he obtained from Mu Yingchen, the shiny whiteness of the sword's blade seemed like a young girl's skin and even gave off an extremely concentrated aura of a true dragon. Yun Qi muttered a few words, placed the sword into the sky-poisoned pearl, and then descended. Ice that was several kilometers thick sealed all the members of the 3 sects within. The weakest were thrones, while the strongest were monarchs. None of them could escape, and there wasn't even anyone that could make any noise. If it were the usual Yun Qi, these people would have long turned into a sea of corpses, and it would only be a question of whether they would still have complete corpses. Now, however, all of these people were simply sealed in ice, and not one of them lost their lives. Su Hengshan, Duan Haisha, and Mu Yingchen were stacked on top of one another. The 3 of them were still in almost the same state. Their eyes were listless, their mouths foamed, and their entire bodies seemed as though they were a pile of boneless slime. It was just that their limbs spasmed occasionally. They were similarly still alive, but the profound strength that once stood on top of the Azure Cloud continent had been completely crippled, which also meant that after all the commotion Yun Qi caused today, not one person had died. If the perished souls of the burning Heaven clan were to know of this, they would definitely jump out from the depths of hell at all costs and loudly scream, "WHY?" They were some of the culprits that forced Yun Qi to his death back then. If he had not come today, Yun Gu would have definitely lost his life. Among them, Seven Stars' divine palace even harmed the entire Grandwake clan and nearly caused Yun Qi and Su Linger to be separated yet again. But he actually did not kill anyone. All of this was because of Yun Gu. Not just because Yun Gu was unable to accept the murder of living beings. Even if he had killed all of them, Yun Qi believed that his master Yun Gu would definitely blame himself for the deaths of all these people. The guilt and responsibility might haunt him for the rest of his life. Since he could not kill them, he might as well let his master Yun Gu pardon them. Perhaps this could be considered something that he had done for him. Calling out the primordial profound arc, Su Linger and Yun Gu walked in together, and the sights within caused them to be greatly shocked. Yun Gu looked at the surroundings, his face revealing several emotions. "Big brother Yun Qi, are you all right?" Su Linger hurried over and examined him worriedly. Only when she did not find any drops of blood on him that she heavily heaved a sigh of relief. "Of course I'm fine, they are the ones that are in trouble." Yun Qi's face was completely relaxed as he held Su Linger's hand and walked in front of Yun Gu. "Senior, don't worry, all these people are just simply sealed by ice profound energy, they aren't dead. As for the leaders, I only crippled their profound cultivations, preventing them from causing any more trouble. As for how they should be handled, since they came for Senior, how they shall be treated should be decided by Senior." Yun Gu looked at Yun Qi for quite a while, his gaze filled with doubts and complexity. Following which, he shifted his gaze away, glanced at the three people by his feet, sighed lightly and closed his eyes. "Let them go." A reply that was completely expected. Yun Qi did not immediately release the ice seal, but added, "Release all of them. Senior, you should know that there are massive powerhouses behind them. You magnanimously let them off, but they might not let you off. In no time, they will definitely come trouble you again. They might pay you back with a fiercer vengeance. Even so, are you still intent on letting them go? As long as you give me consent, I can immediately kill of them here and now, letting them receive the retribution they deserve. No traces would be left behind. In the future, there would not be anyone that could point the blame to you. Perhaps, even the secret of the sky poison pearl on you might not be known." Although the people within the ice seal could not move or make any noise, they could clearly hear what was happening on the outside. Yun Gu's words caused them to be overjoyed, but Yun Qi's words that followed caused their hearts to sink. Their gazes showed fear and despair. "Ah," Yun Gu sighed longingly, "this old one has made his mission in life saving others. How can I let so many lives be lost because of this old one? They are only driven by greed and do not deserve death. Now it can be said that they have already been punished. Just let them go." "Do not deserve death. Then does Master deserve death? Furthermore, how would these people be not deserving of death?" Heaven-Thwarting Sect, 7 Stars Divine Palace, and Soaring Celestial Sword Sect. They were all the top of the food chain within the Azure Cloud continent, the makers of law and order within the entire continent. They had lived for hundreds to thousands of years. Which one of them does not have hands that are stained with large amounts of blood of the innocent? To let go any of them go, allowing them to live for several hundred more years. Who knows how many hundreds or even more innocent lives would die at their hands? This was equivalent to harming several hundred lives. In reverse, killing them would be equivalent to saving several hundred lives. Such logic, if it were any other benevolent person, he would undoubtedly preach this. However, he was unable to do it before Yun Gu. Furthermore, with Yun Gu's experience and intelligence, how would he not have thought about all of this? "Since that's the case, we shall follow your wishes." Yun Qi smiled and his finger waved. Instantly, the profound ice instantly melted, releasing the elders and disciples who had been trapped within for a long while. When they regained their freedom, they all collapsed to the ground weakly. They were holding onto each other's shoulders and trembling with cold and fear, unwilling to believe that they would actually be spared. Yun Qi swept his eyes across them and coldly said, "I had originally wanted to kill all of you, but Senior Medical Saint chose to repay your evil acts with kindness and forgave all of you. Since this is the instruction of Senior Medical Saint, I shall let you off temporarily for today." All the trembling people raised their heads and finally believed that they were really going to leave the place alive. "We thank Senior Medical Saint for his kindness. Thank both seniors for the kindness." They dragged the slime-like bodies of their 3 sect masters in fear and sprinted frantically in 3 different directions. Their bodies gradually warmed as their speeds became even faster. They feared that the fiend behind them would change his mind. "Little brother, thanks for saving me today. This old one has no means of repayment, but will definitely remember this for all his life." Yun Gu said in gratitude, greatly paying his respects towards Yun Qi and Su Linger. Yun Qi brought Su Linger and retreated at lightning speed, causing Yun Gu's action to land on thin air. Cold sweat broke out in the back of Yun Qi's forehead, and he stammered, "Master, no, Senior, you can't. Junior can't, how can I receive such great courtesy? Senior is a medical saint of this era. Being of help to Senior is this Junior's honor." This, Yun Qi's strange actions caused Yun Gu to be slightly stunned before he sighed. "Little brother, you have such shocking, profound strength, but your temperament is so pleasant. This is indeed a joy to the world. Today, you have not only saved the life of this old one. If the sky poison pearl were to fall into the hands of those evildoers, who knows how many innocent lives would suffer from the calamity of the sky poison?" Yun Qi's heart was moved and followed on. "Senior medical saint, what are you going to do with the sky poison pearl?" Seeing the deep doubt in Yun Qi's eyes, Yun Gu said, "Looks like little brother really does not know about it. This sky poison pearl appeared approximately 4 years ago. It was said to be found by a merchant of True Vermilion Country's Merage Catcher City." When Yun Gu said, "True Vermilion Country's Merage Catcher City," Yun Qi's entire body tightened, and Su Linger's hands also grabbed onto Yun Qi's arm tightly. True Vermilion Country's Merage Catcher City. This was one of the cities he exterminated using the sky poison pearl previously. An entire town of 1,700,000 people, and all the other living beings within had died due to the sky poison, only because Merage Catcher City possessed 2 of the huge sects he hated to the core, yet was unable to go against due to their size. That was one of the biggest debts in his 2 lifetimes. And it was also that time when the sky poison pearl's poison powers were completely used up and could not release its poison powers anymore from then onward. The family that picked it up only put it at home as they thought it was a pretty-looking pearl, but after several days, the family was bathed in green light, and when they were found, the entire family of several dozens had all passed away from a vicious poison that had never been seen before. From then on, whenever the sky poison pearl appeared, it would cause a poisonous disaster, and each time, the poisonous disaster would become more and more frightening. Also, because of that, its poison powers started to be sought after by some who hoped to use its poison for their own benefits. Southern Sky Country's fleeting villa obtained the sky poison pearl out of pure chance and had the intention of causing a huge disaster. But such a huge sect, sigh. "Big brother Yun Qi, that sky poison pearl, could it be?" Su Linger whispered. Yun Qi. Yun Gu did not notice Yun Qi and Su Linger's weird expressions and continued. "This old one personally obtained the sky poison pearl from Fleeting Mountain Villa several months back and learned that its true might was far more frightening than the rumors. This old one felt that its poison powers were still just awakening, and if its poison powers were to completely recover, I wonder." Yun Gu's voice suddenly stopped, and his expression darkened. Yun Qi was shocked. "Senior medical saint. Why is this? It's obvious already." Yun Gu suddenly raised his head and shouted loudly, "Hurry and leave, you guys hurry up and leave. Senior, just what has happened?" How would Yun Qi possibly leave? Instead, he took a step forward. "It's the sky poison pearl. Its poisonous powers are suddenly showing signs of losing control. You guys hurry up and leave. If you don't, you won't make it," Yun Gu urged with even more anxiety. Yun Qi swiftly pushed Su Linger behind him and rushed forward to the front of Yun Gu and said seriously, "Senior, hurry and take out the sky poison pearl. It's lucky that this junior has some special properties that can cure poison. Perhaps they can help Senior control the vicious poison. Quick. Believe me, with Yun Gu's temperament, how would he risk the lives of innocents?" Just as he was about to persuade them once again, he thought about Yun Qi's heaven-shakingly powerful, profound strength, gritted his teeth, and took out the sky poison pearl. A pale green round pearl appeared before Yun Qi and emitted a slightly aggressive green light. This pale green poisonous light shone into Yun Qi's eyes, and a sensation that felt like connected souls was quickly born in his heart. This feeling, could it be? This old one has thought that he already had it under control and it would not lose control within a year. Unexpectedly, the aggressive green light caused Yun Gu's heart to be completely anxious. Looks like this old one has overestimated himself? Oh. In Yun Gu's shock, the sky poison pearl suddenly flew out of his hand by itself and shot straight towards Yun Qi. Yun Qi did not dodge and looked stunned as it approached, flying all the way to his chest. "Little brother." Yun Gu stretched out his hand subconsciously and wanted to remind Yun Qi when he suddenly realized that with a flash of light from the sky poison pearl, it had fused into Yun Qi's body like a stone that has dropped into water and completely disappeared. A pale green light instantly flashed on Yun Qi's entire body, but in an instant, Yun Qi gradually lifted both his arms. His left hand was the familiar jade green light of purification, and his right hand also flashed with a pale green light, the light of vicious poison. Previously, when he heard Xianxia and the others talk about the sky poison pearl, he had thought that it was only just a coincidence in name because the actual sky poison pearl was already on him, and there could never possibly be two sky poison pearls existing in this world. However, when Yun Gu took out the sky poison pearl, a feeling of spiritual connection reverberated clearly within his heart. The sky poison pearl within his body appeared to sense it strongly, and in his mind, the three words, sky poison pearl, appeared. The sky poison pearl within his body was real, but the sky poison pearl that Yun Gu held was real as well. However, these were two completely different sky poison pearls. The sky poison pearl that fused with Yun Qi had strong purifying and refining abilities, but did not possess any poison powers. However, poisonous powers were the sky poison pearl's main powers. But even after so many years had passed, there were no signs of the poison powers of the sky poison pearl recovering even slightly. Although Yun Qi had never mentioned this matter to Jasmine before, he still wondered about it frequently. However, the sky poison pearl on Yun Gu possessed pure poison powers. When this second sky poison pearl fused with his body, the memory seal on it finally solved the doubts in Yun Qi's mind. Back then in Azure Cloud Continent, when Yun Gu handed the sky poison pearl to Yun Qi, he warned him never to release the vicious poison within the sky poison pearl. After Yun Gu died, Yun Qi lost his mind and furiously released the sky poison that Yun Gu had tirelessly sealed, exterminating numerous people and clans with the poison. The final time he released the poison, he completely used up all the poison powers within the sky poison pearl, and even the poison origin had at the same time been released, following the release of the last bit of sky poison. Originally, when the poison origin had recovered, it would return to the sky poison pearl on its own. However, due to the interference of the mirror of samsara, not only had the sky poison pearl that had lost its poisonous origin oddly fused with Yun Qi's body, it had also passed through reincarnation and arrived in a different world. There was even a mismatch of time. Although the poisonous origin that remained on the Azure Cloud Continent did not disappear due to the powers of the Mirror of Samsara, after it recovered, it did not manage to return to the Sky Poison Pearl and formed its own body, producing the second Sky Poison Pearl. Now, as Yun Qi approached, the two Sky Poison Pearls detected the existence of one another and fused together once again. Only today, Yun Qi finally learned that the Sky Poison Pearl that he possessed had always been incomplete. It was a sky poison pearl that had lost its poison origin, which was also why it never possessed any poison powers. The pearl that Yun Gu possessed was a sky poison pearl that possessed poisonous powers. Now the time and space mismatch between the two finally reverted to normal once again, becoming complete within Yun Qi. "Little brother, this," Yun Gu revealed a rare expression of shock. With a simple thought in Yun Qi's mind, the green light on his palm extinguished instantly, and all the poisonous aura disappeared without a trace. Compared to himself back then, who could only barely manipulate the sky poison pearl, fusing with the sky poison pearl had allowed him to gain complete knowledge of the item. With the return of the poison origin of the sky poison pearl, the sky poison was slowly recovering. The awakened sky poison was already nearly 10% of what it was back then. If it were completely released, it would be sufficient to turn a small town into a prison of poison. "Senior medical saint," Yun Qi did not know how to explain, so he could only sincerely say, "This sky poison pearl has already recognized Junior as its owner and can be controlled at Junior's will. Therefore, there should no longer be any signs of the poison powers losing control. Senior does not have to worry." Yun Gu was, after all, no ordinary person. After being shocked temporarily, he smiled gently. Then that couldn't be even better. This old one can now be at ease. He did not question the reason behind this, nor did he question Yun Qi's intentions, but the gentle smile on his face had come from the bottom of his heart. From what he saw, Yun Qi's gaze was clear as water, and he said each word with sincerity. Although he was obviously exceptionally strong, he did not show any arrogance or carelessness. Furthermore, with strength that could even casually suppress the three major sects, he definitely would not covet a sky poison pearl that one could not decide if it was a blessing or a curse. "Even after having my life saved, and having a matter that was weighing on my heart settled, this old one still does not know little brother's name, Yun-gu gently said. Senior medical saint does not have to be so courteous. Yun-chi frantically paid respects and said after a slight pause, Junior's surname is Yun with a single word Chi. This is Junior's childhood sweetheart, Su Linger. Yun-chi, this name was also given to me by you. Yun-chi, Yun-gu muttered before smiling slightly and sighed, as leisurely as clouds, as clear as water, such a good name. Not only do you have the same surname as this old one, your heart of medicine is so compatible. It seems like we really have been brought together by fate. Zzz, there was a faint buzzing noise in Yun-chi's mind. His lips moved, but he could not say anything. As leisurely as clouds, as clear as water. This was the meaning and desire of the name that Yun-gu had when he named him Yun-chi back then. To able to meet someone like little brother is definitely a blessing upon this old one's life. Little brother's profound strength is earth-shaking, and your temperament is exceptional. You must have some important matters to attend to coming here. This old one shall not nag anymore. If there are any matters where this old one can help, please let this old one know, and he shall definitely assist you with all his strength. Senior, hold on. Even before Yun-gu managed to move, Yun-chi frantically shouted for him and asked panikedly, Where is Senior heading to now? Yun-gu laughed and shook his head. A person who practices medicine has no fixed home. Where he goes shall be where he stays. However, this old one's life also has an end. It's time this old one finds a successor to which he can pass on his skills and the heart of medicine. However, the world is tainted, people meet by fate, and it cannot be sought. This old one is uncertain when his wish can possibly come true. The heart of medicine. Yun-chi's hands clenched tightly as he dared not look into Yun-gu's eyes in guilt. He bore all of Yun-gu's hopes, but in the end, he did not succeed the heart of medicine and instead walked to the other end of the extreme. Senior medical saint, Yun-chi said. Those that were pardoned by Senior previously and escaped all know that the sky poison pearl is on Senior. In no time, the message will swiftly spread and the entire world will know. Even if you told those people that it was no longer on you, no one would actually believe you. At that time, Senior would undoubtedly encounter unavoidable trouble. Has Senior thought about all of this? Whether it's a blessing or a curse is to be determined by the heavens. Yun-gu shook his head slightly. With the lesson little brother has taught them, they might not have the guts to do anything to this old one due to fear. Fear is limited, but greed is limitless. Yun-chi stood in front of Yun-gu, his tone slightly agitated. He was certain that if Yun-gu chose to stay within the Azure Cloud continent, he would meet with the same fate as today in no time. Senior medical saint, regarding this matter, Junior has a solution. Junior is not from the Azure Cloud continent, but came from a place called the Illusory Demon Realm. I hope Senior can follow Junior to the Illusory Demon Realm. At that place, Junior can guarantee that no one will cause trouble for Senior, nor will anyone disrespect Senior. Yun-gu turned and stared at Yun-chi for quite a while, shaking his head. This old one had already guessed previously that little brother had come from elsewhere, and it looks like I was right. This old one is extremely grateful for little brother's sincere heart. However, this old one's roots are after all firmly buried here, and this old one's medical path is also set on this land. No, that's not right. What Senior has said is wrong. Yun-chi suddenly interrupted and denied Yun-gu's words, and said exceptionally firmly, Senior medical saint has a heart of medicine that is revered by many, and the heart of medicine is what Senior has pursued all his life. If it were just the heart of medicine, it would be curing more illness and saving more people, regardless kindness or evil, race, status, and location. Yun-gu's entire body trembled slightly. Since your entire life has been dedicated to the medical path, and you've lived by the heart of medicine, then, what difference is there whether you practice medicine within the Azure Cloud continent or the Illusory Demon Realm? Furthermore, the territory of the Illusory Demon Realm is larger than that of the Azure Cloud continent. There's more living beings and more races that need people like Senior. In the Illusory Demon Realm, Senior can continue saving the masses, and I believe that in a few years, Senior's name would resound around the entire Illusory Demon Realm. If Senior were to remain adamant about staying in the Azure Cloud continent, if Senior were to encounter any accident, all that you have learned and all that you desired would turn into nothing. If you take the first option, your life would be fulfilling and it would benefit many. However, if you chose the latter, perhaps you might save millions fewer people and would not even find a successor, leading to the suffering of future generations. Yun Qi's words caused Yun Gu to remain silent for a long while as his gaze began to shift. Senior medical saint, Big Brother Yun Qi is right. Please follow us to the illusory demon realm. It's too dangerous for you to stay here, Su Linger pleaded softly. Senior, Yun Qi held his breath as he looked nervous at Yun Gu. Ho 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 ho. Yun Gu suddenly turned around and smiled gently. That's right, since my whole life has been dedicated to medicine where I practice makes no difference. Only when I leave can I help more people and save even more lives. Little brother, it is you who has enlightened this old one. It seems like this old one's heart of medicine is still lacking. Does that mean, Senior, you have agreed? Yun Qi asked in joy. Ho ho, Yun Gu smiled once again. Then I'll have to trouble little brother and little miss here to bring this old fogey along. That's great, Yun Qi and Su Linger exclaimed together in joy. At the same time, their eyes were watery due to agitation. Upon seeing the joyful faces of the two youths, Yun Gu also began to laugh. However, he did not know why, but his eyes also began to water uncontrollably. Yun Qi immediately brought Su Linger and Yun Gu into the primordial profound arc. They returned to the Grandwake clan to retrieve the items Su Linger's mother left behind. After staying in the Azure Cloud continent for some time, the primordial profound arc was reactivated and entered its second million-kilometer spatial travel. Su Linger was now by his side. His master was also by his side. There was nothing that he missed anymore in the Azure Cloud continent. When he came to the Azure Cloud continent, he had already known that he was facing certain death and only hoped to accomplish one last wish, which was meeting Su Linger again. He did not expect that. Not only had he found Su Linger, he had also found his master. Even the sky-poisoned pearl that was unknowingly incomplete had been completely reformed. Furthermore, the devil origin orb that originally would have definitely taken his life was no longer a threat, and instead became something of his own. Not only did he no longer have to die, even his profound strength had surged to an exaggerated level that was unheard of. He had also vaguely encountered an exceptionally frightening secret. On this trip to Azure Cloud, not only did he achieve all that he wanted to achieve, his entire person had seemingly been reborn and underwent complete change. Unbeknownst to him, even his temperament had slightly changed. Illusory Demon Realm, Demon Imperial City, Yun Household. After Yun Qi was sent into Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, it had been nearly a month since there was any contact. The Yun household was enveloped with an incomparably suppressive atmosphere this entire time. The little demon empress and Feng Zuer would make a visit to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley every single day, but forget about obtaining information. They couldn't even enter it. As time elapsed, the tense atmosphere that filled Demon Imperial City grew even heavier. The various great patriarchs and dukes were anxious and nervous. All of their forces were kept in a nervous state where they could be dispatched for war at any moment if needed, all day long. Because with every passing day, it would be a day nearer to the date Xianxia Cultivation was going to make his reappearance. Maintaining this heavy burden on the body and mind for several days was still manageable. However, this situation continued for such a long time, and before Xianxia Cultivation had even arrived, Demon Imperial City was already crumbling. Even the wills of the profound practitioners who had sworn to protect the city to their deaths were quickly wearing away as well. In the sky right above the Yun residence, following after a few spatial ripples, the primordial profound arc, which had crossed more than 4 million kilometers, quietly appeared. Senior Linger, this is the Imperial City of the illusory demon realm, and right below us is my home. Yun Qi introduced the place to Su Linger and Yun Gu, while the waves in his heart endlessly surged. He stayed in Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley for more than half a month, and he had even made a stop at the Azure Cloud continent for about a dozen days. They had to be worried to death by now. Furthermore, they definitely would not be able to guess just what he had experienced in these few days. Such a huge city, its ends can't even be seen with a single glance. Su Linger sighed out of curiosity, yet anxiety was what filled her heart the most, because she was immediately about to meet Yun Qi's biological parents, and the aura of this place is greatly different from the Azure Cloud continent. I never expected that while I was still alive, I would be fortunate enough to visit a new land. Since he had already arrived, Yun Gu accepted everything with incomparable calm as well. Senior Linger, trust me, you two will definitely come to like this place really quickly, Yun Qi said with a smile. Then he took in some air, and a roar that came from the depths of his lungs resounded far and wide. Grandfather, father, mother, little aunt, Zio Yun, Kei, Yuer, Zuer, I'm back. Yun Chi's loud roar instantly stirred 1,000 layers of waves within the Yun residence, which had been cast with low spirits for a long while. The noises of doors being fiercely pushed open clashed with one another. Little Chi, husband! Kang Yue and Zio Lingxi, who were in the hall, charged out, and they saw Yun Chi, who was presently descending from the skies. Yun Chi looked at the two of them, and with widespread arms, he said with a large smile, Lingxi, Yuer, why are you two still standing there? Hurry and throw yourselves into my arms. Kang Yue and Lingxi, with each on the left and right, pounced towards Yun Chi's chest. Zio Lingxi's emotions burst out from all the yearning, worry, and fear in this period of time, causing her to cry like the rustling of a storm. Even Kang Yue, who had long cultivated sufficient fortitude, was twitching as she choked immensely, unable to utter a single word. Su Linger's lips opened. As she quietly looked at the silhouette of Yun Chi's back, her emotions were indescribably complicated. However, as a fellow woman, she was able to sense the blazing emotions the two girls, who had recklessly pounced into Yun Chi's arms, had for him. Big brother, bringing Zio Lai with him, Zio Yun ran over with hurried steps. Following close behind him was number 7 under heaven, who was tightly hugging onto Yongan. In this period of time, this married couple had stayed in the Yun residence the entire time. Zio Yun, 7th sister, this period of time when you guys took care of grandfather must have been tough, Yun Chi said with a slight smile. Big brother, you, as long as you're fine. Zio Yun's eyes stirred and his voice choked. During the days while Yun Chi was not here, he was similarly in a state of extreme fear. After all, on the day Yun Chi was sent to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, he was truly in a frightening condition, and after that, there was no news of him for a long period of time. He and number 7 under heaven had consoled Zio Lai in various ways, saying how his life was more tenacious than anyone else's, and he would definitely be fine. However, even they themselves were worried day and night. Young Master, Asgard Master? Everyone in the Yun household, and also the crowd of frozen cloud girls residing in the outer residences, had all gathered. Every single one of their faces carried incomparably deep excitement. Before their arrival, Yun Chi had lightly mentioned to Yun Gu and Su Linger that he was the young master of the Yun family of the illusory demon realm, but looking at the scene before their eyes, to the entire Yun family, to these people, how could he possibly be just an ordinary young master? He was surrounded by layers upon layers of people, and every single one of them was unable to suppress his or her excitement from seeing his safe return. He was clearly just a youth of about 20 years old, but he was like the irreplaceable core of an entire world. Chair! Mu Yuru flew over with teary eyes, and next to her was Yun Qinghang, who was doing his best to suppress his excitement. Yun Chi hurriedly moved to them and then immediately knelt with his 2 knees on the ground. Filled with guilt, he said, Father, Mother, this child is unfilial. During this period of time, I have worried you two again. Chair, quick, stand up. Mu Yuru could not be bothered with the tears on her face as she hurriedly held Yun Chi up and looked at him over and over again. You're finally back. If you had taken any longer, Mother would have. Chair, are you completely healed? Are you completely fine now? The Golden Crow Divine God has cured you completely this time, right? Mu Yuru's every single word carried concern that was as deep as the ocean. Yun Chi looked her in the eyes and nodded with incomparable strength. Mother, this time I'm completely healed and I can't feel any better than I am now. The incidents that happened before will never happen again. Ria, really? Mu Yuru was excited to the point of being incoherent. Then that's good. That's really good to hear. Father, I was a disappointment some time ago. My will actually diminished in the face of a strong enemy which must have worried and disappointed Father. This child guarantees that it will not happen a second time, Yun Chi said as he looked at Yun Qinghang. At first glance he saw Yun Chi today. Yun Qinghang could already sense an incomparably huge change in his demeanor, to the point of being comparable to a metamorphosis. He no longer had any bleakness, any heavy-heartedness, nor even the least bit of gloom. What replaced them were instead brightness and excellence far surpassing what he had before. Compared to the condition he was in before he was brought to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, it was as if he had been reborn. Yun Qinghang smiled with incomparable joy and comfort. He reached out his hand and patted strongly on Yun Chi's shoulder. A true man can feel depressed for a short while, but he will definitely not feel depressed for a lifetime. The hand he patted Yun Chi's shoulder with suddenly jerked. His face revealed a deep astonishment. because flowing with Yun Qi's body was actually profound energy at the monarch level. Chair your profound strength. Yun Qinghang raised his head, looking at him in utter disbelief. Father, later on, you can inform Grandfather Mu and them to temporarily withdraw the Great City Barrier formation. As for the enforcement of martial law, it can be completely removed as well. Yun Qi revealed a confident, yet unarrogant light smile. Right now, I'm eager to have Xunyu and Wenchen come over. It would save me the trouble of going over to the profound sky continent to look for him myself. The hand Yun Qinghang placed on Yun Qi instantly stiffened, his eyes slightly widened. He was actually speechless from how agitated he was. Zuer isn't at home? Yun Qi could not spot Feng Zuer's figure. She and the little demon empress have gone over to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, Mu Yuru said. During this period, they have been making these visits every day, but they should be back around now. Big brother Yun. The moment Mu Yuru's voice fell, an anxious call sounded from afar. Feng Zuer, dressed in a red dress, could not be bothered with the masses of people present and heavily leapt into Yun Qi's arms. The little demon empress arrived right after her, and she quietly landed next to Yun Qi. She still had the same expressionless look and even spoke with the same cold tone. Yun Qi, just what happened to you in Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley? Why have you come out only after such a long time, letting all these people worry about you? Looking away, she then lightly added, How's your present condition? Heh, of course I'm fine now. You should know right after looking at me, Yun Qi laughed. Oh right, I forgot to introduce everyone. Yun Qi arrived next to Su Linger and Yun Gu and first pulled over Su Linger's small hand. This is Linger, Su Linger. She came back with me from the Azure Cloud continent. Linger, this is my father and mother. Linger greets uncle and auntie. Su Linger stepped forward and lightly bowed. What did you say? Azure Cloud continent? The little demon empress suddenly turned back. Although few people knew the existence of Azure Cloud continent, there were indeed distant records of the Azure Cloud continent in the illusory demon realm, and the little demon empress was one of the few people who knew about it. However, it was still just superficial knowledge. Amen, Yun Qi nodded. Actually, during this short period of time, I was not in Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, but traveled to the Azure Cloud continent with the profound Arca. As for the reasons behind this, I will tell everyone about it in detail later. Deep astonishment surfaced between the little demon empress's brows. However, she did not press for an answer amidst the crowd. On the other hand, Mu Yuru's focus was not on that whatever the Azure Cloud continent. The eyes Yun Qi and Su Linger looked at each other with were all seen by her, and how could she possibly not see through them? She was definitely in the process of getting another daughter-in-law. In an instant, wearing a grin on her face, she took the initiative to pull Su Linger's hand and gently said, Linger, though this auntie isn't aware where the Azure Cloud continent is, since you were willing to accompany Yun Qi here, in the future, this will be your home. If you need anything, please feel free to let auntie know. Thank you, auntie. Ripples of warmth surged within Su Linger's heart. Chair, this senior is? Yun Qinghang's gaze turned towards Yun Gu. This white-haired elderly man had a sage-like demeanor, and he carried an aura that could deeply impress people. Furthermore, he had noticed that the eyes Yun Qi was looking at him with carried deep respect. And when it came to people whom he would display such a respectful attitude to, other than his elders, there was seemingly no one else. Yun Qi hurriedly said, This person is Senior Medical Saint and similarly carries the surname Yun. His medical techniques can be said to be the best in both ancient and modern times, and from now on, he will be residing in our illusory demon realm. Yun Qinghang's heart shook immensely. Yun Qi's medical techniques were already at the miraculous level, yet the words, best in both ancient and modern times, were personally spoken by him. How could this possibly be a small matter? He hurriedly bowed and said, So it's Senior Medical Saint. To have a miracle man such as Senior Medical Saint here, it's truly a blessing for our illusory demon realm. This old man is just a regular doctor. I'm definitely not worthy of such praise from Patriarch Yun. Yun Gu hurriedly returned his greetings, but his gaze had instead landed on the little demon empress after that. Then he immediately spoke. I wonder how I should address this little lady. The little demon empress's brows slightly twitched as she turned around. Yun Qi hurriedly introduced. Senior Medical Saint, this is the little demon empress, the ruler of the continent of the illusory demon realm. I see. Yun Gu lightly nodded, and there were not any huge changes to the emotions on his face. As a doctor, he had seemingly never been moved by the identities of his patients. He continued to inspect the little demon empress, and when he thought of the crowd present at the sides in the end, he kept his words to himself. Yun Qi's heart fiercely shook. When it came to the little demon empress's condition, other than Yun Qinghang who had sensed it, only he and the little demon empress knew about it. Furthermore, the little demon empress's condition was not evidently exposed. If he had not known about it beforehand, even with his own judgment, he definitely would not have realized that she had any anomalies. However, looking at Yun Gu's expression, he had clearly seen through it at first glance. Yun Qi's heart began to tremble from excitement. How could I have missed such an important detail? I'm unable to save Kei, but Master might have a way, because he's my master who has surpassed all in the way of the medicine, be it in the present or ancient times. Father, I have to trouble you to prepare a quiet place, Yun Qi suddenly said, and then pulled the little demon empress. Senior medical saint, mind if I trouble you to first check on the little demon empress's pulse? Little demon empress. Yun Gu lightly nodded. This old man shall do his best. Only then did Yun Qinghang react and hurriedly said, free up the main hall quickly. Everyone must withdraw a kilometer away from the main hall and unless personally permitted by this patriarch. No one is allowed to approach. The central area of the Yun household was completely quiet. Because of Yun Qinghang's worry, he had even erected an enormous isolation barrier, as if the entire Yun family was about to face a strong enemy. The little demon empress, Yun Qi, and Yun Gu were the only ones in the main hall. Senior medical saint, she? No need for words. Yun Gu, however, smiled, preventing Yun Qi from explaining the little demon empress's condition as he stretched out his pair of slightly pale arms. Allow this old one to first check her pulse. Little demon empress, please be at ease. This old one has always examined a woman's pulse through the air. All you need to do is calm your breathing. I will have to trouble you. The little demon empress glanced at Yun Qi and said quietly. Looking at her expression, evidently, she did not harbor even the slightest bit of hope. Because the issue of her having only 3 years of life left was personally spoken by the Golden Crow spirit. How could the consequences, which even the Golden Crow spirit said were impossible to heal or suspend, possibly be averted by a mere mortal? Yun Gu did not speak any further. Gently closing his old eyes, he kneaded his fingers into a strange gesture, and a warm, profound energy instantly flowed into the little demon empress channels. Yun Qi held his breath at the side. His entire body was still, as if it was nailed into the ground, afraid of making even the slightest of noise. Unexpectedly, the pulse examination was considerably short. In just a short few dozens of breaths, Yun Gu's eyes slowly opened and his hands were put down right after. Senior, how is she? Yun Qi hurriedly asked. Yun Gu was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. After persistently chasing after immense power which her profound veins could not possibly endure, she was left with no choice but to integrate her life vein as a joint vessel. Presently, nearly half of her lifeline has already withered, and if this situation persists, in 2 years, it will definitely wither completely. Yun Gu's words had finally stirred the light in the little demon empress's eyes, because this was a secret which only she and Yun Qi knew of. Furthermore, this was a secret that encroached on the secrets of the power of the divine way. This elderly man, with only the physique of a mortal, was actually able to see through it without the slightest discrepancy in just a few short breaths of pulse examination. That's right, that's exactly the case. Yun Qi hurriedly nodded. Because of special reasons, during that period of time, in order to quickly obtain powerful, profound energy, she forcefully took in power that her profound veins could not endure. The consequence for that was her lifespan being reduced to just 3 years or so. Senior medical saint, do you have any way to save her? If we compare the life's vitality left of the lifeline to a candle, then a regular person's candle will slowly melt as the wick burns. Her candle, however, due to forcefully integrating her lifeline as a vessel of energy, is as if it had been thrown into a sea of fire, her life's vitality quickly being burned away. It concerns her lifeline and also concerns her life's vitality as well. Difficult. It's really difficult. Yun Gu heavily sighed. Could it be that even Senior has no way either? Yun Qi said with a heavy heart. Yun Gu shook his head and instead revealed a light smile. This old one simply said it was difficult, but I did not say it was incurable. Yun Gu's words were undoubtedly celestial music of the heavens in Yun Qi's ears. He instantly fell onto his knees in front of Yun Gu and said with great excitement, Senior, you're saying you can save her. The little demon empress who had been sitting quietly slowly stood up as well. Though she was still wearing a domineering look on her tender face, there was clearly something stirring in the depths of her eyes. Yun Gu's expression was solemn. He stood up and slowly walked a few steps, presenting a state of deep thought. Yun Qi, who was like an extremely evil god in front of others, was presently like an obedient child, pacing behind Yun Gu and listening to his explanation. Using one's life as price to greatly raise one's profound strength is not something rare. Though the methods are different, the logic behind them is greatly similar. Some heavily damage their profound veins as price, some heavily damage their blood essence. There are even some who speed up the consumption of their life's vitality as the price through altering the energy connection and mechanism between their profound veins and life vein, allowing their lifeline and profound veins to act as one vessel to hold power that their profound veins alone could not withstand. Yun Qi nodded continuously. The little demon empress belonged to the third group. Though she knew of the consequences, in order to exact revenge, and in order to retrieve the authority and respect of the demon emperor's bloodline, she had not hesitated in the slightest. However, the little demon empress's condition is countless times more extreme than any case this old one has seen in his lifetime, Yun Gu sighed. Though the lifeline and profound veins have always been connected in the first place, they are merely connected in form, and they have their respective energy mechanisms. However, the respective energy mechanisms of the little demon empress's lifeline and profound veins have actually merged completely into one entity. It seems like the power she forced herself to hold back then must have been immense. If it was just a small connection, it's possible to save one's life through the crippling of one's profound strength. However, her lifeline and profound veins have completely merged into one entity. Even if all her profound energy was crippled, she would simply live for a few months more. Yun Qi nodded again. If crippling her profound strength could have stopped the little demon empress's life's vitality from flowing away, how could Yun Qi have worried over it until now? With him around, so what if the little demon empress were to become a cripple? Yun Gu looked at Yun Qi and smiled. Little brother, it seems like you have long known about everything this old one has just said. Yun Qi nodded and said, this junior is a little proficient in medical knowledge as well, and this junior has always understood her condition better than anyone else. In this junior's humble opinion, in order to save her, the only way I can think of is to desperately increase her lifespan. However, no matter how hard we try, even if we expend all the usable resources in the illusory demon realm, it would merely be a drop in the bucket. When he asked Jasmine back then, Jasmine informed him of two methods. One, he could forcefully increase the little demon empress's lifespan after reaching sufficient heights in the great way of the Buddha. Two, he could search for the primordial seal of life and death and allow the little demon empress to possess a limitless, inexhaustible lifespan. These were all within Yun Qi's scope. Yun Gu's footsteps then stopped, and he said with a smile, "Then have you thought of another way? And that is to first guide out all of her profound energy and then reseparate the energy mechanisms of her lifeline and profound veins." Yun Qi was stunned for a moment and then replied, "If the energy mechanisms of the lifeline and profound veins can be reseparated, then it will naturally be the most perfect method to solving this problem, but that's basically impossible. The entirety of her lifeline and profound veins have connected, and they have even connected completely into a single entity. If we were to try to forcefully separate the energy mechanisms a strand at a time, not only would it be as hard as stepping into the heavens, if even the slightest of mistake is made, it will mess up the energy mechanisms greatly, and she will instantly lose her life." "Could it be?" Yun Qi's spirit suddenly shook. "Senior, you know of a way to reseparate the lifeline and profound veins." Yun Gu did not nod, and neither did he shake his head either. Instead, he continued, "The physique of a human can be seen as a unique and complete small world. Since it is complete and unique, then there's no logic behind it being impossible to escape from the cycle of karma. If it is a smooth flow, then it can definitely be bent. If they can be merged, then they can definitely be separated. This is the foundation behind the medicine scripture this old one studies." This was also the same exact basics of medical knowledge which Yun Qi learned from Yun Gu. As it described, there were no illness in the world that could not be treated, and even if there was, it would only mean that the method to cure it had still yet to be found. If it was a few months ago, this old one would definitely be unable to forcefully separate the merged energy mechanisms between the lifeline and profound veins as well. Just 3 months ago, this old one had finally comprehended a scripture which this old one had doubts about for several dozens of years. Yun Gu seemed to have already been absorbed in his own explanation of medical knowledge, as he unconsciously recited. The beginning of life, void led by circulation, regulation of the seal, the paradox of life and death, are of yin and yang, of yang and yin. Unique since the beginning, cluster leads to prosperity. The breath of humans surpasses the heavenly circulation. As he listened to Yun Gu's soft recitation, Yun Qi's consciousness gradually turned hazy, and the scene of his master teaching him to recite the heavenly medicine manual gradually surfaced before his eyes. Unconsciously, he began to recite softly with him. When Yun Gu had stopped, Yun Qi was still absent-mindedly continuing with his recitation. Blossom and tranquility, chaos and turbidity, the birth of yin and the richness of yang. When he finally regained his senses, Yun Gu's face had already completely lost its calm as he looked at Yun Qi shockingly. "Little brother, how do you know of the heavenly medicine manual?" Yun Qi opened his mouth and had no choice but to force out an explanation. "When this junior was practicing the medicinal arts back then, what I studied was the heavenly medicine manual. Could it be that senior studies the heavenly medicine manual as well? Then that truly is a coincidence. As expected, this junior shares a deep fate with senior. It seems like there isn't only a single heavenly medicine manual in this world. However, this junior has shallow cultivation in the way of medicine. Though this junior is familiar with the heavenly medicine manual, there are many scriptures which this junior fails to comprehend. The set of scriptures which senior has recited just now is something this junior is even more so unable to understand at all. Could it be that senior has already attained mastery of it? Not just him, even his master Yun Gu was unable to understand this set of scriptures either. Even till his passing, he was never able to comprehend it. Could it be that in this lifetime he had actually comprehended it? I see. Though Yun Gu was still shocked, he did not continue to probe and instead continued. These set of scriptures contain the logic behind the source of countless energies within a human body. This old one has studied it for half a lifetime and had only just comprehended the key behind it. The key actually lies behind of yin and yang, of yang and yin. If the logic behind it is understood, then, separating the energy mechanisms between the lifeline and profound veins, though the process may be long and arduous, is definitely not something unachievable. Though he completely could not understand the true medical logic behind that set of scriptures, since Yun Gu was able to say such words, then it proved that the little demon empress could truly be saved. Yun Qi looked over with great joy and excitedly said, "I request for senior to put his skills save the little demon empress." Yun Gu, however, slightly shook his head. "This old one is after all a man. Though I understand the logic, I am unable to apply it. I can merely impart this knowledge to someone." Yun Qi hurriedly knelt on a single knee and bowed, as he heavily spoke his every word. "Junior Yun Qi is willing to have senior as master. I hope senior can fulfill this request." "This, ho ho ho," Yun Gu, however, said with a light smile. "Little brother, stand up for now. When this old one mentioned that I am unable to apply my knowledge, it is not because of the relationship between a man and a woman, but because of another reason. In regards to taking me as your master, that absolutely cannot do. Your eyes are clear, and your heart contains no evil will, but your body carries a heavily fierce and bloody aura. In the future, you may become a hero of a lifetime, but you're definitely not suitable in cultivating in the way of the medicine." Yun Qi stood up with a dejected look, and shame filled his heart. That's right. He was no longer able to return to the state of mind which he had back then when he was traveling the world with his master. He was no longer able to return to it for all eternity. Back then, Yun Qi wholeheartedly pursued the way of medicine, and his biggest wish was to surpass his master with his medical techniques, to be praised by his master, and to save even more people. Compared to the present Yun Qi, they were two people that belonged to completely different worlds. The him now, indeed, could not expect that Yun Gu would once again take him as his disciple. Author's note: Feints, I merely wanted to randomly throw some twisted logic in, but I ended up with a full chapter already. Never mind, let's leave it like this then. The matter regarding the little demon empress can no longer be delayed. This old one already has an inkling of an idea, and I will definitely put in my best effort. It's just that everything will be up to destiny after this. Yun Gu said a spiel of things that Yun Qi did not really understand before suddenly speaking. "Little brother, could I trouble you regarding one thing?" Yun Qi hurriedly replied. "Just let me know what you need, senior." "Oh, this junior requests that senior just calls me Yun Qi from now on." "Ho ho, that is fine as well." Yun-gu said with a faint smile as he nodded his head. Yun-chi, can you call Miss Linger to this place? Linger. Okay, Yun-chi did not ask for the details. He immediately rushed out of the hall and flew back with Su Linger in his arms a short while after he left. Senior medical saint? Su Linger asked with an apprehensive and puzzled expression on her face. Is there something you need to instruct Linger to do? Yun-gu gave a light shake of his head. He measured Su Linger up and down with his eyes, and his gaze lingered on her eyes for an especially long time. After that, he nodded his head repeatedly, his expression becoming rather excited. From 10 years ago, this old one had begun the task of looking for the person who could inherit the medical skills that I have refined all my life. But for the entire 10 years, my search has borne no fruit. After all is said and done, this world is one that is ruled by profound strength. Everyone chases after profound strength. Everyone chases after power and influence. They are people who belong to this vulgar world. So how many of them can be expected to be unsullied by the vulgar desires that move this world and truly bury their hearts into the way of medicine? In the past few years, this old one was nearly prepared to give up my search entirely, and I was going to nurture a disciple from infancy, so that I could cleanse his thoughts and spirit and prepare him to inherit this old one's legacy. But I was also afraid that I would waste decades of effort and nurturing, because the innate nature of a person is hard to determine. Yun-chi. Until this old one met you, Miss Linger, Yun-gu said emotionally as he looked at Su Linger. Ah, me, Su Linger said. Yun-gu's words had stunned her briefly. Miss Linger, this old one has known countless people in his life, but this old one has only ever seen one person whose eyes and heart are as clean and spotless as yours. I wonder, after Yun-gu had reached this point, a nervous expression actually appeared on his face. I wonder if you have any interest in the way of medicine. Once Yun-gu had said this much, how could Yun-chi not realize his intent? He shouted in an extremely shocked and elated tone, Linger, hurry up and pay respects to your master. With a thud, Linger landed heavily on her knees. Junior Su Linger requests that Senior accept Linger as his disciple. Henceforth, Linger will devote her entire soul to following Master and the study of medicine. I will also be very obedient to Master's words. Yun-gu's appearance was even more emotional than Su Linger herself. The rims of eyes grew faintly damp as he said, Miss Linger, are you truly willing to learn the way of medicine from this old one? Su Linger replied sincerely, to be able to get Senior Medical Saint to be my master is Linger's fortune, and it has also been Linger's desire all this while. It's just that Linger is stupid, so from now on, I request that Master gives me much instruction. Yun-chi pressed a hand to his chest, an incredibly joyous smile spreading across his face. Only he knew that the words Linger had just said, it has also been Linger's desire all this while, was definitely not some empty pledge. All those years ago, she had wanted to be like Yun-chi and learn the way of medicine from Yun-gu. Yun-gu had also been exceedingly pleased with her, but it was just that he could only pass on his legacy to one disciple in his lifetime. The exceptionally moderate and gentle Yun-gu was only extremely steadfast when it came to this one thing. In everything else, he was willing to compromise. Because of that, even though Su Linger had accompanied Yun-gu and Yun-chi for many years, in the end, she had never become his disciple. But who would have thought that her desires would be fulfilled at this time? Good, very good, this is too good to be true, Yun-gu said. He nodded his head repeatedly as his emotions almost overwhelmed him. Because to Yun-gu, this was truly the greatest wish of his life. He slowly walked towards Su Linger. After that, he removed the bronze ring on his finger and personally slipped it onto Su Linger's left thumb. Su Linger, from now on, you are my, Yun-gu's, only personal disciple, the one who will inherit my legacy. Your master belongs to no sect or clan, and he has no power or authority, so I cannot give you any kind of glory or power. The only thing I can give you are the truths that I have comprehended from the way of medicine and the heart of one who pursues the way of medicine. The ring that had been on Yun-chi's thumb all those years ago was now on her own. It was a marvelous twist of fate, and it was as if they had truly come full circle. Su Linger gave a deep bow. Disciple Su Linger greets master. Yun-chi, who was a bystander to these events, was so excited that a toothy grin had been permanently pasted on his face. Even though he was no longer worthy to become Yun-gu's disciple, Linger had become his disciple, and his master's long-held wish had finally come to fruition. It was simply a conclusion that allowed him to have the best of both worlds. No, in fact, it left him even more satisfied than that. Kei, you can be saved, you truly can be saved. Yun-Chi grabbed the little demon empress' hand as he emotionally yelled into her ears. "Just who exactly is this person?" the little demon empress asked with knitted brows. She had never seen Yun-Chi behave in such a respectful and reverential manner to anybody in the past, but in front of Yun-Gu. He was completely reverent and respectful, and he practically jumped at every word that proceeded from Yun-Gu's mouth. He was far more well-behaved in front Yun-Gu than he was in front her. This was definitely not simply someone that he had brought from the outside. If there was not sufficient cause and their relationship was not deep enough, given Yun-Chi's arrogance which seeped into his very bones, how could it be possible for him to be so obedient in front of another? Yun-Chi, thought about it for a moment before he spoke with much emotion in his voice. "My medical skills and all the knowledge I have regarding medicine and poisons were learned from him. The debt that I owe him is higher than the heavens. It's just that he himself does not remember any of that anymore." A deep astonishment flashed through the little demon empress' beautiful eyes. "It is very hard to explain all of these things right now. I will slowly explain all of it to the rest of you in the future," Yun-Chi said with a faint smile. "All of you think that my medical skills are really great, but they pale in comparison to his medical skills. Since he has personally said that there is a way to save you, then there definitely is a way to save you." Even though even the Golden Crow spirit and Jasmine had said that it was impossible to save the little demon empress, this was merely what they knew from their knowledge of the profound way. But when it came to the way of medicine, it was Yun-Gu who was the absolute authority. As someone who could truly snatch fate away from the heavens, if he said it was possible, then it was definitely possible. Yun-Gu and Su Linger had finished a simple ceremony recognizing them as master and disciple. When Yun-Chi had come of age all those years ago, Yun-Gu had also held an extremely simple ceremony to confirm his official apprenticeship. Yun-Gu turned around and faintly smiled as he said, "Little demon empress, even though this old one knows how to cure your illness, now that it involves the energy of your lifeline, it can only be treated by a woman because she also possesses yin energy. Within half a year, this old one will first instruct Linger on the principles behind energy. After that, we can attempt to rid you of this illness. Even though Linger is a novice in the way of medicine, given her pure and unblemished heart, she will definitely be able to do this in half a year's time." The little demon empress bowed deeply to Yun-Gu as she nodded her head and said, "I'll be in your care then." Su Linger, who stood at Yun-Gu's side, winked at Yun-Chi as she smiled merrily. A person who followed the way of medicine was required to be extremely cautious. As a result, Yun-Gu was a person who never spoke in absolutes. If he was confident enough to make such a statement, that meant that he definitely had adequate confidence that he could deal with this issue, and it was definitely not equivalent to what he described as an attempt. However, Yun-Chi did not sense any feelings of joy from the little demon empress. Naturally, Yun-Chi also knew the reason behind this. Because of Xianxia Cultivation, who could appear at any moment, the little demon empress had become resolved to perish together with Demon Imperial City, so she had long resigned herself to not living past the next 6 months. Yun-Chi had also not yet told her that she first needed to vent out all of her profound energy before she could resolve her hopeless situation. While she was facing a great enemy, she definitely would not allow that to happen. It seems like the only way he could get the little demon empress to accept her treatment in peace was to first get rid of the great danger that was Xianxia Cultivation. After that, even if the little demon empress lost all of her profound strength, as long as he was around, as long as the Yun family was around, and as long as all those guardian families and great duke palaces who were either loyal to her or were compelled to even greater obedience because of the slave imprint were around, she would still be the little demon empress who reigned supreme over the illusory demon realm. Furthermore, given her Golden Crow bloodline and the knowledge she had regarding the laws and principles of profound energy, she would grow immensely once she started recultivating her profound strength. When Yun-Chi, the little demon empress, and the rest of them exited the hall, Yun Qinghang quickly walked over by himself and asked in a soft but anxious voice, "So what was the conclusion?" Yun-Chi did not reply. Instead, he flashed a faint but serene smile at his father. Wild joy appeared on Yun Qinghang's face as he deeply bowed towards Yun-Gu before saying, "Senior medical saint, if you are able to save the little demon empress, you will be the great benefactor of our entire illusory demon realm." Patriarch Yun's words are too heavy. This old one is merely doing something that a doctor ought to do. Furthermore, I don't have complete confidence that I can accomplish this task, so we will still have to rely on the kindness of the heavens. Yun Gu's words and behavior was the same as always. He was still as calm and tranquil as still water. He was not the least bit ruffled even though his patient was the little demon empress. Admiration blossomed in Yun Qinghang's heart as he said, "Senior medical saint has come to the illusory demon realm for the first time, so you ought not have any place to stay yet. Would staying in the household of our Yun family suit you?" Yun Gu thought about it briefly before he accepted the offer. "Since that is the case, then I will have to trouble you. The courtyard has been prepared. Chair, bring senior medical saint to his abode so that he can rest." "All right." Yun Gu had made consecutive jumps across space to travel from the Azure Cloud continent to the illusory demon realm, so he was indeed rather tired. While they were walking towards the courtyard, Yun Qi finally could not resist the urge to ask, "Senior, just what method are you going to use to treat the little demon empress? This junior truly cannot think of anything, nor can I understand what you just said." "Ho ho ho ho," Yun Gu gave a small chuckle. It was clear that he was in a rather good mood after taking Su Linger as a disciple, so he generously explained. "Because it involves both the profound veins and the lifeline, the process of treating her will be extremely long and arduous, but there is only one principle behind this. The energy circulation of her profound veins and life vein are completely abnormal, so it naturally violates the laws which govern energy mechanisms within the human body. So if you use a normal person's energy mechanism to gradually guide and regulate that abnormal energy mechanism, and correct those abnormal principles of energy mechanism, as time passes, everything will fix itself." This, Yun Qi, who had always believed that he had a deep knowledge of the principles behind medicine, was completely baffled by this explanation. Using another person's energy mechanism to regulate and correct. This, how are you going to go about doing this? Could it be that you will be using a medical principle that was expounded upon in that medical manual? "That's right," Yun Gu said as he gave a faint nod of his head. "The little demon empress is a woman, and her energy is yin energy. So she requires the yin energy of another female to regulate and correct her energy mechanism. The medical manual that this old one has been trying to comprehend for most of his life has talked about one principle in particular. That principle states that yin energy follows yin energy, while yang energy follows yang energy. This allowed this old one to view a whole new vast and broad horizon." Yun Qi still had a baffled look on his face. "This old one will first teach Linger about the principles behind energy circulation. Once she has comprehended and mastered this principle and the related skills that she needs to know, she and the little demon empress will touch their secret gardens together. This will connect their yin energies together as well. From there on, we will separate the forcibly fused life vein and profound veins of the little demon empress. If we continue this for a few months and no major accidents occur, we should be able to see outstanding results. However, the success and the length of this treatment will depend entirely on Linger's innate talent and her powers of comprehension." At number %, it was as if someone had struck the back of Yun Qi's head with a heavy stick, and he even felt his vision grow rather dim. He had been completely mystified by the rest of Yun Gu's words, but he definitely understood the meaning of the words, "touch their secret gardens together." Touch their secret gardens together, Linger and the little demon empress. Damn this, that scene, is simply, moreover, given the little demon empress temperament, she definitely would not be able to accept it. She would rather die than undergo that kind of treatment. Besides himself, she had not allowed anyone else to even touch her fingers, and that included other women. Wait a minute. If we are talking about her behavior when she is in bed, the little demon empress was actually especially obedient during those times, and she was practically even more docile and meek than Yue. If he could ensure that the little demon empress and Linger established a good relationship, perhaps, it would still be a possibility. It looked like he needed to work hard to establish a good relationship between the little demon empress and Linger, during the time Linger was comprehending and mastering the medical principles behind energy circulation. It looks like even though he did not to be directly involved, his task was still extremely arduous. As Yun Qi slowly sank into silence beside him, Yun Gu thought that he had descended into deep and profound thought. But little did he know that Yun Qi's mind was actually filled with thousands of wild, depraved thoughts. Author's note: I am going to emphasize this one last time. The mysterious black jade left behind by the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign is not the primordial seal of life and death. It definitely isn't. If any of you ask again, please kill yourselves.